Haaland, you're gonna get exposed, and you are gonna get punished. Like Dortmund are a very good attacking team, and I think against most teams they can get away with it. Not too long ago they were losing. I think they were down 2-0 to the team that was bottom in the Bundesliga. They came back and won 3-2. That's what they do. Like that's Bayern for you.
They
Even
won't
last
panic
year,
as well. None of them on that pitch think they're gonna lose right now. Really,
bro,
Why
should
they are
they?
second, to be fair.
Guys, if you remember last year, Champions League final against PSG, how many chances did PSG have to score?
Yeah, they always concede chances.
That's Bayern for you, man. It's high risk, high reward football. That's how they play.
Harold, what's your thoughts on Emre Can?
At Liverpool, I've always thought it was funny to watch because he turns like a grand piano. Like he's so slow in doing anything, man. But
I like him.
He's a good footballer. Yeah,
I think he's a good footballer.
I would listen. I'd gladly take him back at my club. I can't lie to you.
I really like. I think he can play a lot of roles as well. He can play as a 6. He can play as an 8. Like I really like him.
I wouldn't like him in the 6 though. The way we play now.
He plays 6 for us a lot though, you know.
Yeah, but that was then, bro. This is now. We give up, bro. Look at the way we've been playing recently. We get torn apart. He's so
man, there's
slow.
no difference, bro. We got Thiago there now, bro.
No. Look, with Chan, at least Chan's he's got a good build to him, but he is so slow.
He's not that slow. You're exaggerating.
Bro, he is crazy. So slow. No. You're
moving like he's Mertesacker. He's not that bad.
Bro, he is so slow. I liken him in basketball to a guy called Marc Gasol. If you watch basketball,
I know Marc Gasol. Of course I know Marc Gasol.
He is so flipping slow, bro.
He's finished.
Yeah,
I was watching you guys the other day. He's finished.
Bro. Please.
Bro, the Gasol brothers, no?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say Paul Gasol's brother, isn't it? Paul Gasol.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I like Chan, but I can't have him in the 6. Not for me, man. He's too slow.
So who's missing today? So Bellingham's not playing.
He's on the bench.
Sancho's not playing. Reyna's not playing.
Sancho's injured.
Is Reyna not playing?
Yeah, Reyna
is injured. Witzel's injured. I think that's about it. Guerrero's injured.
And Dortmund's still 2-0 up.
2-0 up, bro.
It's 2-0 playing right back.
Alphonso Davies, obviously, he smashed Chelsea to smithereens. But I haven't really heard much of his name.
Maybe he struggled this year.
Yeah, too much YouTube, too much TikTok.
Yeah, you go.
Man.
He was struggling and he got injured and he's come back.
Didn't improve.
Yeah, man. He's having a Martial year.
No, okay, relax. Too far. Don't say that. Too far. He's not having a Martial year, man. Please.
Yeah.
You know what part is? Not even Firmino is having a Martial year. So don't you dare try and group Alphonso Davies in there.
Firmino has a lot of Martial years on these.
Yeah, facts.
And clap.
Wait, say again.
Martial goes to the Bundesliga and clap goals.
Yeah.
He'll clap goals in any other league, any.
Yeah, no, but obviously, like Harold was saying,
not this year though.
I don't know, man.
Because
I'm thinking?
I don't know.
No, and the reason why I say this is because if you look at the chances he's missed this year, it's not. It's just poor finishing. Like,
it's just poor.
But that can come with confidence too. And what I'm thinking is because in Bundesliga, it's like what you're saying with Klopp and with Bayern, and now with Chelsea, they play in the other team's half. So if you've got a little bit of pace, you're mad, you're a danger, and on the counter attack you can net.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking anyway. Woo! Someone just hit the post for Villa.
Oh, for Villa. You watching both at the same time?
At the same time, yeah, man.
I didn't even got the facilities for that.
You know, certain man only barely got the facilities for one.
Yeah, word. I got to change between the two, bro.
That's them dual monitor settings.
Yeah.
No, just laptop and TV.
All you contractors are talking, bro. You're all contractors.
That's the contractors, for goodness sake.
Bayern are making a sub already. Fuck.
Don't lie. 15 minutes in.
Yo, you guys
I love
it. Going for the same shit, man. Y'all better hear some bows, man. Some early bows.
Funny.
I remember Sancho last season. Sancho got subbed early. This was his first time against Alphonso Davies, and he had a shit match, and then he got subbed at half time.
Yeah, I think I remember as well.
Yeah, I don't think Germans care about that half time shit. They don't care. If you're playing bad, you're off. or if you need to change something, they'll make the change straight away.
I mean, it makes sense. They're German. They're German, you know. They're German, so they're just really brute.
That's a German.
I was trying to combine.
Oh yeah,
brute
I
and
got
German
big
together.
stocks in Sane, though, man. I need him to prosper, man. I like Sane a lot.
Yeah.
I've been watching him, man. I'm watching him because you can get away with it when you're in another league. You get away with it, man.
No.
When you're stinking like he was the other day, you get away with it.
But he's been scoring though. He's been scoring a bit here and there.
I saw a clip of
him and Gnabry. Him and Gnabry. I'm onto them too because this season they've been smelling. They've both been smelling, in fact.
But Gnabry owns London at this point. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to get onto him when he just. How many goals did he score against us?
Hey, this is the time, Dan. This is the time.
Okay, my bad.
No, did he score 4 against Tottenham?
Yeah, he scored 4 against Tottenham.
That was the Chelsea of old. It doesn't count.
It's true.
Lampard tax, yeah.
Lampard tax,
definitely. Exactly.
I didn't deep how much Lampard tax was, but it was a lot still. Probably like 65%. That's
people
a lot.
aren't realizing. People was blaming bare individuals, saying we need.
It's lamps. It's lamps. I've seen it now.
People say we need this configuration of teams with these individuals on the pitch. Otherwise, they're definitely going to lose.
Lamps. It's just lamps.
Yeah, arguably the second best team in the league at this moment.
Like, no, you are. That's facts. I think.
Probably.
I think that's facts, bro. And I hate to say it, but fucking hell.
It was just a crazy era. I don't know what. I think it was started off with Zidane's success at Real Madrid.
It was all Zidane, you know.
Yeah. And everyone was just like, we need our own Zidane.
It was all Zidane, bro. All his fault. All Zidane.
Gerrard's going to end up going Liverpool, isn't he?
Yeah.
They need to be too smart. Like, you can't witness what happened at Chelsea. What happened at
Dan, don't waste your breath. It's happening, bro.
It's happening. Definitely.
Definitely.
I don't know how soon it will happen.
It's going to be so sweet, man. It will be so
Come
sweet.
On, man. You know when you're about to make meat, yeah, or chicken, yeah, and he season it, he put it in the fridge for like a day or 2, yeah. That's Gerrard right now.
Just let it marinate.
He's in the fridge. Trust me, he's in the fridge right now. Forget.
So Harold, you're saying that he's going to replace Klopp, and he's going to replace Klopp soon?
Nah, I think he'll replace Klopp at the end of his contract. Peter, when's the end of his contract again? Is it 2023 or 24?
2024. Both of their contracts are 2024.
Yeah, exactly. So look at that. It's meant to be, man. Look.
And
they hasn't even lost in
the
the
Scottish League yet. Yeah, fuck that. Both of them.
Yeah, Peter. Yeah, man. I told you. Like,
2024 on the same day.
We've been saying it in the group chat, yeah. We just need to get used to the fact that it's gonna happen. Like, I don't want it to happen, obviously, but it's gonna happen.
But you know what? Yeah, at least that's how many years in management would that be?
Yeah,
5.
Exactly. That's a good amount of experience.
It's still not good. It's still not good though because
he needs better than what we had.
He needs to leave Rangers.
He's better than what we had at least.
Exactly.
He needs to leave Rangers. He can't.
Just because you've done 5 years of management, that doesn't mean you're good for the Liverpool job.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
It's good for me, brother. It's good for me.
Yeah, it's true.
It's true still. We don't want them to do well. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Why is Sula paying right back? That's really irritating me.
Bro, like,
I'm telling you,
I was saying to Moncler in the chat, yeah. In order to be a Bayern player, you need to be able to play 2 positions or more. I promise you. Everyone has to play 2 positions or more.
Apart from Lewandowski, facts.
Apart from him, because his one position is the most clinical.
He's the best. The best.
Yeah.
Look at him trying to get back. Oh my god.
Wait, is
Where's
Pavard
Pavard?
injured? Oh, he's injured, yeah.
I just think players have a mentality. You know how people talk about Man United, the Man United way, this. Like Bayern actually have that, like the Bayern way. Like this is actually a thing.
Because they have a lot of their old players become part of their management team. Like,
see, guys, look. This is Bayern, bro. Do you see how many? I think I'm a bit behind. But did you see how many players they committed to the attack? Not even the attack. To the press, and then they got. Dortmund fortunately got past it. Just like that, they were defending in a 2-on-3 position. Bro, that's every attack for Bayern. Like, it's so nuts.
Bayern are run really well, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, no, they are 100%. They run
100%.
Cheap over there as well, isn't it? Mad.
Say that again.
Like season tickets are mad cheap in Germany.
Oh yeah, everything's cheap in Germany. Everything, yeah. Everything. The season tickets are like $2, $2.38.
It's just a well-run country, in all honesty, man.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like about the Bundesliga is the fact that Bayern just buy all the players from there.
Yeah, agreed.
It's a bit dead. Like, there's a good player in the league, and then Bayern just go and buy it.
Upper Marcano's gone in there.
Yeah.
He's gonna be.
Do you know how
he's gonna
cheeky?
get. He's a
Do you
bit
know how
sus,
cheeky
I
you have to
can't lie
be
to you.
to announce it during the season? Do you know how cheeky you have to be to do that?
Literally.
Season's going. They aren't even at first. Leipzig are first, and they announced it like that.
Well, I mean, when they announced it, they were Bayern were first, but yeah, they've now jumped to second.
Like, imagine City were just buying like all the players from below him. It's so boring.
Yeah,
that's what
right.
Man United used to do for years.
True.
Yeah, true, but
no, but not from like Chelsea though. They wouldn't.
Yeah, because we were shit. They didn't want our players.
No. When you guys were neck and neck, when was that?
Gerrard, they only took Gerrard from us.
We tried to take
Gerrard.
But
yeah, Chelsea and Man United, both of them.
Gerrard actually put a deposit down.
No, I ain't saying that. I'm talking about from first to second. Like you don't see that in the league. You don't see Man United trying to take some of Jose's players. Like you don't see.
Yeah, I think by that time,
Chelsea
had money by that time, so like that's not gonna happen. But I'm talking.
But then even earlier, like when it was the United Arsenal rivalry, you're not seeing United take Arsenal players or anything like that. And United have always been this financial powerhouse. So
yeah, it's a bit weird because I don't think at that point in the 90s, Arsenal, even though they were the second biggest club supported, they weren't always second. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. I definitely think that United did what Bayern are doing now back in the day. They should just buy all the best players.
They definitely tried buying Alan Shearer back in the day. I remember that.
Yeah. And Alan Shearer said no. It's not like they couldn't get him.
Yeah.
What an idiot. Should have said yes, really, shouldn't he?
Well, I mean, he got his Premier League. He's top goal scorer ever. He's all right.
Yeah.
Wait, what's this Davis brother on?
Alfonso.
Just see him giving the ball away for fun, man. What's he doing?
Jay, he needs to relax before he comes back to go and buck him out of Stamford Bridge.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, Harold, talk to me nicely, please. Talk to me nicely, please. Let's not do this.
Sorry, Jay.
I like you. We're friends.
No, we are friends.
Jack Grealish.
Tell you right now, at the current state of Chelsea and Bayern, we have a much better chance of beating them than we did when we played them under Lamps.
Yeah, of course you do.
On a T-shirt, definitely.
You actually have a coach. Yeah, of course you do.
Trust me, flipping out, man.
T-shirt's one of them coaches that always just has like a trick up his sleeve, bro. I like them coaches.
I can't lie to you. I think I do this every year, yeah, but I think it might be PSG's year, the Champions League, you know.
Oh, stop
there
it, man.
There we go.
Bro, when will you understand that football heritage means so much?
Too much.
It means too much.
I know it does, but at one point you have to break it, bro. Chelsea broke it with some mad voodoo with but that
was judged. We know that was judged though.
That was 100% judged, bro.
Come on, that was judged.
That was
fate.
That was Salaman Kalou's haircut.
What the fuck?
Destiny.
Oh my days. Yo, no, are you mad?
Mothers, that was the first time I ever believed in fate and destiny.
Imagine someone coming to beat us at Anfield, fam, in the Champions League final.
Can you imagine?
That
doesn't make sense. Slap you in your own stadium.
That doesn't make sense.
We didn't even.
Munier's got to slide him in there, man. Sorry, just joined now.
Salah misses the penalty. We lose it.
When you put it like that, Peter, yeah, I can't lie. That's hilarious.
How can anyone beat us at Anfield in the Champions League final?
That's nuts. That's very crazy. That's actually crazy.
Never just that, yeah. But remember the penalty shootout? It was at their end.
Yeah.
So when Drogba scored, you literally see their fans like, because when Neuer goes the wrong way, they literally looked like they were heartbroken.
When was the last time a Champions League final was in England? Oh, it was Wembley, innit?
Wembley, Man United versus Barcelona.
Man United, Barcelona.
No, closer than that.
Man United, Dortmund. Dortmund, Bayern. Was it 2012?
Yeah, 2013.
2013.
Go on. 3 years. Oh, no, Dortmund are bopping this team, bruv. What?
They are, man. It should be 3-0.
Yeah.
Should be 3-0.
Right, you know, big man team. Nobody's defending. Big man team. Nobody's defending.
Yeah.
What kind of joke thing was that just
high line and vibes?
The thing is, you know what? Yeah, like Bayern, they're such bullies, but I love them as an institution, man. Everything about 2-1.
2-1, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
2-1. The comeback begins. Sane's got the beating of who's playing left back?
Spoilers.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you lot behind.
Yeah, bro. What's on the app, cuz?
Sorry.
Sane's got the beat in the food.
Schultz.
Sane's got the beating of shorts every single time. Every single time without fail.
Sane's got the beating of Bear, man.
Yeah,
that's my guy.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
It's not easy
like,
to Sane, blood.
He's chopped him like a gazillion times.
Maybe only one
quality.
Bro, how far ahead are you, bro? Like, I haven't even seen the goal yet.
Yeah, I've seen.
And trust me, I ain't seen the goal yet, bro.
That's paper for Sane.
Nah, Tebby, you're the worst, brother.
You guys need to get Touchline 5 stick, man.
What Sane did was disgusting. It was so easy as well. It was so easy, like.
I ain't scored Lewandowski. Who else, man?
He's ending 4-4. I said it, bro. 4-4.
4-4, you know.
In the first half.
Has anyone here been to Munich before?
No. You've watched
No.
the game?
Huh?
Have you watched the game in Germany?
As in, like, to watch the game and just to be there as a city?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. It's just a boring city, man.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Boring as hell, man. All it is just bare beer, bare pubs and shit, man. It's too turned down, man. It's not turned up. Put it that way.
Do you lot think it's mad impossible for Haaland to go Manchester City? Because I'm thinking about it more and more.
It's very possible.
That's the most likely place he's gonna go.
It's very
possible. Why do you think it's impossible?
No, I don't think it's impossible. I think it's very, very. I think that's where he's going.
Oh, I thought you said it's impossible.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
I think that played there, innit? So
yeah.
Oh, his dad was a baller.
Yeah.
Oh. Not very good, but yeah.
He's not as good as his son, boy.
Alfie, don't you remember Roy Keane? Yeah.
His dad played for Man City.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, Roy Keane ended his career.
Alfie Inga Haaland. And I think all of that
I saw he played the game after. Or something like that.
Maybe, I can't remember. I just remember he fly kicked him. I think he fly kicked him today.
Roy Keane.
But yeah, I think Man City, if Man City want him, the only thing is Man City, they don't like paying over the odds.
What?
What's over the
you mean they don't pay over the odds? They paid 40 million for a relegated Ake. That's all
they
they
paid
do.
50 million for John
No.
Stones.
What he means is they don't go over a certain amount, man. Like you don't see them.
Wait. No. I have no idea what you mean. I have no idea what you mean. What's that certain amount?
They haven't spent over like.
They haven't spent over 70 million. They've not spent over 70 million.
No, yeah, when you think about it, that's so true, you know.
Yeah,
they haven't spent over 70 mil. My goodness,
that's so true.
Man's speaking like 70 mil is chicken change.
No, but
Chelsea
think about it though.
It's not chicken change.
Morata.
Man United spent 80 on Maguire, bruv. Come on.
Yeah, Man United have 3 players over 70 million.
Thank you. Pogba.
You can't compare Man United to Man City.
No.
Man United.
But Harold, look at Liverpool. Liverpool don't have as much cash as Man City. You spent 75 million for Van Dijk.
No doubt. Yeah, true.
And Alisson, 70.
Yeah.
I think they pay over the odds, though. I do think that.
No, they
perhaps,
do.
Perhaps up until a limit.
Yeah, okay.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So I feel like this will be the first if they buy Haaland because I think he's going for like 150 million. And so far, we haven't seen Man City operate on that level.
Oh, cool.
I think he's going for that much because of the people involved.
Roman
Abramovich is intent on getting him, and Man City are saying they're not going to compete. So unless Haaland says, "I only want to go to Man City,"
it's long.
Yeah,
it's going to be a bidding war this summer because
he's going to cost 100 mil plus, bro.
His contract, teams can get him for 70. Teams can get him for 75 million next season, and who's gonna take the risk and wait that long? Can you imagine?
Dortmund are gonna sell him.
They're gonna sell him this summer, 100%.
They're not gonna do a Sancho. They're gonna sell him.
They're going to sell him this summer, but the only thing is...
They've learnt from Sancho.
If City can convince Haaland to say, fuck everybody else, I only want City, then that takes away the kind of bidding war.
And you just wait for another season then?
Yeah, so then City can say to Dortmund, hey, he's not going to... he's comfortable to stay there for another season. Either accept this 80, 90 million, or we'll get him for 65 million next season. That's the play.
Let's see what happens, boy. It's going to be a good summer. Another one.
Yeah, but I'm hearing things from Man United saying that you ain't got money. I don't know if that's like one of them blasts.
I don't believe nothing about Man United in the media because it's all cap, bro. Like, Man United are the most lied on club in the media, bro. It's just boring.
But it's your own directors saying.
Nah, they're probably capping for the fans because they don't want to spend, or they feel like they spent irresponsibly. They're trying to recoup, trying to do some dignity thing. Do you get it? Or let's regain some dignity.
Do you think it's just them just leaking it out?
Nah, I think we definitely have money, man. I don't know where that lack of money will come from.
These stadiums. You guys are the biggest, you guys like.
Nah, I hear that, but I don't believe them. I don't believe them guys, bro. I'll be real. Sorry. I don't believe them.
Are you saying that out of hope? Are you saying that out of hope?
No. I'm being so serious. Okay. I believe if we want to play him, we'll pay the money to buy him, to get him.
Not
in
really,
the Premier League, I think that's handball, you know.
You say Sancho?
Yeah.
Sancho was bullshit, man. Bro, they put a price, we didn't want to pay it, and that was it. There was nothing more to it, innit?
That's what
you seem to blame. When you want them, you pay the money.
Well, really and truly, who haven't we got that we wanted apart from Sancho?
Grealish,
down to paying money. Grealish is overpriced. That's overpriced, bro. No one's gonna pay.
Yeah, but that's money. That's what we're saying, bro.
No, but that's not the point. Man United we're trying to not be stupid.
You are no. You are stupid.
After Maguire.
Exactly. So you wanted to go and spend 80 million.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? Alex was so close to saying United are not stupid.
Sonny.
No. They don't want to be stupid. They don't want to be stupid anymore. Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
That was cold from Sonny, man.
They don't want to be stupid. They don't want to be pricks anymore. So they're going to say, yeah, we don't have money. So if you charge us, we're not going to pay. Cap. It's cap, man.
Little do they know that they need Sancho more than Dortmund need the P.
Innit? No. Dortmund need the P though.
You might need Sancho more than Dortmund need the P.
I think we have more pressing issues than Sancho.
Yeah, Dortmund have troubles, and if they don't, I'm not sure if they're in the Champions League places right now. But if they don't finish in the Champions League places,
they're fifth.
They need money. They're
not finishing Champions League places. They'll finish.
Lewandowski. This is actually going to be 3-2 in the first half, isn't it?
So, wasn't it like one? Was it 1-1 or 2-2 in the first half last season? I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember. But what's the final score of that game? 3-3.
Well, you talking about the Super Cup?
Bayern won it.
The league
Bayern won it, I think.
Nah,
the Super Cup was 3-2.
The season before.
The league game.
People are just shouting out random high scores.
No.
7-7. No, because
the last couple of seasons,
every time they play each other, it's always high scores.
Yeah, because last season I'm pretty sure Bayern beating like 4-0 or something like that.
Yeah, there was one comprehensive defeat for Dortmund. Actually, you're right.
It's so crazy when you think about Tuchel now. He's setting defensive records. And this is a German manager.
I just see the first goal. This Haaland guy is such a great. I know it got a deflection, but
things are going your way, man, going your way.
The fact that he's even going for the shot there, man, he's quality, man. I need to watch him live. I'm gonna watch him live.
You watched him live?
No, I'm saying I need to watch him live. I'm going to.
Do you know what? I looked at his goal stats for Dortmund this season, and it's kind of reminiscent to Werner's last season in terms of obviously now it's a change, but before this match I think he scored 9 of the 18 games he started in the league, which is similar to Werner's. I'm just because I'm looking at Haaland and I think a lot of people think, let's say he was to come to Chelsea, he'll definitely be a hit, but you have to look at it every single time someone moves and just say, okay, cool, can this potentially be one of them flops? Because big money moves, they're usually like the ones that are, if you look at the history for the biggest moves, a lot of them have been flops. And so my question is, do you feel like Haaland is definitely a hit if he moves, like anywhere he moves?
Yeah.
Yes.
I do. He's quality, man.
He's another anomaly like Mbappe, man.
He's quality.
He's too good, bro. He's too good.
I don't think he's as good as Mbappe, but in terms of finishing, Mike.
I don't think he's anywhere near.
Being a pure striker, bro, I'm so sorry. This guy's a finisher. He's a
Mbappe is a much better all-round player. But
all-round player, of course.
As a striker,
I'm having Haaland.
Playing for the middle, I think
he's gonna back.
I'm having Haaland.
I'm having Mbappe.
Mbappe can't finish like Haaland.
Haaland scored 9 goals. It's unprecedented. Like, obviously, these youth games have been going on for ages. Man scored 9 goals in one game. He's been clapping from when he started at Salzburg to going to Dortmund.
Have you seen my man's Champions League record?
International.
He's clapped everywhere. Internationals, you see him from Norway.
Nah. I'm having Haaland, bro. I can't lie.
What game? Dan, what game was it? It was one game. I think they slapped it might be Ireland, Northern Ireland. They slapped someone like 6-1, and this guy put on an absolute clinic. Like he assisted
that's
two
when he asked
for
to split Alice's shirt, innit?
Yeah,
I think he assisted two for my man Soloff, Leipzig, and he tore them apart.
All he knows is goals, bro. That's actually all he knows.
He's so good.
Do you know what it is? I'm thinking about Chelsea strikers, and obviously everybody knows that Chelsea is almost like a graveyard for strikers at this point. Like, there's so many players that have come with big reputations and then they're flattered to deceive. But I feel like Drogba lasted, Costa lasted. I think those are the two. And if you think about those two, like, their confidence is peak. Like, no one can, like, no matter what, even if they're not scoring, no one can tell them they're shit. And I think Haaland seems like that type of guy, like a Zlatan. Do you know what I mean?
His goal conversion rate is just unreal as well.
Yeah. If Haaland had had the chances.
I feel like Thierry Henry, again, that's another mad, confident guy. And I think with a striker, you have to be mad confident because you're going to go through droughts and people are going, and you're going to need that confidence to carry you through.
If Haaland
Who?
Werner.
No,
he doesn't strike me as someone who's not confident.
No, I think Werner, I don't think he's necessarily uber confident. I think all of these guys are uber confident. Like, they're almost dickheads.
Yeah, I get what, like, confidence breeding on arrogance. Basically.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See Werner's mad honest as well. Like he'll be like, yo, I'm struggling. He's like, I'm struggling. Like the defenders are giving me a hard time, blah blah blah. Like
maybe it's arrogance that I'm saying. Maybe it's arrogance.
Yeah, it's arrogance because he tries hard and he works hard. You can tell he wants to be better. He wants to do well. Like, you can tell.
I think Costa's just too dumb to like be worried about stuff like that. To be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think he has a clue what's going on.
But you need that.
Yeah, facts, you do.
But Costa, even at Costa at Atletico Madrid, he can't buy a goal. He hasn't been able to buy a goal for ages.
Do you remember like pre-season when he was supposed to be training? He was just like riding the jet ski in Brazil.
Yeah.
He's mental.
He's a problem. He was a problem.
The thing is with Haaland, you see with Haaland coming to Chelsea, the thing is, as bad as Werner's been, Werner's had chances in almost nearly every single game he's played for Chelsea. Like, he's had chances. If that's Haaland, you might see some stupid stats. You'd be seeing some stupid.
Yeah, did you see the picture of where Haaland scored his goals from?
Yeah, it's crazy, cuz.
He's unreal. He's just so unorthodox as well. Even the way he runs like a robot, bro.
When he scored that goal in the Champions League against Barcelona, when he slapped it with his left foot and he just slapped it bin, and he was far out, like he weren't even close.
Scary. He doesn't even look like he hits it hard, but he smashed it. Yeah, the guy's unreal, man. Sorry, he's a striker. He's like the best striker, bro. Like,
so
I
would have said the best.
Apart from what are the attributes that make him unreal?
In my opinion, it's all to do with
his finishing, man.
His striking,
his finishing, and he strikes the ball clean with that left foot.
It's just
you remember that goal? Just what I look for. That goal with against PSG last year in the first leg when the one they won 2-1.
Where you cut him and cold it in top bins.
I think he's a bully. I think he's a bully as well, though.
Yeah, he's strong.
And I think he's got pace as well. Like he's
quick.
Look at him run. He's so weird, but he's fast. He's weird. He's so weird.
Do you know what? There's an American coach at Leipzig. I can't remember his name. Jesse something. And obviously
Jesse Marsh.
Yeah, he's coached both Haaland and Werner. And he was saying Haaland's faster than Werner.
Is he?
Mad.
And he was saying Haaland's faster.
Is he judging that on what, like 100 meters? I don't think Haaland's quicker over like 20, 30 meters.
No, but remember, Haaland's got strides. Remember?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when he gets going, innit, it's bare quick, but like over like 20, 30 meters.
I'll listen to it again to get the accurate thing, but he was literally saying we've done it in training, so it's like conclusive. Haaland's faster.
Oh man,
Haaland's faster than Werner. That's crazy. Look, even when he runs, it's so weird. Nah, I'm so sorry.
That's what I'm saying. The distance it's judged on has to be a big point. Because if it's 100 meters, Haaland's probably winning. But if it's like 20 meters, maybe not.
It depends. I'm not sure. I'll get the accurate thing. But he was saying, I think they broke down. They did a Haaland versus Werner in terms of attributes. So in terms of shooting, in terms of pace, in terms of all of this. And this was before Werner came to Chelsea as well. And he was like, no, Haaland. He was like, he's like you guys are saying, a robot. He just seems to be good at everything. Left foot, right foot.
Super soldier serum.
Pace.
That lab. That
thing
lap
is,
pack.
his acceleration might be mad because of his power. That's the thing, because it involves a lot of power as well, like in your start. So if his acceleration is, if his power, because his power is clearly crazy, innit? So
Yeah.
if his power is like off the Richter, like his acceleration might be a mad thing. So it's not even like, I get what you're saying about Werner. He's got like the Twitch fibers in it, but like I don't know,
Yeah.
bro. Like Haaland might be a thing where you just
Yeah, do you remember seeing like Gerrard and Yaya run? Like it almost took them like a second, but once they got going, they were so quick.
Yeah, but it's even like Kaka. Like Kaka doesn't look like he's necessarily going faster, because when you're short, you have to take mad steps. You know what I'm saying? So you're doing more work. But when you're Kaka or when you're a taller person, you can be going.
Remember the Messi clip? Do you remember the Messi clip when he leaves Messi for dust? Like, and you're just thinking, yo, like Messi's not slow, cuz, and Kaka's got the ball.
Yeah,
but even
tall people don't look rapid. That's why.
Yeah, even when you look
Kaka was one of those weird players that was as quick on the ball as he was off it.
Yeah, he was weird, man.
But when you look at Usain Bolt running, it doesn't look like he's moving mad fast, but he's gapping people.
But he's fast, and then his legs are long. So
yeah, what was the stat? Doesn't he only take like 12 steps in a 100-meter race or something? Something mad.
Yeah, he's unreal still.
Because most sprinters are like under 6 foot, aren't they? Because he's quite weird that he's so tall.
Sane, that's another one. Too fast.
Man.
Who is the quickest player in the Prem at the minute? Does anyone know? Like, do they do that?
No, do you know what the funny thing is?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what
Traore?
Yeah, Traore.
No, do you know what the funny thing is? Because I was listening to another podcast that they've clocked the player with the highest speed in the Premier League so far.
Is who?
And it lends to this conversation, because I bet none of you will guess who it is.
Is it a centre back?
I used to always see Shane Long, you know. They always used to say Shane Long when I used to see them.
It's going to be a tall, long strider. Like, I remember when we signed Havertz, that stat going around that he hit the top speed in the Bundesliga the season before.
Yeah.
Man, not going to tell me it's Harvey Barnes.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. But Harvey
Is it like Rudiger or something?
That will make sense, but it's Grealish has hit the highest speed.
Grealish?
Yeah. In the Premier League.
Is that with the ball?
It's them calves, blood. It's them calves, fam. I'm telling you, the man is pushing off different speeds.
I think it was without the ball.
Wow. I'm shocked.
I didn't even think he was that quick, man.
The thing is with that, though, and that's like dependent on the game situation, because the fastest player might not hit their fastest.
No one talk about the pen.
Game situation.
Yo, I think you're a bit ahead, bro.
Oh shit, yeah, there's a pen.
The pen, yeah.
Bayern got a pen.
Yeah.
Wait.
This is why
How
they
can it be a pen, though? No,
wait. Never stress.
Coleman cut in, and they fouled him.
No, but wait, I'm back, because the replay I was looking at, it was outside the box.
Yeah, I look outside the box for me as well.
2-2, bro.
It was clearly outside the box, though.
That's what I said. These men never stress.
They never panic, bro.
They always
2-2, just like that.
Dortmund are so bad at the back.
Bloody hell.
I wish we got big games like this in the Prem, man. I was dead.
What do you mean? Oh, like entertaining, end-to-end kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Anytime
not involving my team.
I think teams just respect each other too much in the Prem.
Nah, man, they're wet, man. They're cowards, bro. They don't want to. They're just wet, bro. Just wet. Bro.
Yeah, exactly. They're too respectful.
The pressure is mad. It's the pressure.
Sorry,
I think it's the pressure.
The managers are.
I heard you wrong.
The managers are like that, not the players.
Yeah,
cowards,
like Pep and Klopp, they don't really want to go out anymore.
No.
Who said the game between Pep and Klopp?
No.
It's
I
caused a lot of
I ain't talking about Pep and Klopp.
How would you agreed with me, but you agreed with me too much for my life.
Yeah. The funny thing was that I wasn't thinking about Pep and Klopp at all, by G.
Of course not.
I was thinking about Ole, Lampard, and
look at you. Look at the people you're thinking about. Think about big boys.
It's true though.
Ole and Arteta are probably even worse than Lampard for that. I'll be honest.
They all manage big English clubs, no?
Nah, hey, facts, bro. Facts.
No, the Man United Chelsea games are horrible.
Man United last week
was more bad. United's fault, man. That weren't even our fault. That was
okay. But then let me give another game, Sam. Liverpool versus Chelsea started the season under Lampard. You guys played anti-football. You guys even trying to attack us.
I think we tried to do similar to what we've done in this game. The Christensen sending off just fucked us up.
No, not at all. That's a completely
don't lie on this Discord.
That was a completely different game.
Nowhere near tactically as kind of astute.
Even before the red card, we were all over you. You didn't even touch the ball.
Lampard played Werner and Mount on the wing to track their fullbacks.
Come on, man.
But we definitely tried. I meant in terms of we definitely tried to hit them behind. We tried to find Werner behind a lot of times.
You
in that
man,
it was
first
only
game.
Werner though.
You didn't even want possession, my bro. That's the difference.
Thinking about Liverpool big games, there's actually always goals in, especially like there's always goals in Liverpool games.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Klopp's one of those managers, to be honest.
But even the Man
Klopp
City
and
game,
Pep
we lost 4-1.
aren't in that bracket. The rest of them, man, yeah, fine.
Yeah, Pep is a little bit, but I don't. Klopp's
even the likes
really.
of Brendan Rodgers, he's like that as well.
But
yeah, it's because they've all been pammed.
Tuchel's definitely defensive, but he's defensive in an attacking way. So, like, he wants to play up the field, but at the same time, he cares about not conceding. He cares about it.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. He just loves the ball, innit? He's just very possession-based as well. He wants the ball, which is nice, because, like...
But don't you think, like, when they lose games, like, the sort of backlash they get from losing a big game is so much, whereas compared to these leagues, it's not as much. So that's why they don't want to lose. They'd rather draw. Because it's like, if Man United lose to Chelsea, the world's gone. Like, it's a crisis, you know what I'm saying? And everyone's saying,
a draw wasn't even that bad for United in that game. The game itself was horrible, but the result for United wasn't too bad.
So I think that's why they're cowards, because the sort of like pressure they get after it's mad.
But I do disagree that I don't think Klopp's a coward. Listen, remember maybe this was quite a while ago now, but remember the Liverpool City games? There was always like 3-3 or whatever.
Always.
Yeah, they're not.
There was a couple seasons where the big games were actually quite entertaining. There was a lot of goals in them, but it's the last like 2 years. It kind of been a bit.
That game at Etihad where they beat us 2-1, that was proper entertaining. Do you remember, Harold?
What's that again?
The game at Etihad where it's like who scored? I think was it Aguero scored the winning goal. He done Lovren.
Oh, you mean the 2-1?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm telling you, to this day, that's the best game of football. That's the best game of football I've watched
in that game was
in the last 2 years. I promise you. Like, it was such good football. Like, the chances that they got, there were 3 clear-cut chances in that game. No, 4 rather. 4 clear-cut chances in that game. One of them was cleared off the line by, who was it, John Stones? Remember Peter?
Yeah.
Like, remember, it was just about cleared off the line.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And then
that game was so good.
And then City go in the lead with a goal off the post. I was like, okay, fair enough. That's you more time when it goes off just about the inside of the post. You haven't really got a chance to save it. Great goal. And then
was it Sane that scored?
Yeah, Sane. And then same thing happened to us. Now Trent.
I thought Sane got the winner of that game.
No, he didn't. It was Aguero. Actually, no, you're right. No, you're right.
No, Sane got the winner.
You're right. It was Sane got the winner. It was Aguero. It was Aguero who scored first.
Yeah,
I remember.
Babs, your memory's crazy, you know.
Yeah,
Sterling assisted him.
Yeah, so it was. Go on.
So obviously last season you guys kind of ran away with the league, and then Man City was like, okay, cool, we're gonna go again, and then they came back and they've won the league. Do you feel like Liverpool will back Klopp in terms of, or what do you think you're gonna do for next season to kind of try to make sure you get the league back?
I think what's important, is that if we're going to make a push for top 4, and I think that's why tomorrow's game is really important to that. If we don't win tomorrow's game, then just forget about top 4. But what's most important is that we don't even try and go for Europa, because that is genuinely a waste of time.
We might need the money though.
Yeah, obviously that's there as well. But if possible, you're avoiding Europa because it's an unnecessary amount of games. And we clearly don't have the personnel in our squad to even fill that kind of lineup. But we got Origi backing us up. But anyway, that's that. So provided we can actually at least get top 4, then I think we go again next year. However, backing from the owners, boy, your guess is as good as mine, man. I have to be honest with you. I think last year they think that they did a pretty good job, which they did. Apart from the centre back, I think they backed Klopp very well. However, now you're looking at there needs to be. It'll depend on the kind of players we get rid of. So we have some players that are on the fringes, the likes of Origi, the likes of Shaqiri, the likes of Chamberlain. These kind of guys, like if we need to ship them off. If I'm completely honest, because our substitution, our bench is pathetic. Like we don't. If you look at City, for instance, Mahrez doesn't even. I know obviously they got the luxury of being owned by an entire country, but but Mahrez is on the bench, for goodness sake. There's times that Aguero can come on and play. There's times where Jesus can do that. There's times where Sterling doesn't even start. De Bruyne might not even start tomorrow. Who knows? Like
their squad is crazy.
They have a ridiculous squad. And I'm not saying compete with City in their kind of squad. However, at least have some competent options. Like we should be able to bring on a Jota type player off the bench. So I'll hopefully we look at the likes of Neto, we look at the likes of Rafinha, but also we need a number 9. That's what's really key for me, and we need another centre back as well, and another midfielder. There's a lot of places
That's
that
a
we
lot.
need, but it is. But I think a lot of it depends on who we can get rid of first and foremost.
Do you think you need to get rid of one of your front three, or do you want to keep them all?
I think in order for us to get like a top striker, we will get rid of one of our front three.
You're talking about Mbappe. Wait, when you say a top striker, you're talking
I was going to say, who is that striker?
Wait, first of all, get rid of one of our front three, yeah? I mean, one of our front two, because Firmino doesn't actually matter. So either be Mane or Salah.
What are you saying? He's midfield 4?
You know what the interesting thing about that is, I think you're going to struggle to get rid of those two, because Madrid, they won't want to buy them because they're going for Mbappe. Barca and financial disarray, and I can't really see any other teams that would actually.
But whoever doesn't get Mbappe, who do you think they're gonna get? It will be Mane or Salah, because there'll be 2 or 3 clubs.
Yeah, fair enough. I just think Madrid are waiting for him, man. I just think Madrid are waiting for him because they haven't spent anything in what 2-3 seasons.
And why do you think that is?
Mbappe, man. Mbappe.
Then PSG are gonna come.
Wait a sec. Wait. Real Madrid has spent something in 2 or 3 seasons. They spent 60 mil on Jovetic.
Jovic is the
you
even called him Jovic.
Jovic, yeah.
That's not a lot for Madrid.
But they also bought Hazard.
Penny change for them, man.
No, it isn't.
They 140 million. 140 million Hazard as well.
Yeah.
Bro, what are you talking about, Babs? You just chat like your asshole.
Wait. But how many seasons ago? That was 2 seasons ago.
Yeah,
bro, don't say 2 seasons as if it was like 2019, bro. Like
that's 2 seasons ago. So they haven't really spent money like that.
It's 1 full season ago.
It's one full season ago.
Yeah, but by the time we get to the summer transfer window, it'll be 2 seasons.
Yeah, okay, cool. But they didn't spend for one window, and you're telling me that's it, yeah?
Come on, this is Madrid we're talking about, man. You know who they're waiting for, man. Let's be honest here, man. I need you to go and have a look at what's going on in the country of Spain right now with regards to finances, yeah? There's a reason why this club, who are funded by the state, are not able to spend willy-nilly like before. So, I mean, look, if you're a player, Real Madrid are still an attractive prospect for you. But it's not just Madrid going for one player. Like there's definitely a few takers. We've got City, we've got Chelsea, we've got PSG, we've got Madrid, United. Probably Chelsea
looking for a striker. You might have definitely looking for a striker.
Oh no! I'm talking about Mbappe. I'm talking about Mbappe specifically.
No, but I'm saying, like, you guys want a forward, yeah?
Yeah.
And how many options are there for like a top forward in world football?
People are gonna have to take risks. Man.
Yeah, you're gonna have to, and I don't think Chelsea are the team to take a risk. Chelsea normally go for tried and tested.
No, we don't.
Yeah, I get you, but I just don't think. I just think if other clubs are going for a striker, we're not getting Haaland. No chance. We don't have a chance.
Striker wise,
I don't think we have a chance. And that's what I think. I can't really think of any other strikers.
Yeah, but do you know what it is? But what do you mean by we don't take risks striker wise? As in.
I wouldn't say you won't take risks. You've taken a risk and it hasn't paid off. So what are you gonna do now? You're gonna go for the other method of someone who's actually done it before. I
would have called Werner a risk. He wasn't a risk at the time.
Yeah, he wasn't. He banged goals.
Yeah, he was banging goals.
He was banging goals. Sure. 50 million. That's not really a risk.
Yeah, he was like the third top scorer in the Euro.
50 million,
and also risk, to say that he's failed.
Life is different.
People were saying it was cheap. Remember, people at that time were saying it was cheap. It was cheap with the release clause.
I don't remember.
The reason why it's not a risk is because if we do sell Werner, we can still get around that much money for him. Do you know what I'm saying?
Really?
If we bought him for 70, 80 million, it's a big loss. No, we don't have to sell him this summer, but I'm just saying it's not inconceivable that we can rebuild him. And
it's not inconceivable, but it is right now. I can tell you that.
Yeah, no, but you understand what I'm saying, right? When you buy a striker for 50 million, do you know what I'm saying? There's English strikers that go for about 35, 40. We can still. It's not going to be a big loss. That's why it's not a big risk. When you go up to the 80s and the 90s, that's when you're talking about a big risk because. Like you can't even sell them. You just have to keep them, or just loan them out because there's so much money that the difference between what you'll get and what clubs can pay is so much. They just stay there. Like Morata, like Shevchenko, etc., etc. With Werner, we'll probably be able to sell.
Do you know what? I would have loved to see how Klopp would have used Werner. You know, I would have.
We're just gonna sell Tammy anyway. We're just gonna sell Tammy to fund the team. Talking about Werner.
How much do you think you'll sell Tammy for?
Easily like 30, 35, because he banged like 15 goals last season. That's what we're holding on to. So, and we got someone that can actually negotiate. So,
yeah, I don't even think it's. I think a big part of the reason why you guys will get some money for him is he's English
and he's young as well.
And he's young, exactly.
Get calm 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I just don't think it will be Werner that vacates for Haaland, not just because he's a new signing, but also because
Werner ain't going nowhere. No. Werner ain't going nowhere.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not. It will be kind of like it will be kind of dumb to do that when you've got someone that's a number 9 that's clearly not going to play, but young and needs minutes. But you can tell him that you've got value as well. For like, it just makes sense for it to be Tammy in every way. Like, I just don't see it being anybody else, to be honest.
Okay, guys, quick question. Greenwood, keep these names in your head. Greenwood, McNeil, Kai Havertz, Saka, Pedro Neto, Hudson-Odoi, Foden. I'll put it in the chat. But I'm interested in the ranking of them. Just because.
Why's Foden though?
Why not?
I think he's clear of them. I think that's why.
That's cool. Then put him top. I don't mind. It's just that Dems in the touchline chat was asking. Basically, he thinks that Neto.
Why is no, I'll leave it to it. Go on.
Yeah, he doesn't. He thinks that Neto doesn't get rated as much, and he put up his stats because I think Neto's 20, and he scored 5 goals and 5 assists. But he's saying, why isn't he brought up in the kind of Starboy discussion? But I'll put those names in the chat, and I'll be interested in you guys.
You know what I think it is though? Like when you play for a club like Wolves, people aren't really checking for you. So if you have a good game,
he's also
the stat will pop up. It will pop up, yeah. But if you have a bad game, nobody's really gonna mention it. If you get what I mean, no one's gonna know. No one can get away with it.
I heard no one trying to watch Nuno
Wolves. Fam, that guy's a criminal.
They play awful football, man. And even look at how they're doing today. Of course, 0-0 half time. Why wouldn't it be? Of course. Why would there be goals? They're awful to watch, man. They're terrible team to watch. Can't stand them.
That's Semedo,
boy, he's terrible.
Boy. Terrible. I was saying it was pants to Mariah before. He wasn't agreeing.
No, he's bad. He's so bad. He's so bad. I don't know how he's going for the money he has in his career. I don't know how.
Wait, why is Havertz in there? What kind of list is this?
I'm bare confused. I said McNeil, then Greenwood.
Because I've just taken under 21-year-olds that are attackers in the Premier League. Is that fair?
Yeah, this is a weird list.
Okay, yes. So why is it weird? Who should I take out?
Take out Havertz.
Why?
I'll take out Havertz. I think take out Havertz. Yeah, what? Well,
okay. I'm not asking how they performed this season. I'm just
overall.
What's your question?
Yeah, out of all of these, forget about this season. I'm just saying, how do you rank these as talents?
And okay.
Yeah, they're all under 21, and they're all playing in the Premier League.
Where's Jones, blood?
I thought Jones, but Jones is a midfielder, no?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, and Havertz is a midfielder as well.
I didn't know it was
Havertz is
Jones more central. I think Jones more central. Like Havertz has played right wing, so I can take him out.
Yeah, but that's like 2 games though.
No, he played all right wing for.
Isn't Foden a midfielder?
Oh, I don't know. I keep forgetting what we're talking about this season. Not just.
How about Foden?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just put attacking. Put attacking midfielders. I can put Smith Rowe there if you want. I can put Curtis Jones if you want.
You want me to rank them? Okay, so number 1 is Phil Foden.
Mm-hmm. Shall I put Jones there and?
Nah, don't bother. I was messing around. Okay. Number 1 is Phil Foden. In my list, Chelsea boys are gonna definitely disagree with this. I can only go on what I've seen. I'm having Saka next.
Mm-hmm.
Havertz probably has to come. Havertz probably. I'm banking on what I've seen for him at Leverkusen, but Saka's really impressed me. More so because I didn't believe he'd be this good, but he's really gotten better. If there was an award like this in the league, he would probably be most improved player this season. So Saka, Havertz, based on what I've seen of him last year and the years before. And then if I did McNeil, yeah, he's definitely last. Cho, Greenwood. No, sorry, I've left off anyone. Yeah, Cho. Ooh, now you got Neto. Ooh, shit. Let me think about Neto. It's still Cho. Nah, okay, cool. Foden, Saka, Havertz.
Wait, you think Neto could be better than Cho?
No, I don't. Foden. No, I was just thinking, do I want him? Do I put him before Greenwood? And I'm definitely not. So Foden, Saka, Havertz, Cho, Greenwood, Neto, McNeil.
And Peter, do you want to
go? Yeah, I'll go Foden. Then I would go Greenwood, Saka. Actually, no, I'll go. Havertz, obviously, I'm not sure. I'll go Saka over Havertz and then Neto, McNeil. But the Havertz and Saka one is quite. It's hard.
Do it from the top.
Okay, so yeah, so Foden, Greenwood, Saka, Havertz. Wait, I haven't said Cho. Oh no,
that's what I said. Yeah,
start there. Let me type it out, then it'll be better. So
okay,
Foden, Greenwood, Saka, Havertz, Cho, and Neto, McNeil. That's mine.
Yeah, McNeil. Fair enough. Babs, you got to take on it.
You know, I'm not really into it, but you know what? Let me try to think.
Yeah, humor us.
So I'll go Foden number one. Foden number one. Kai number two.
Okay.
Cho third. Neto 4. Saka.
Oh,
wait! Have I said Greenwood?
You're a joker, bro.
Oh, I haven't said Greenwood. Oh, let me start again. Foden, Kai, Cho, Greenwood, Saka, Neto, McNeil.
Oh, that second one is. If I was an Arsenal fan, I'll be hurt.
Yeah,
I don't care, man. I don't care, man.
We're not taking into account feelings.
Yeah, man. They said how do I rate them overall?
Yeah.
So wait, Babs, just to confirm, Foden, Kai, Cho, Greenwood, Neto, Saka, McNeil.
Wait, I didn't say that's Neto before Saka.
Oh, is it Saka Neto? Yeah.
Yeah, I said Saka Neto.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Daniel, what's yours?
I'm gonna do mine now. Let me just finish typing. Okay, I'll write it in the chat. Listen, the form thing I think is redundant when we're talking about rating players. I just feel like asking how players have played, that's a different question to who you think is better. Do you know what I'm saying?
But Dan, at the same time though, you have to think about. We've seen the best of Kai is I've seen of him has been him in Germany. He's not going back to Germany anytime soon, right? He's staying here. As much as you say form is redundant, you still plays in your mind what you've seen lately. Especially so, if a player, say for instance, Cho has gone leaps and bounds and he's played so well this season, is that not further impacting what how you think of him?
Yeah, 100%. What I'm saying is
I feel like sometimes, Dan, we say when the player does really, really well, we're more justified in our decision. But when he doesn't do so well, we're like, we're banking on what we think his ceiling would be. Do you get me? He has to be consistent.
No, but so here's my thing. Like, I'm not saying obviously you take into account what they've done, but it doesn't matter when it comes down to it. There's certain players that, like Foden, for instance, he's not playing that much at City, but everybody knew he was sick. He just wasn't being played by Pep. Whereas there's another player that's been played quite a lot, and you still say that Foden's better. Do you know what I'm saying? So like everybody has their own kind of system of how they'll do it.
However,
I'm just saying, I don't care about the form. I don't care about who's played better because that's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking from this season who's played better. That's a different conversation. I'm asking from what you know. Yeah, go
on. But Dan, yeah, I get your point. But the thing is, if I'm only seeing that in flashes or glimpses, and someone else is playing week in, week out, it's very it's a bit unjust to then be comparing that talent.
I just disagree that it's unjust. I'm not saying that it's easy, and that's the reason why these comparison arguments, discussions are interesting, because it's like when we know things. So like when we're seeing everyone playing and we know it, it's not interesting because we just know. Do you know what I'm saying? We know Messi's the best in the world. There's no point in having discussion. Is Messi the best in the world? Whereas it's more interesting now because they're in different environments. They've got different game times, and that's why I think these discussions are interesting. Just because it's hard doesn't mean we should shy away from it or pretend that. Do you know what I'm saying?
No. Yeah. No, I ain't saying shy away from it or anything like that. But I'm saying with my days, yo, no, you're a joker.
Hazard, didn't it?
Yeah, no. Bro, you're bare behind, bro.
You're bare behind.
What do you mean? Hazard's missed.
No, yeah, pass that.
What minute are you on?
48:05.
I'm at 48:20.
Yeah, I'm at 48:30.
No, because I thought you were behind in it. That's what I was asking.
I was talking about the spilled shot.
Oh, okay. Oh, the goalkeeper, yeah.
But Dan,
I've just came back, and what are you ranking?
Yeah, go on.
We're just talking about players who we rate that. That's a pen, no?
Why is Mount not there? No, I'm joking.
Because he's 22.
Yeah, it's under 21.
Okay.
Yes.
How old's McNeil?
What was I saying, Dan?
22.
21.
Yeah, Dan. Yeah. So cool. So what I was saying is, look, if it was after lockdown, not after lockdown, but last season that we started to see Foden finally break through into the team, and I know how long ago it was that we've been talking about Foden because he was the first person I spoke about on my first appearance ever on Touchline Fracas back in 2018. It was right after an international break where they had the under 21s and they're talking about who's going to be the best out of that crop. So I've always known about him for ages. So I can't just base that on what I thought of him back then because he might not still be the same player now, like as he's grown up in comparison to all these other players. So you do have to still count it. You still have to count what you're seeing regularly from these players.
100%. I'm asking you to count what you're seeing. I'm not asking you to discount what you're seeing. I'm saying based on the evidence you're seeing, make a projection. Now it's going to be difficult because there's certain players that are playing more. There's certain players that are playing in a team that is better, so the comfortable environment is more comfortable. There's certain players, you know what I'm saying, that have just come back from injury, etc. It's going to be hard, but I'm not interested in who's performed, but like that's a different thing. When you're asking for player of the season, that's not who's the best player in the league. It's a different conversation. But
don't you think that's also included?
No, I think I'm not saying disclude performances. Well, what I'm saying is I think performances tell you how good a player is. But just because like I'm watching a game and Hazard hasn't performed well, that doesn't mean I think Hazard is a bad player. But if you're going to ask me who's performed well over the last 5 games, do you know what I'm saying? That's a different question to saying who's the best player you've seen in the last 5 games in terms of who's played. If you understand what I'm saying.
What is how you rate them based on? So like, what have you seen of them that make you rate them so much?
A lot of things.
Yeah, so like all I'm saying is, let's say this season we're talking about. Okay, let me just mention Hazard. Hazard, everybody knows he's at Chelsea, like he was a great player, etc. He might not have a good season. Doesn't mean people are going to say that he's not the best player in the league. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, but Dan, that's different. No, Dan, it's different if you're comparing someone like Hazard, who's been the best player in the league since 2014? Like,
yeah, but what I'm saying is, no, but you have to understand what I'm saying. All I'm saying, there's a difference between performance and actually how good you think a player is. So this is what I'm trying to kind of
no, but I get that. But how do you know how good a player is until you've seen them regularly perform?
I think different people are going to have different opinions there, and that's what I'm asking for. Like,
I get that.
So like, it's like with, I always mention stocks. Do you know what I'm saying? You're not necessarily going to be right, but as a stockbroker, you're going to go to them because hopefully they can project better than the average person. Okay, is this stock going to be good? But there's no point going to a stockbroker and say to me, tell me all the stocks that everybody knows is good right now, because you're not really adding value. Everybody knows you're not going to get any value from buying all the stocks that are good right now. I think just the interesting discussion is to see, okay, cool. What's your opinion in terms of in about 5 years, who are people going to think are the best players?
Do you think as well it's based on like what you prefer like in the player as well, like player preferences? So like someone might prefer like Greenwood's like insane finishing, and then someone's like prefers Saka's like intelligence in a game. Like someone rates that higher than Greenwood's finishing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, which is fine. But then in 3 or 4 years, we can look back at it and just see, okay, cool. Actually, this person who focused on this, they will probably right to that person who focused that this person. Like some people might just look at it and thinking, this guy works hard, they take care of their body, therefore I believe that he's going to be better than this person who has ability but isn't really committed.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people in the game though as well that don't necessarily need to see like so much football before they start saying who's gonna go where and who's gonna do what. There's a lot of people in the game that do that, like professionally as well. So like this whole thing of like, you know, I haven't seen him play over this amount of time, so I'm not gonna say how good he is. Like I've never believed in that. In like me personally, as soon as I see a player, even if it's a youth player or something, the first thing I just look at is literally like generally what he can do as a player. Like, and I don't focus on what league he's in. I don't focus on like most of the time I don't focus on like who he's playing against, because my thing is if he's capable of doing a certain thing, like on the ball, like in terms of his dribbling, if it looks a certain way, or he's beating 3-4 man and his ability's there, he can finish, whatever it is, like there's the opportunity to work with that. Do you see what I'm saying? As he goes on his career. So if you're looking at
what I would say to that is, don't you think that someone like Saka's like he looks like a different player to the what he came in? Like when he came in, you thought like he would probably just be like a very good left back at most. But now he's like playing right mid. Like he just looks like a different player. So what would you say?
I don't necessarily think he looks like a different player. You know, I don't.
No, I think it's just opportunities as well. Like with say for example, like all right, we talk about Havertz, because Havertz has just come over here. The majority of us that are rating Havertz, we're probably rating him off probably the smallest sample size out of all of them, but he's got the most. But he's probably the kid with the most hype out of all of those people that we just mentioned. Maybe bar Foden, and I'd say he probably's got even more hype than Foden. So like,
but when you say small sample size, what do you mean in the Premier League specifically?
As in because we're all from England and we watch the Premier League as in primarily, we don't watch Bundesliga day in day out, week in week out. So even youth football, we wouldn't have watched Havertz in youth. We wouldn't have watched Havertz week in week out in the Bundesliga. But when you see Havertz just for 5 games, there's certain things like an average person or a professional will look at and just be like, yeah, this kid different. Do you know what I'm saying? And I've seen it. You see it on the streets every day, bro. Like you see your boy playing in the cage, and you see him do certain things, and you just be like, yeah, that brother's different. Don't go near that brother, because you're not gonna get the ball. Like you ain't seen him play bare times. You ain't seen him play for years, but you just know, nah, I'm not tackling that brother. You ain't gonna get the ball.
You can tell if someone can play ball or not.
Yeah. So my whole thing is, this is why we have this platform. Everything like football's a game of opinions. Like just regurgitating. For me, I hate it when people say, okay, let's just do it on form and what people's done, because really and truly, like, yeah, we're all watching football. We can see who's probably played the best roughly, but that's not necessarily, that's a different conversation to, okay, cool, who do you actually think's better? Who after, if they're all getting regular games, like after a certain time, who do you think everyone's going to come to believe is the best player? And I think those are, for me anyway, those are the most interesting conversations. Just saying that, yeah, Saka's been playing well this season, so Saka's the second best. That doesn't make sense to me. You're not saying he's the second best. You're saying he's performed the second best. Yeah, that irritates me when people. It irritates me.
It's like what you say all the time, Dan, and like we have like our personal conversations. Like you wouldn't ask like an analyst to like tell you what the best stock is now. Like you'd ask them what the best stock would be in 5 years' time.
Yeah. My ranking of it after all of that bullshit. Let me see the names again. Let me have a think and I'll come back.
Bit of a mad one still.
I think it's gonna be interesting. I don't know. I feel like Kirchner should be in that kind of conversation because he's my type of. He's my type of midfielder, man.
And I think he's underrated. The only thing is he an attacking midfielder? Because the way that I'm seeing him play,
I see him as a proper 8. Yeah.
No, I think he's more deep. He's deeper than that. I think he's
and
he's more of
the
an 8
problem
than that.
is all of these guys you can expect them to score goals and assists. Whereas with central midfielders, I don't like putting them with him because goals and assists become essential these days in terms of rating. And that's the only reason why I haven't got Curtis Jones there. But I think he's good too.
Jones is interesting because every time I watch Jones,
I won't be surprised if he becomes more advanced. I'll be surprised if he becomes more advanced because the way he uses his body, he uses his body. He uses his body a lot better than a lot of players around his age.
But
he's able to proper. Yeah, he's good with it.
He used to play left wing and 10.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got a good shot on him as well, so I think he can get goals for sure.
He was the man, like the go-to man. He was captain of under-23s where he used to play in the forward line a lot. So even in the first game against Everton, where he scored that banger, he was playing left mid that game. But obviously, the way Klopp used him, the way our inside forward have to score goals.
Just twist up like 3 men.
He's putting
Chelsea guys. Who would you say is the bigger talent out of Hudson-Odoi and Havertz?
Don't do this to me, man.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think Havertz still.
I think Havertz too.
I generally don't know, man.
I don't know if that's me biased and the kind of players that I like, but Havertz has this air of kind of what you were talking about earlier with the arrogance. And with him, I feel you can tell he can ball. I think at the minute he feels he's got, when I've watched him, too much time on the ball. And I don't think he's quite up to the prem of kind of understanding that you need to be a lot quicker and a lot more on it. Like a lot of the time I just see him take a touch and it's such a good first touch, which I love in a footballer. Like his first touch is quality.
Sometimes you can be overconfident though in your ability as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Havertz shows that on the pitch sometimes as well, like where he thinks like, like this brother probably not gonna get the ball off me, but then boom, like you know how Prem is, the guys are persistent around you. They don't rest. So even if they don't do this thing where they're like, oh, I'm inferior, so I'm not even gonna try to tackle you. In the Prem, they don't care who you are. Like they don't care if you're rated highly. They'll try to tackle you regardless. They'll try and nick the ball.
Yeah, they don't care who you are.
Several times. They don't care if they get sent. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, them man, they will do it all day long, all game long. Whereas I feel like in other leagues, certain times, like, you might see the bigger teams, they get a lot of respect. A lot of the players get a lot of respect as well. So they have more time. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think it's a thing like that. With Hudson, I always base where I think Hudson can go off the first time I ever saw him play. I had never seen a youth player come on the scene and bad up a fullback like that, the way he did, So my thing is he has never been the same. Like, I've never seen that Hudson. Like, I haven't seen that Hudson enough times for me to stay confident in saying that other young talents are better than him. Like, even now, I'm starting to question myself about Saka and Cho. Because with Cho, I just feel like there's certain games I'm watching him and he's kind of letting me down sometimes. You get what I'm saying? Like, he's letting me down. He's letting me down quite a few times, bro. So my thing is, like, unless he gets himself back to that level where he's confident in being the best player on the pitch at that time, like I don't get that from him anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like I was getting that even in the Sarri season when he was coming on. I felt like he knew he was going to come on and change the game. Whereas I look at him now and I don't really feel that. You know what I'm saying? Like with Saka, I kind of see it. With Greenwood, I kind of see like that confidence. Like especially last season, I saw that confidence. But I don't really see it this season. But last season, I saw.
Do you think? With Hudson, because I feel like this sometimes, I think I hold him to too high a standard for a young player, and I think that affects the way that I view him.
I don't even think it's like we hold him to a higher standard like that. I just think it's a thing where once you've seen him probably like not at his peak, because I don't think he's reached his peak yet. He's got so much like other things to still work on. But when you see some of the best performances that Hudson's given you, some of them were so good that when he doesn't give you like even 50-60% of that, you're just like, what the hell was that? Like you're just asking yourself like, what was that? That game was just crap to me. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
It's quite common with young players there.
Do you know what's funny?
No, it is. But with Mount, it's true. But you see, like for example, now with Mount, I don't rate Mount as high as I rate Cho. But now even with Mount, I'm saying to myself, yo, like, am I disrespecting Mount? Because I don't know, bro. Like, I see a difference. Like, I see a different kind of confidence on the pitch with players, bro. Like,
agree.
And even ability as well. Man, want to say like, oh, you know, like these other players do all these little tricks and flicks and all of this stuff, yeah. And man have been trying to move blind lately. Like Mount can't do them things, and he actually can. Do you know what I'm saying? Like his dribbling is kind of cold sometimes. He's doing tricks
he's
here
always
and
been
there.
able to do that.
But man, I don't really talk about it. Do you know what I'm saying? So is it a thing where because I don't rate him as high as I rate Cho, I'm not even looking for that from him? So do you get what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. We learn every day in it, but
it's very hard to rate young players. Like
the interesting thing is one of the first things this is 10 years ago now, so it's interesting. But this was when Kakuta was coming through, Ravel was coming through, Pogba was coming through, Wilshere was coming through, Ramsey was coming through, and we did one of these exercises where it was rating all of the players. And I roughly remember me, obviously as a Chelsea fan, there's going to be some bias that crept in. So I think my list, and I can't remember it completely, but I do remember that I think I had Josh McEachran first, and then I had Pogba second.
I remember him. Fucking hell, blood.
Yeah. Then I think I had Pogba second, and then I think I might have had Josh. It was either Josh or Ravel first, I think, and then I had Pogba next, and then I had Ramsey, and then I had Wilshere, and I can't remember if there was anyone else on that list.
You weren't too far off then.
To be fair, if you think about it, Josh and Ravel, both of them.
Yeah, Bar and Josh, you're not too far
and
off.
Ravel too, because Josh and
Ravel both kind of flopped.
Yeah. But so my whole thing, it might have been a bit of the fact that I'm watching Chelsea more, and Kakuta was up there too. But to be fair, Kakuta has done okay. But it's going to be hard. So, like, these lists, no one's saying you can only do them if you're going to get them right. You're going to get them wrong too, but it's still an interesting kind of projection thing. And
Josh looked 30 though to make it.
Looking back at it, my learnings have been Josh McEachran. I feel like maybe if this was in England, he would have had a better career. Because I look at Jorginho now, and most people in England don't like Jorginho, and that's because he's lightweight. That's because he doesn't really get. Like, he's not seen as Ndidi, that type of defensive midfielder. And Josh McEachran was that too. So, like, I don't think a Josh McEachran can last in England because they don't value that type of anchor man. So I think that was one of the reasons why potentially, like, it was wrong to put him that high, just because in England, those players don't seem to do well. But obviously, Carrick was doing well at the time too. So, but anyway, I always loved Pogba. The only thing is with Pogba, I was watching Man United youth at the time, and Ravel was always performing better than him. So I actually went on performance rather than talent, because I always thought that both of them were super talented. But at that point, Ravel was outperforming Pogba. But at the same time, when you know about Pogba's situation at the time, Pogba didn't like being in the reserves because he thought he should be playing. And so, whereas Ravel just loved playing football, and so he was actually performing, Pogba at that time was inconsistent. And then Wilshere, I thought was good, but I always thought that Ramsey would be better than Wilshere, just because I noticed that people rate goals in this country, and at that time, obviously Gerrard and Lampard were the two best English or British midfielders, and I thought Ramsey had more goals in his game, which is why I put Ramsey quite high too. But obviously, like Ravel's not really had a career. Josh has not really had a great career. Kakuta.
Okay, so if I ask you now to list those same players again with how do you think it's turned out, what would you say?
Mm-hmm. Well, now we know in terms of Pogba should definitely be top.
He was second on your list, right?
And then Ramsey probably.
Yeah, Ramsey probably second, to be honest.
Yeah, but Ramsey, I had Pogba and Ramsey quite high anyway. So that's cool. The only thing is I put McEachran and Ravel above them. And Kakuta. No.
Yeah, I feel like Ravel's a special case though, because I think there was a lot of stuff that was surrounding his career, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, like, even back then I said, okay, Ravel, but there's obviously things around him that it's the same with with a Sturridge. I always said that Sturridge will be the best at that point because Kane hadn't come along, best next English striker. But I said, but he's injury prone. But also it's like, are you going to get on the pitch? Are you going to get on the pitch? So like, there's loads of different factors that come into it, but you can still kind of project. Doesn't mean you're not necessarily going to be right, but you live and you learn.
Yeah, like I always find it funny, and I wonder if we'll be the same. You know, like when they put them posts up from a newspaper 10 years ago, and it will be like, this is the best 11 in 10 years' time, and how wrong they always are. I wonder if this crop of players will be similar. it's not that like if you pick the kind of Saka, Cho, Greenwoods, Foden of the league, like that's 4 young players. It's not that weird if one of them kind of flops to the level that we think they'll all get to.
You never know. Injuries can come into it. It was the same thing because I think at the same time, Bale came through, Walcott came through, Scott Sinclair came
Bale's
through.
path was even very kind of staggered. It was weird.
This is what I'm saying, but I always said that Bale was better than Walcott, than Scott Sinclair. And then
I had Bale
and Sturridge because I think both of those, but both of these players were in the dust because Walcott was playing, and who else was? Yeah, Walcott was playing, and Sinclair I think was playing, but Sturridge and Bale wasn't. But yeah, they're all the same age, and Bell and Sturridge are clear of the other 2. But at that point, you couldn't tell anyone that Bell was better than Walcott. Arsenal fans would argue with you to death that Walcott's better. He's been playing since he was 16, etc., etc.
But I think even if you are Southampton fans, like they would have told you that Bale was better. The hype around Bale at Southampton was the biggest.
Yeah.
Even Oxlade hype was arguably like Walcott level when he was first coming up at Southampton.
They said he was better.
The hype I remember around kind of Southampton at that time, they all really rated Lallana, and he stayed there a bit longer. But he was kind of coming through at a similar level. He played for Southampton really young, I think like 16, 17 as well.
Yeah, they love Lallana. They absolutely
hate him now. They hate him now.
Yeah, but back then they did.
Yeah. Their fans they boo all their players. I think the only one they don't boo is Van Dijk. I don't think they boo Van Dijk.
They like Van Dijk, yeah.
I'm not sure if they boo Mane either, but they hated Lovren and Lallana, didn't they?
Yeah, I went uni there, so I know.
Oh, really?
I know,
so yeah.
But they were saying Van Dijk's the best defender in the league, like from time. And
I wanted Chelsea to get him for ages.
But like, when he used to like be in a seat, they were like, "Oh, Van Dijk's the best. He's the best." Blah blah.
He's crazy.
Are you sure?
He was crazy.
Yeah, they were right.
But they also had Alderweireld, they had Lovren.
Yeah, solid team.
Bellingham's coming on.
Yeah, Bellingham came.
Dortmund scouting is crazy. I mean, sorry, Southampton's
scouting team, yeah, recruitment.
Yeah, it's very good. It's gone a bit downhill recently. I think there's only so long it can last. It's not that sustainable to sell all your best players and keep hoping that you're gonna pick up these gems
as well.
Yeah. They've had a lot of failures as well recently. Buffal.
I think all them players are actually talented. They're just obviously just not working in the Premier League.
It's strange because they get bought off pretty good seasons in like League One and stuff.
Injured as well. Bayern are getting injured in this game.
Who's injured?
Boateng.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Boateng went off injured. Haaland went off injured.
Yeah. Peak.
Is it international week coming up? These men want to say.
Is it? I thought Champions League.
Yeah, Champions League this week and next week.
Oh no, not like right this week. I think it's like end of the month.
Oh, your forecasting is in general.
Yeah. They have 5 subs in Germany, right?
I think so.
I feel like most leagues do, apart from us.
I'm glad they didn't. If we still had 5 subs, Lampard will still be in charge.
I'm finished.
I'm telling you.
Do you think?
Why is that? Because of the strength of your squad?
Yeah, because what I noticed in lockdown is that Lampard will make mistakes, but then he'll get the chance to fix it with the 5 subs, and that's why he was one of the biggest campaigners for it. So
I think it should have come in.
Yeah, agreed. I think it should have come in, especially
when you see how many injuries there've been and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm inclined to agree, but Klopp doesn't even use all of them anyway. So.
You don't even have 5 subs.
Klopp barely even makes them, so. Man, like Sheffield were complaining on that, and they're still bottom of the league, bro.
Where's Musiala? Has he come on?
No.
Hey, what is Lamptey fit for Brighton? I need that Leicester L. Is Lamptey fit for Brighton? I need that Leicester L, man.
No, he's not
starting.
Yeah, he's fit, but he's not starting.
He's not even on the bench,
What
is he?
injury was that? Because he's out for time, bro.
I know, random as well. I had no idea what
hamstring injury.
They were saying like
long hamstring injury.
Yeah, they were saying 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and he never came back.
Ages.
Yeah, but the way he runs, that hamstring must have been a new injury, cuz.
Lamptey's not even on the bench.
Oh
he's
my
injured again.
days. What is going on? Yeah, that's dead, man.
That's so.
Leicester gonna get the W in it.
Oh my! What is Brendan playing? Come see the formation Brendan's playing.
Yeah, I'm seeing it, man.
Oh my God.
Different formation.
It's like 7 defenders on the pitch.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Yeah, he's rattled.
Fofana, Sionchu, Amate,
3-4-1-2
Pereira.
Yeah, it looks like a 3-1-4-2. I think you know what? I think this will work very, very well. Because Castagne's a bit quite box to box. Tielemans box to box.
If Pereira and Castagne are on the pitch, they're attackers, man.
Yeah, Pereira's on the pitch as well.
Yeah.
Chowdhury's proper rubbish, man.
On Brendan Rodgers' neck.
Who's the random centre mid in the middle?
Mendy.
Chowdhury?
No, Tavares.
He's a winger.
Wait, what? My line, I don't even say
he's a winger.
Mine says Tavares. I don't even know who that is.
I don't know. Is my line up right?
Tavares.
Are you sure he's starting?
Yeah,
that's what I've got. Yeah, Sin Tavares.
But BBC have like weird names for it sometimes, so.
It's also they go with the full-on long name or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, my app's wrong. It says Chowdhury and Ndidi and Tielemans are starting in the middle.
No. Chowdhury on the bench. Bro, Wolves make every game they're playing boring, bro. I can't.
Boring, man. These games had definitely caught up with Villa, man.
It was always going to happen.
Yeah, man. I need it to happen to Everton next. But they keep nicking wins.
Yeah, they do. Grealish has been out for a bit as well. Is he back? Is he playing today?
Grealish? No, he's still out.
People keep saying that he was out for like 3 months or whatever. He's going to be out for 3 months.
Like, he was so important to Villa. He was dragging them up the table. Without him, they're fucked.
Yeah, I'd have him at Chelsea, man.
Definitely.
Where would he play at Chelsea, bro? You got like 100 guys that can play in that area behind the
Don't be jealous. Just mind your own business.
You guys got fair, man, bro.
That's what we need. Bring back the days of like our subs being as good as other people's teams.
That's the thing I was saying. Like,
that's not good, you know. Like, we definitely need to sort that out. I think Lampard tried that; it doesn't work.
Tell that City.
Even now, yeah, but even with City, I think
City rotate ridiculously.
Tuchel rotates.
True.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, rotating's cool, but I'm just saying, like, you can't have it where you've got 6 stars. Do you know what I'm saying? That are equally good as each other. It doesn't make any sense.
No, I don't mean equally as good as each other. I mean where our subs are as good as, say, Arsenal's first team.
But I get what Dan's saying. You need to sort of establish.
We've kind of got something similar now.
You're not wrong.
We've kind of got something. Apart from Aubameyang, who does Arsenal have in their attack?
But the thing I was thinking is that like, even before, like I was just trying to like think, okay, who you guys gonna start? I didn't really have a clue you guys were gonna start an attack.
That's why I'm saying I think it's a mess. I don't like that because when you got too many players,
is it a mess, bro, or do you think it's a thing of players just underperformed, so you don't really know?
No, I think it's a mess, and I think the problem is at Chelsea. I think we had it before with the Salah,
Mazaka and then Salah and them.
We had Mazaka, Willian, Hazard, Salah, Schürrle. You got too many players, so none of them get the time to really show their best. Apart from Hazard, who definitely had a start. So Hazard could show who he was, but KDB didn't get that opportunity because there was so much. There's too many mouths to feed. And what I always say is happening. Let's say like when you're at a place where you know, like there's a video of KDB that I just watched today, but what you're gonna have is the players like Willian who are just happy to be there because they know they're not that great. They're gonna be the one that stays. It's gonna be the ones that are Salah and KDB that are going to look around and saying, look, I need to play regularly, and they're going to duck. So when you have this mess, what usually happens is you get the good ones go and you're left with the dross. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think it's important to have your best players and then your support cast. I feel like don't mix it up, because even at Chelsea right now, Havertz can't get a run in the team. It's just a mess. You know what I'm saying? So we don't get to see the best of all of our players. And people are saying
you don't feel like the cream will rise to the crop, like to the top, sort of thing.
No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. I think that's what a lot of people think. But let's say that right now, you're a guy, and then you've got 6 girls, and then some girls there that are 10s, and you're telling all of the 6 girls, I'm gonna date you, I'm gonna date you, I'm gonna date you.
Where the hell is this going?
Let me finish it. But I'm just saying, if you're gonna tell a 10, wait around, I'm dating all of these other girls, and they're gonna look around saying, rah, you're telling me to wait around so you can date this 5, they're gonna go. The 5 will be happy just because, okay, cool, I need to date someone. But I'm saying is, when players know how good they are, they're not going to accept being just one of a number. KDB is not going to accept just saying, oh yeah, just wait around, you'll get your turn soon. He's like, no, I'm good. I'm going to go where they're going to play me straight away. And all of this cream rising to the crop thing, what happens is the cream leaves and you're just left with the shit. Yeah, I don't like it. I think that's what Lampard tried, and I think.
But that also doesn't always happen. Like, you're just kind of picking up Salah and KDB.
So give me an example where there's loads of players where it's kind of worked out that they're all happy and etc. Like it's not just that. Rob Ben as well. Like,
I don't know about happy. I just like the fact of having a deep squad when you play so many games.
Agreed. But what I'm saying is, like, what you risk is top players not being happy, not playing the amount of games that they want, and going because they're top players. Like, that's literally what happened with Robben. Like, we were good with just Joe Cole, Duff, Robben, and then Mourinho was like, no, let's bring in SW3, let's bring in all these other players. Like, I'm not playing as much, so I'm off. It's like with Sane too. Sane was like,
yeah, that's right. I was just thinking about him as well. Literally just thinking about him.
Everybody says Man City is the model, but then really and truly, they lost
They
Sane.
leave after a while, yeah.
But has that affected City?
They also lost Angelino.
Oh, he wasn't good though when he was playing.
You're saying has it affected City? Last season they didn't do too well. They could have used Sane last season.
I said Sane was out last season though.
He was there last season. He was just injured.
He was injured. But like,
the point still stands.
He's left. He's like they didn't want him to go, but he's gone. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying?
Imagine if he was fit.
I think it works when you have a Salah and Mane that can play as much as you want. What you don't need is someone as good as Salah and Mane on the bench. You just need someone that can kind of fill in and it can come, or that's like young that will become as good. That you can tell, like Salah and Mane is old. You can kind of rise, but just getting someone the same age that is as good, it's a mess.
Yeah, but I never said as good as the starters that we have. I just meant they're better than the starters kind of on the teams below us.
I feel like what happens is a frustration happens.
Yeah, it's not sustainable. I don't think it's sustainable at all.
Yeah.
Someone's bound to leave. Someone is bound to leave.
But it doesn't need to be sustainable. Because if they do leave, then you replace them with other talents.
You just waste the money, though. You just bring the money in.
It's a waste of bare money.
No, but there's a smarter way.
We got bare money.
Like that, bro.
But we do.
Bare money. We've wasted. There's just a smarter way to do it when you kind of think of it. Like when it comes down to it,
maybe. But are you saying Liverpool's way smarter? Because then you have what happened this season.
You put that in my. I didn't say that.
I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying, are you saying that?
No, no.
It's better to get predecessors than get man who are just there. Like, it's better to get the long-term replacement.
Right. This is what I'm saying. Agreed. So, like, Salah and Mane are how old? 28.
Yeah, and then I would say Jota is the replacement for Mane.
So, like, they've got a Jota. Do you know what I'm saying? Jota can respect the fact that these guys are there. And then at the same time, they know that one of them are probably leaving soon and you can get in. Just get in. So, I think my issue is getting... especially someone that's the same age as them and a similar profile, which doesn't make sense.
I agree with not getting two youngsters.
What was the initial?
I said I like having like a deep squad, kind of where maybe Chelsea subs are better than kind of Arsenal, Tottenham's players that start, like City basically. and how Chelsea.
What was the initial point?
That was kind of what this debate started on. That was kind of the initial. I can't remember what was said before that to make me say that, but that was kind of the point.
When you say Chelsea of old, what squad are you thinking about?
Just any of our 2005-06 squad. It was pretty deep, and the point being that our players that we could sub on were better than the teams below us.
That's when we stopped winning league, right?
That's when we started 2004.
No, we won the two leagues with Mourinho, right?
Yeah,
in a row, and then we stopped winning. Why do you think we stopped winning?
Because United got Ronaldo and Rooney.
Yeah, but like, don't forget, like, do you know what I think? I think Robben
stupid friendly in Lisbon.
But I think Robben was a superstar for us. Like, I think people underestimated.
He was when he played.
7 goals, but because he scored 7 goals, I don't think people understand. He only started 14 games. Robben was one of the reasons, because sometimes we could be dry and we was just winning 1-0. But Robben was one of the reasons. Like, he was a superstar for us, and he won us games. And I think the fact that Robben was kind of sidelined, and he said, "I'm not sticking up," because Robben will tell you today, just like KDB and Salah said, he said, "I'm not here to be rotated," and then he went because we won the league twice, and then he brought in Sean Wright-Phillips because he wanted more depth, etc. And then Robben said, "I'm gone," and we lost a superstar player that wins us games because of that. And that's why I just say you kind of have to be careful with squads. You can't just bring in anyone because you don't want to upset your superstars.
Yeah, it's true. And also, going back on my point, it's very difficult to judge football now and kind of how City are to how it was in 2004-05. It was we did have the most deep squad, but it wasn't to the level of a City squad now because football's just gone completely in that direction where all the kind of good teams hoard all the talent almost.
Maybe, I don't know. I think with City,
like back in the day, I think the talent was more spread out. Is what I'm trying to say.
I think with City, don't forget Mahrez wanted to leave, but I think Sané, like his injury helped him be happier because that kind of gave Mahrez an into the team. If Sané maybe didn't get injured, he probably would have played even though he hasn't signed a new contract because that's how the season started. Sané was playing even though he was on his last kind of season and Mahrez wasn't. So the Sané injury gave Mahrez, it made him happy. But I remember distinctly at that point, Mahrez wanted to leave. So I know a lot of people think City is the model and it's sustainable. I don't necessarily think it is, man. And you don't want to continually buy squad players. It's just not. It's not.
But what is sustainable? They've won 3 titles in 4 years. It's pretty sustainable.
They have ridiculous amounts of money, bro.
Yeah.
Like, not like as in what we compare what's sustainable. It needs to be something that an average team can try and replicate.
Exactly. That's that's repeatable. That isn't repeatable.
What Bayern do is definitely doable. What Bayern do is definitely doable. Bayern, you rarely see them splash out on a talent. Often they try and get players on a free. How they do it is they plan in advance. They know their talents. They know their main areas that they need to improve on each time. Whether it's their wide forwards, their strikers, etc. They know the areas that they need to improve on. So they make sure that their timing of the players that they look to bring in, obviously it couples with the fact that it's a fantastically run organization and they're always top of the Bundesliga and always winning or look in and around winning the Champions League. They are a way more attractive option for a free agent. And
would you say
they monopolize the whole league though?
They do.
Would you not say they still have a deep squad?
They do have a deep squad.
I'm not just talking about money. I'm not talking about we need to do it exactly the same way as City.
No,
I like the idea of having a deep squad.
The reasons why City have a deep squad is to do with the fact that they just have money. The reasons why Bayern have a deep squad not to do with the fact that they just have money. That's the difference. A normal team can't do what City do. A normal team can't have Mahrez on the bench for £60 million.
We're not a normal team though, to be honest.
No, I'm not saying Chelsea not a normal team either, bro. I'm not even talking about Chelsea. I'm just talking about a sustainable model as a team. So imagine a team like Spurs or Liverpool, who are a bit more working class, you could say. In relation to the two other powerhouses, they can't do what you man do. You and City do. We can't do that.
Harold, what I'm arguing as well is I feel like it's better for Chelsea to try to create a sustainable squad rather than that, because I think it could, as much as you like, let's get as many people as possible just so we win. I've seen a lot of the time that actually
I don't want that's not what I said. I didn't say I want as many people as possible. I just said I like when the subs that you bring on are better than, say, Arsenal's wingers that they have.
I hear you, but what I'm just saying is like even just deep squads.
How often is that though? How many squads in Europe? How many squads in Europe can you say, oh yeah, your subs are better than like the 5th or 6th best team starters? How many teams in Europe?
Even back then, we had Sean Wright Phillips, bro.
In terms of their league.
Phillips and Kalou.
Right now, yeah.
We had Sean Wright Phillips and Kalou.
Probably quite a few.
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad. Do you know what I'm saying? But and I'm saying that even though it was Sean Wright Phillips and Kalou, that still made.
3-2.
To Bayern.
Yeah, Goretzka's just scored.
Goretzka just scored.
Hey,
Dan,
you said it.
What did I
Aaron
say?
called it.
What did I say?
Damn.
That's projection, bro.
I said 4-4 for fuck's sake.
Fucking hell, right? Dortmund. Oh my days.
Defense is just awful, bro.
Yeah, I just think you have to be careful because no one could have predicted, or no one will kind of look back thinking Schürrle will start.
Finish.
No one look back and think that Schürrle will start over Salah. You know what I'm saying? So just be careful because like you saw Salah come off the bench against Chelsea and he's unhappy. Do you know what I'm saying?
So Dan, if you was a manager, would you operate like a Klopp and like a Leeds manager who have like kind of small squads like that they trust and they they have just members that they trust. They don't really have big squads. Would you operate like that?
Yeah, I think I would try to slimline it. So what I'd do is if I'd look at my wingers, I'd have 3 wingers only.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'd have other people that can potentially play on the wing, but I'd only have 3 wingers because you kind of have to think, how am I going to keep all these players? How am I going to give these players enough platform to show how good they are? And if there's injury, then there's other players that can come in and play there, or you rely on your youth system. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, 4-2.
Oh my God, 4-2.
Wow.
Jesus.
Wow.
What's a hattie?
I'm still watching.
He scored a hat trick. He doesn't care.
Nah, Lewa is too cold, man.
Bundesliga, man.
Jesus.
Bundesliga tanks.
Jesus, man.
Bayern are just so inevitable, bro. I think, yeah, but I think I would have.
I'm glad I didn't watch the Villa Wolves game.
And then like a really young one, I would say.
Yeah.
That's why I think that's
yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, but then injuries can just fuck you up.
Yeah, that's the only bad thing.
You have to be brave.
If injuries come,
it's like passing out of the back. It's like passing out from the back. Everyone's like, okay, but what if you do this? You might make a mistake. I feel like you have to be brave. Injuries are going to happen, but that's when you kind of go to your youth and you give them the opportunity. That's why you build a good youth system.
Yeah, I guess that's hopefully like in terms of what you're talking about models and stuff. I think that's hopefully what Roman's been trying to build over the last 15 years or so with Cobham.
Yeah, go on.
Robert Lewandowski has 31 league goals in 23 games.
Bro,
mad.
I just came back to this chat, yeah. Who said 4-2 at the beginning?
No, I said 4-4.
Oh, blood.
Yeah,
I told you Bayern will still win this game. I told you.
These lot are fake. These lot are fake.
Harold literally said, it went 2-0 and Harold.
Why is Choupo-Moting at Bayern Munich?
Bayern will look. This
guy went from PSG to Bayern.
From Stoke.
After the third time of Dortmund fooling me, I said, "There's no way you can fool me again." You go in front against the Bayern team and you don't take the chances and make it 3-4-0. Bayern will win. Simple as that.
Nah, these lot are peak.
Why don't they just park the bus? 2-0 up. Why don't you just be a bit more reserved?
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work, man. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. I don't think it would even work. They're just unlucky, man.
Work better than this.
Do you feel like Haaland came off and then Bayern said, "Cool, we got this now"?
Yeah. Basically.
That's crazy, man.
It sounds silly to say, but Haaland didn't do too much past his 2 goals.
Yeah, but that's Haaland. I don't think
that sounds silly to say.
That's a crazy to say, but that's
I
think that's his role, isn't it?
I also think after Bayern, I think that's harsh. I think after Bayern scored their first goal, it was Dortmund barely got the ball like they did in the first 20 minutes. Like it was a completely different game. I agree.
Yeah,
I guess, but it wasn't massively sticking with him up there.
I mean, bro, like the guy barely had any time. Like it was the game had completely changed at that point. It wasn't like how Dortmund were pouncing on them.
See, my thing with this is like Chelsea fans do this about like Giroud and sometimes Werner and whoever's playing up front. When you're playing up front, you're probably going to be one of the players that touch the ball the least. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Just by the fact that you're playing amongst how many people are around you. You're the central striker. You're barely going to touch the ball. It's about when you do get the ball, can you make a difference? And
if my striker's scoring 2 goals, like kind of in games like this, then I ain't complaining.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, Emre Can hit the highest speed in this game.
Emre Can.
That's so funny after what I was arguing about.
Yeah, can you imagine what we were arguing about earlier? Emre Can hit the highest speed.
Have you guys seen the Juve start 11?
No.
Ronaldo on the bench. That's all I saw.
No. Fam. They've got Danilo at centre back.
Jesus. Wait, someone get Perla out, bro. Someone get him out.
Danilo, Demaral.
That Perlo thing is just...
What the fuck is this?
It happens to everyone, man. Look, you don't bring in former players, man. Just don't do it. Just don't do it.
You definitely don't.
Tempting, but just don't do it, man. Life is better.
Yeah.
Because the worst part is,
I don't know if I want to watch this game.
Unless you're Chelsea, you're stuttering about stacking them. And even Chelsea stuttered.
Oh yeah, I think he would have been gone sooner if he weren't Frank Lampard.
Yeah, for sure.
But when did he go? Was it before Christmas or after?
It was after. Way after. Way after.
Yeah.
They really sacked before Christmas.
Yeah, it should have been sacked before Christmas. It should have been sacked after the Arsenal game.
Yeah.
He should have. That was it.
Tuchel got sacked. Was it Boxing Day or whatever?
Yeah.
As soon as Tuchel came available, they should have sacked him.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think we didn't want to wait around.
Yeah, but also for clubs, you have to understand as well. They got to kind of get legitimacy because after the fan base, if you just cut Lampard, it's going to be like they're going to withdraw their support because they've got an emotional connection to it. So they kind of had to wait for it to worsen and then do it.
This guy's taking the piss. Man, how can Vinicius say? How can Vinicius say? I hope that Neymar and I don't get injured again before the next World Cup so that we can win Brazil.
He's cheeky.
And they asked us to.
He needs to worry about Rodrigo.
He's very serious.
Man said, I hope Neymar and I. Who's I? What player is that?
He's very cheeky.
That reminds me of Willian and Hazard.
Oh my God, man.
No, he made a living off Hazard. I don't care. He made an absolute living off him.
He did.
But I was just on the other wing chilling.
but he would quote saying like, "Yeah, me and Hazard, we win games for Chelsea," and it was like,
makes me sick hearing that. Makes me sick hearing that. Honestly.
Babes, I hear you have a Hazard agenda.
Sick individual.
I do have a Hazard agenda.
Oh,
don't lie to her.
That's awful.
Why?
Can you explain it to us?
Load it.
I've explained it. I've explained it.
Sorry. Before you do it, who do you think had a better influence? No, let me try to say it properly.
Oh, you're too excited, Harold, to even say it. You're too excited to even say it. You can't even say it.
Is it going to be Salah?
Of course it's going to be Salah. He's too excited.
Who you thinking? Hazard or Salah?
What, right now?
No, not right now, but like
in general.
At the peak of their powers in the Premier League.
Just in general, yeah.
At the peak of their powers,
legacy.
At the peak of their powers, I'll choose Hazard over.
Not peak of the powers in general. Just go in general. Fuck the peak, because the peak is one moment, or it's just to see. But in general, over their Premier League time, who do you think has been the better player?
Well, Hazard's been the better player aesthetically, but I feel like Salah's been more impactful individually.
So who is it?
Right now it's Hazard, but I think when it's all said and done and Mo Salah leaves the Premier League, it will be Mo Salah. I think he will. I agree. I think he would have done more in the league than Hazard. And people can say, but you're just looking at stats. Well, yes, I'm gonna have to look at the stats because what he's done season after season, it's not normal. So,
do you want to know a good stat? Hazard's got 2 Premier League titles. Salah's got 1.
Yeah, but
okay.
Salah's back to
What's your point?
That's team stats.
Still our best player in those Premier League wins, though. I think most Chelsea fans would agree.
And Mo Salah was the best attacker in.
How many Champions League, Sam? How many?
Yeah.
This is a Premier League discussion, unfortunately.
Yeah. I bet it is.
I've only just purchased BT Sports, but I haven't been able to watch Champions League for the last few years.
I bet, brother. I bet.
Harold said that bet is. That's the best comeback.
How many League 1 titles does Salah have, mate?
How many League One?
Yeah.
Wait, so Dan, who you back? No, you like Salah, so who would you say?
Yeah, I like Salah. And do you know what the funny thing is? Obviously, Salah wasn't playing at Chelsea, but Hazard was saying that Salah, when he was at Chelsea, was one of his favourite players. I think at this point, I'd say even now, because I think Hazard was there for longer, I'd still say Salah. I think Salah.
Really?
Yeah, I'd say Salah. And like, I'm not talking about aesthetics or whatever, but Salah set an all-time record. Salah set an all-time record for goals.
Yeah, that first season
but
was crazy.
But not just that first season. Look at what he's clocking up since. Like even today, he's not just goals; he's goals and assists. Like I think Salah's underrated. I think his
body of work is ridiculous, and people always try to overlook it. I don't understand.
People don't realize that.
It's not overlooking it to say that Hazard's better, though. I don't think. Like you're comparing two.
I never said it's
overlooking.
I never said it's overlooking.
Sam, relax, brother.
I'm saying people overlook it in general.
But do you know what I think though? But you know what I think though? Like certain players, if we just take it to like I get. Hazard is one of the best one-on-one dribblers, and like Hazard on the ball looks way better than Salah. Like no one's saying any of that.
By the way, why are we calling him Hazard?
That's what Dan calls him.
That's just the way that I call him. That's just the way that I call him.
Okay.
Is it wrong, Hazard? I don't like to call him Hazard. I like
go on.
But yeah, but like if okay, Eden, if Eden done like half the stuff that Salah's doing goal scoring wise. Like people would think people compare him to Messi. Yeah. Like Salah, in terms of scoring from the wing, is phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
Yeah. It is phenomenal.
And he's playmaking as well.
Ronaldo.
But what I'll say to that is what you said in terms of Hazard is an insane one-on-one dribbler. That isn't the only thing he's better than Salah at.
What else?
It's just his general play. The only thing Salah is better at is goal scoring.
Yeah, but here's my thing. Because there's been plenty of players that are one-on-one dribbling, phenomenal. Like even a Ben Arfa, phenomenal. It's the goals, it's the winning big games. Because Hazard or Eden, whatever.
Who won the most big? Hazard won the most big.
Let me finish. I'm not.
You know me. My head gets hot.
I'm not saying Eden is Ben Arfa or whatever. So obviously Eden's got his credences. He's won a lot of big games. But what I'm saying is when it comes down to it, you could be the best one-on-one player in the league. Unless you're putting up the numbers, you're not going to be rated that much. The reason why Eden was rated is because he put up some numbers. But Salah's numbers obliterates it.
Facts. And the thing is, the big game prowess, the big game thing as well. Like, Eden Hazard stood up in some big matches, but most been clutch from the day he's joined Liverpool. In big
his first season, like the amount of big games he.
Mo Salah's a better match winner than Eden Hazard.
I don't know.
I think he is.
I think Hazard has dunked on all of your teams
so
multiple times.
So was
Salah, Spurs, Arsenal, Man City, Man United, Leicester.
When is it? Salah scored against everyone.
What do you mean? What?
Okay.
What?
You're trying to say that Hazard hasn't? I'm pretty sure Hazard has the most. Other than Vardy, doesn't he have the most goals against the top six?
I don't think that's true.
I don't think
maybe.
I definitely saw this the other day. I definitely saw this.
Guys struggle to score like
Maybe not second, maybe third. I definitely saw a list the other day, and he's right up there.
It might be true.
He's right up there.
Yeah.
No, maybe he's there, but he's definitely
going to find it.
Okay, wait. It might be true, but again, it's like obviously Hazard's been in, or Eden's been in the league a lot longer than Salah too. So it might just be Salah hasn't played the top teams as many times. One thing is, like, I remember Cristiano Ronaldo, Robben. For me, Robben, far better dribbler than Cristiano Ronaldo. One-on-one player, far better. But when Cristiano started hitting them goals, then Cristiano's gone. Do you know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. When you can, like, hit goals consistently, you're gone. And I think because the time that Salah came in, Hazard was already established. I think people kind of held on to that because Hazard was already like established in the league as the best player, and obviously Salah came from nowhere, so it took people like a year or two to kind of at least even just appreciate him. A lot of people would call him a one-season wonder, but what Salah's doing, that's what the greats do. That's what the greatest of players do.
I think they're both great. I'll just say that. I think they're both Premier League greats already.
They are. But
one's great.
When it's all said and done, I think Mo Salah's going to go. In fact, if not already, well, obviously he's not won 2 league titles, but that's team achievements. But I think Mo Salah has. If someone said to you now, I think Mo Salah has done more in the Premier League than Eden Hazard, I think it's a legitimate statement to make right now.
It's maybe, yeah, but it's also legitimate the other way around as well.
Okay, wait. How many has Hazard won the Player of the Year? I'm sure he has.
Yeah, he's won it. He won 2 when Kante won it.
He won it once.
Yeah, Salah won it when City won the title when he banged in like 30 odd goals. I think Hazard won a Young Player of the Year as well, I believe.
He didn't deserve that one.
It's one against one right now.
Okay, well, he didn't deserve that one, but he deserved another Player of the Year.
But if you look, Salah's got 2 golden boots.
He's
about to get his 3rd one.
LeBron James deserves 6 MVPs. He only
He's
has 4.
about to get
I'm not
3
saying
golden boots.
Coach was the one who said he didn't deserve that one, so I'm saying, well, he still got it.
Is Salah top scorer now?
Boots from the wing.
Yes, he is top goal scorer right now.
Yeah, he's top goal scorer now. Yeah.
You know, is. Go on, Dan. Go on.
You got to put respect on Salah's name.
If he gets 3 golden boots, that's insane.
I have so much respect for Salah. I rate him so highly.
3 golden boots in 4 seasons. Come on,
you know what it is with Eden Hazard stands. Yeah, Eden Hazard stands will try and make you believe that like stats aren't important. And I really don't like that at all, because when you're putting Hazard next to some of these names who can do most of what he's doing in terms of creation, etc., and they're scoring the goals.
Yeah,
and you're telling me that Hazard is as good as them. That's where it rubs me off the wrong way, and that's why I think like Hazard's overrated. Like, I'll give you an example. I remember that season.
Football ain't all numbers, though, brother.
No, Hazard. Hazard got good. I'd say good numbers, but he never got like
amazing numbers.
20, 30 goals a season. Do you get what I'm saying? So
he didn't even. Yeah, go on.
So like for me, I remember. I think it was obviously the season, Conte's last season at Chelsea, where it was literally Hazard and Inshallah, like carrying, proper carry job. Then he goes to the World Cup, does his thing at the World Cup, and then all of a sudden I'm hearing, oh, Hazard's better than Neymar. Hazard's this, Hazard's that. After Messi, Hazard's the next best. I'm like, bruv, like, come on. This is what I'm.
Okay, allow the Neymar shouts, because most of us didn't say that.
But you know that a lot of Chelsea fans were saying, if Hazard went to La Liga, he would outscore Neymar, etc.
Ridiculous statements.
What Chelsea's saying is right. Chelsea fans, obviously, is their player. It's kind of what you expect from fans. But don't forget, Salah slapped, was it 30 goals and I think it was 1 penalty. 30 goals, 1 penalty. Eden Hazard in the normal league season scores about 12 goals, and then 6.
There's no way he took 1 penalty, is there?
Yeah, it was 30 goals and 1 penalty.
I say he was their penalty taker.
No,
not in the first season.
Not in the first. Oh, was he not? Okay.
Yeah, he scored 30 goals in a season and 1 penalty. And like Hazard usually scores about 15 goals and about 3 of them are penalties. 3 or 4 of them are penalties. Like it's different in terms of that putting the team on your back. It's different. It's different. And you just gotta be honest.
I am being honest. I really do not think Salah put the team on his back as much as Hazard did. I don't think
he
that.
dragged us to the Premier League final, though.
What are you on about?
Wait.
He dragged us to 2 Premier League titles.
What's he talking about?
But Liverpool came from a team that couldn't even compete with the title, got Salah, and then they're winning Champions League and they're winning the Premier League. So we've seen Salah come to Liverpool, and then Liverpool come from behind Chelsea.
That Salah performance against Roma,
when Hazard came to Chelsea,
one of the greatest Champions League performances I've ever seen. It was nothing short of sensational.
And you know what's crazy with Salah as well? Like it's not like it's come out of nowhere as well, because at Roma, of course, obviously to go from like 13 goals to 30 goals, that's a big jump. But like at FC Basel,
sorry to cut you off, but even in Roma, if you watch them, even just the highlights, he missed so many good opportunities.
And it wasn't
even. It was very similar to Suarez 12-13 season for Liverpool, where he kept hitting the post.
You mean 11-12?
Do you know what's funny?
No, 12-13.
Was it 12-13? Because 12-13,
it was 12-13 because it was 13-14 that became second, and he got some ridiculous goal total where he got like, I think 30 goals in as many games or something like that. Yeah. So but sorry, as you guys were.
But even at Roma, what you're saying, Tobes, at Roma,
I think he scored like 14 goals, but he had like 20. He played like 28 games, so he was scoring 1 and 2 then.
He scored. He was like 1 and 2.
Left Chelsea, when he left Chelsea to go to Fiorentina, literally off of the back of that, because we got Quadrado the other way. Off of the back of that season, I think 3 Italian clubs went to court to fight for Salah. It was Roma, Inter, and I think Juventus or whatever. Because in that 6 months, they could all tell. Do you know what I'm saying? It's the same way. Who came out recently? Someone came out. The left back, Felipe Luis. Yeah, Felipe Luis. He came out and saying that Salah was insane in training. He said insane. They couldn't believe it, and they couldn't believe he couldn't start. So all this idea that Salah, you know what I'm saying, he's always been special. He's always been a special player.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I think
for me,
go on.
Yeah, for me, like when you're talking about the top players in the league, you're putting them up there with Cristiano.
100%. 100%. Like I think the body of work speaks for itself, and I think as well. I think he's even sometimes he's a victim of his own success because he's so good at scoring numbers. People automatically think he can't do anything else. Like this guy can create chances. This guy can beat players. This guy can maybe not as much, but he can use his weaker foot when he needs to use it. Like the guy's a top draw player. And he's so consistent as well. Even when he's not at like 100%, he's still finding ways to impact the game. So,
where does Bell rank?
What do you mean?
Nah, he's not there.
Nowhere near as high as Salah. Nowhere near as high as Salah or Hazard. Because Bell's only had, for me, like he had even the year he scored that hat trick against Inter Milan. Yeah, like he was good. But I don't think he was like quality. Do you get what I'm saying? He won. I think he won PFA. He won like PFA, both PFA Player of the Year and Young Player of the Year. I didn't think he deserved PFA Player of the Year that season.
I think he did.
I don't think he did.
I think he did.
I don't think he did. I think there were better.
I've never seen a. Well, I think he
no.
won it.
But I think you're thinking of different seasons because he did that twice. By the way,
let me try to explain it then. Let me try to explain. So I'm talking about. This would be hard to explain, but there was a succession of games where he literally won it on his own. In the last 10 minutes or 15 minutes of every game, he cut in on the right hand side.
That's the wrong season.
That's the wrong season. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
He won.
It's not that season. Yeah.
So he did the double in 2010, 2011, innit? He won the Young Player of the Year and Player of the Year. I didn't think he deserved it that year. I thought Nani was better than him that year. I thought Nasri was just as good as him that year.
Yeah, Nani was good.
The season where he won, where he did it again, without a doubt, like he deserved it that season. Like Van Persie scored like 26 league goals, and it was still Gareth Bale because he was the best. He was the best player in the league that year. And I think you saw. I think the reason why I can't put Bale next to Hazard or Salah in terms of the body of work is because they've had more top seasons in the league than he has. Do you know what I'm saying? He only had, I'd say 1.5, 2 top seasons, and even the top seasons, the other top season I'm talking about. When you look at it from a numbers point of view, it's nowhere near as good as his best season.
What I'd say is, I think Bell was taken off the shelf way too early in the Premier League.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah.
In fact, if he stayed, we'd be having a different conversation.
Yeah. But just as he was rising, he got taken to La Liga. That's the reason why I can't put him there.
Exactly.
But if you're talking about the greatest Premier League players, you're talking about Thierry Henry. What he was doing was incredible.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if did Suarez stay long enough to put him there.
No, he didn't.
No, I didn't stay long enough.
Suarez,
I'm
putting him there.
As far as individual seasons go, I think that's the best individual season I've ever seen in the Premier League.
Yeah,
but
if you're asking,
maybe Henry's 20 goals, 20 assists season.
If you're saying like players like Suarez, like Gareth Bale, if you're asking who have simply been the best players in the Premier League history, if you're not looking at longevity, like who's just quality, they're gonna be up there. Do you get what I'm saying? Gareth Bale,
Luis Suarez. But then that's where I'd include Hazard in that then.
Hazard's there. Hazard's definitely there.
Yeah, if you're talking about who's had like great individual seasons, then I'd say I'd include Hazard in that. Maybe not the best, not even top 5 or whatever, because I think there's probably going to be 4 or 5 that are better. But yeah, he's had amazing seasons. Suarez took the piss, man. Thierry Henry, Cristiano Ronaldo, Aguero probably has to be there too.
Aguero is one oh my gosh, guys, if you get me started on Aguero, honestly, I can't stand Aguero. I can't stand it. I have respect for Aguero,
but what do you
mean? I just don't. There's reasons why I don't rate him, and I'll explain it. Obviously, I rate him.
Harold.
I don't rate him as highly as everyone else. Hear me out. Hear me out. So there's a couple of reasons. The first reason is because he never shows up on the international stage. It makes me absolutely sick, and he makes my goat Messi look like cack. Number two is I've never seen a period of successive dominance from him as a forward in the Premier League. He won his Golden Boot in was it 2015? Am I mistaken? Was it 2015? But he never had at least 2 seasons of him on top as him as the main striker. He had a Van Persie. He had himself for 1 season. He had a Jamie Vardy. He had a Luis Suarez. No, so Luis Suarez, then a Jamie Vardy. Then he had a Harry Kane as well, who was then, and then he had a Mo Salah. He's never had a successive, at least 2 years where you're considered to be, you are the best player. You're the best player in the league, or at least the best striker in the league.
This is harsh, man.
And it is harsh. No, it is harsh. But I'm not saying
Harold.
Go on.
He's in all those names you mentioned. He's the ever present up there.
Exactly.
He is in terms of longevity.
Them man have came
I'm not comparing him to a Harry Kane or to a Vardy. I'm talking about the elitist of the elite. If I'm talking about if he's getting in my team, I'm putting Suarez before Aguero.
Suarez is a better player than Aguero, though.
But do you know what? I don't necessarily think that. I think that Suarez is just way more robust, and I think that Aguero. If you're talking about the greatest in Premier League, how many players will be there that is injury prone? Do you know what I'm saying? I think that Aguero, a lot of these times where he hasn't hit the top boots, he's probably been pound for pound the best scorer in the league at that season. He just hasn't.
If you look at the thing is, forget about just who's the top scorer. Look at his goals to game ratio.
Yeah, he's usually top.
He's top.
Yeah, but
I think only Harry.
But guys, of course he would be.
What?
Come on, like.
What's that?
He's played in a very. He's still a top finisher. Like, please do not think I'm taking that away from him. He's also played in a very. He's also played most of his life played in a very good City team. Who create great chances. The Yaya Tourés, the Nasris, the KDBs nowadays. He's always had great players around him. But hear me out. Yeah, I'm talking about as far as the elite of the elite. He isn't there for me. I think if it's only down to longevity, I would rather have a Harry Kane than Aguero on my life.
Not at his peak, and that's from his.
No. I mean, as in, like, if I'm talking about my greatest ever team, when it's all said and done, I'm gonna pick Harry Kane over him. Harry Kane has showed me year after year.
Not right now.
Okay, maybe you're only saying that because Aguero's been around for so long and he continually gets goals. But Harry Kane will do the same thing, provided he doesn't get injured also.
Harry Kane is a better striker than Aguero right now. He is.
Okay, but Harold, let me ask you this. You get either Harry Kane at the start of his career or Aguero at the start of his career. Who are you taking for Liverpool?
Aguero. Oh wait. Oh, sorry. Do you mean as in?
Aguero was a wonder kid, though, wasn't he?
No. Exactly. I thought you meant. I thought you meant at that period.
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
So let's just think about it like a region, and let's just say, okay, cool. Because Harry Kane and I think both Harry Kane and Aguero are quite injury prone, but I think Aguero is way more injury prone. But
he is.
You get both of these players, and both of them are robust. You get that talent coming through. Who are you taking? An Aguero, or are you taking a Harry Kane? Because
Harry Kane. I absolutely love Harry Kane. I absolutely adore him. I think he is everything that certain Liverpool fans pretend that Firmino is. He is everything Firmino is, plus an incredible amount of goals. I love watching Harry Kane. He is a fantastic footballer, and I never would have thought it after seeing him in Norwich, which is hilarious.
I love hearing this from Harold though, because it's facts. He is.
He is sensational.
I didn't watch Harry Kane at Norwich, but I watched youth football at the time, and at that point, no one rated Harry Kane. But
exactly. This is what I love about the fact that no one even saw it coming. Like
I was saying him.
Even Gareth Bale, bro. Even Gareth Bale, when they shipped him off, like they didn't think it was gonna be this good.
Yeah. But no. I was saying that him and Sturridge are gonna be the best to what's his name. And at that point, even Spurs fans were saying they don't rate him. But from what I saw, because I saw him score 4 goals in the game, his striking was amazing. And obviously people will see it now, but his striking technique was finished. I've never seen it in like an English player like since maybe Shearer.
Bro, both feet, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's one goal.
Every time.
Listen, yeah, Kane's goals, I have them. There's a separate memory bank in my head. He scored a left foot goal against Brighton a couple of seasons back from outside the box. I was like, why are you shooting from there? It goes in top corner. I couldn't.
No, it was against Huddersfield. Oh,
Huddersfield. Sorry, it was Huddersfield.
Huddersfield from the right hand side.
Unbelievable, bro.
On his left foot.
Bro, you're fucking weirdo, bro.
Harry Kane is an unbelievable footballer. I remember, like 5 years back when he went after his breakthrough season. Competition, the vibe was Harry Kane versus Lukaku, innit? Because before Harry Kane, Lukaku was the best. Lukaku was the best young striker in the league, and it was Dan Cougs and my twin brother. I told them, yo, Harry Kane is clear of this guy. Like he's complete. Like Harry Kane. I was telling them, Harry Kane was a complete striker 5 years ago. Like he can do everything. They're not having it.
Honestly, Harry Kane would have way more golden boots, if it was not for a Jamie. Well, I can't even say Jamie Vardy. If it wasn't for Mohamed Salah, really, because even in the year where he was swearing on the fact that he scored a goal on his daughter's life, he scored 30 goals. Like it was still incredible. Like Harry Kane is so good. Please don't get it confused. I would love if he breaks Alan Shearer's record.
He's just good. I just don't think he's like either clear of Aguero, and I'd say Aguero's better.
I think he is, man. You put Aguero, you put Harry Kane.
He's definitely not clear. He's definitely not clear of Aguero. Impossible.
Look, you put Harry Kane in a Man City team. Who is performing?
Fam, he would be doing a madness. I can't even.
He'll be.
I'm definitely taking Kane over.
Yeah, I'm taking Kane over. I'm taking Kane, man. I'm taking Kane.
You're taking Kane over Aguero.
But you know what? Aguero's ceiling was very high.
He doesn't even need to play, mate. Harry Kane has got a Yaya Toure or KDB behind him. Oh, come on, please, don't kill me. My word.
I don't need to be sold on Harry Kane. I'm a fan. I've always been a fan of Harry Kane. Aguero for me, they're both super talents because I think both of them can just from any angle just
no doubt
shift it and shoot, and it goes in like if they can find a corner. I don't know. I just think Aguero's probably one of the best striking talents I've seen come from for a generation. I'd still stick Aguero, but I don't want
to lessen what Aguero has done. And he has not possibly. I think he has the greatest Premier League moment ever. He's absolutely sensational. His longevity is there to be adored. However, there's a few blemishes on his record that makes me separate him from the likes of a Harry Kane or a Thierry Henry or even a Van Nistelrooy. Actually, when I think about greatest Premier League strikers ever, I need a period of dominance.
Calm down now.
I need you to be.
Aguero is better than Van Nistelrooy.
No, bro, he is. But I'm talking about. Wait, guys, don't get twisted. Van Nistelrooy is a bad boy.
He's a bad boy, but come on.
He was good.
I'm talking about being the best in your position for at least 2 years. I haven't got that.
Aguero's been that.
Aguero prior to last season was like top 5 strikers on the planet for years, bro.
Tell me the years. Tell me the years Aguero was a top striker in the league.
I'm going to finish this conversation.
I'll take from 14 to like 17.
14 to 17.
Yeah, it was definitely at least top 2.
That was Harry Kane's pomp. That was Harry Kane's season.
Because remember, Aguero's first season, he scored 30. I mean, the second season was a bit underwhelming.
But I'm saying Aguero was literally top 2 every season.
Yeah, his second season he was injured. He was injured a lot.
Yeah, top 2 is amazing. Well done, bro. I said top 1.
That's harsh though.
I think that's harsh.
He's
the one constant.
I think you have to, in this conversation, you have to be harsh. You have to be harsh though.
You have to be harsh. Thank you. No, bro. Look, guys. Look, please understand that not even that. I definitely rate Aguero. Come on, like I'm not blind. But if you want to talk about elite, like the elite of the elite strikers, he's there for me. No, not for me, bro.
Aguero for me. That's like for me with Aguero, it's like
Aguero is literally the elite of elite strikers.
No, not for me, man.
I'm telling you, bro.
Harold, Aguero or
Drogba? We're gonna be talking about Aguero.
Aguero. I'm taking Aguero and Drogba. Come on now, please.
Why did you even do that, Sam? Are you a Chelsea fan?
Aguero
what did Sam say?
You know what?
Don't worry about
trying to get like a gauge. I was just trying to get a gauge, like a reference point, innit?
When I bring that poor Drogba, you know.
You know what I mean? Like, even this year where Aguero's been injured, I bet you will still get more than 5 league goals, brother.
Sam,
that's a Drogba.
There's an argument to have that Drogba's had a better individual season than Aguero's ever had.
Before like being a Touchline, I used to rate Drogba, and then ever since I come to Touchline, you guys have made me not rate Drogba, bro.
Nah, that's
I rate Drogba.
You can't be fooled by these guys. Drogba was a class.
Like these guys, no, but the way everyone slanders him head on hair is just crazy. Like I can't look at them the same.
It's not good. It's not good, man. It's agenda. It's agenda, man.
No, from someone who's done Chelsea for years and years. What Drogba gives you on a football pitch
it isn't
mad.
agenda. It's not agenda. It isn't agenda because Drogba is amazing in big games. There's no one denying that at all. No one will ever hear you dispute that. However, there's more to a striker than just big games. You don't play big games 38 times in the season.
But he's an amazing target man. He's an amazing target man.
Okay, but well done. So is Giroud. Giroud's amazing target man. Now what?
Harold. When I say agenda, I'm not saying like agendas sometimes are based. I think a lot of times they're based on truths, and I'm not saying there isn't a truth around. Let's actually shine a light on the fact that Drogba didn't really regularly have great goal scoring seasons. I think that was a good kind of take, but I think it's gone beyond that into making him like any striker, and that's when I say agenda. Do you know what I'm saying? I think there should be respect on his
What was that
name.
last point, Dan? Sorry.
I think it's gone beyond just kind of shining a light on the fact that he didn't have great goal scoring seasons regularly, to the fact that they're trying to belittle him and just make like he's any striker, and it's all like, oh, this guy's better than the package.
That's definitely in jest. Yeah,
like Vardy.
I know,
comparisons and stuff.
But this is what Peter's saying.
Vardy might be a better Premier League striker than Drogba. I can't lie to you, brother.
He might be, because Vardy's done regular goal scoring. But I think when we're talking about individual seasons as well, I think
that's another thing. Aguero, I cannot forget Aguero Champions League. He's nowhere to be found. Come like Dennis Bergkamp. Dennis Bergkamp's got a better Champions League record than Aguero.
Didier Drogba, the top Premier League scorer in the Champions League.
Never went to away games.
Yeah, but Harold, it's the same thing with like Hazard, isn't it? Like he's not got a great Champions League record as well.
But the thing is, we're talking about elite of the elite. Like you're gonna have to. There's gonna be these things that are gonna come off they're gonna be part of your resume. Like you have to compare. Who are we comparing to?
I didn't create this platform for you guys to come on here and shit on Premier League greats. But it seems like Harold and Tobes have taken their
no, but you need to proper measure it out. Because if we're talking Henry, Van Nistelrooy,
Aguero's better than Van Nistelrooy. I'm sorry.
You keep on trying it with the Van Nistelrooy.
Aguero is better than Van Nistelrooy.
He's a better player.
I love Rude. I love Rude.
He's a better player than Van Nistelrooy, no doubt. But for the reasons I said, there's a reason why I'm saying Rude. Yeah. So okay.
Yeah, you're saying Rude because you're rude, bro.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Rude. Do you know what?
Even if I exclude him, okay, look, imagine I just exclude him completely. You still got a Henry. You still got you still got a CR7. You still got a Rooney. Like these are players the pump with their powers.
Wait. Okay, so what are we talking about now? Are you talking about Aguero can't be with a Rooney? Or is this what you're talking about?
The things I criticize Aguero of, Rooney has showed me that he has been that guy. So being
Aguero is better than Rooney, by the way. Just to let you know, Harold.
No way.
I'm not having that.
No way.
No way.
Yes,
Aguero's better than Rooney. No way.
Aguero.
No way. Rooney, are you sick?
Aguero's not better than Rooney.
You said Aguero's better than Rooney?
You're crazy.
Who said that?
Toby, I said it. Me.
Oh, you can be prosecuted. You can be prosecuted for that.
I said it's better than Wayne Rooney.
Touchline, prosecute him.
Wait.
That's a terrible shot.
Yo. Yes, I was saying the things that I'm criticizing Aguero. I've seen from Rooney. Rooney being out and out best striker in the league, even the best player in the league, hands down. What was other reasons? Internationally, I guess that's the same thing with both of them. I mean, they never really set the world alight internationally either. Champions League, Rooney shows up. Like, there's.
Nah, man, I'm not having that.
I'm not having
that, mate. I'm a massive Rooney fan.
Yeah, same.
I ain't having that. Massive Rooney fan.
Are you having Aguero and Rooney then?
No, listen, I'm a massive Rooney fan. I just don't understand how you can induct Rooney into this Hall of Fame and then leave Aguero out. It doesn't.
Exactly.
It doesn't sit right.
Well said, Dan. Well said.
It really doesn't right.
Yeah, I agree.
No way. No way. Can you mention Wayne Rooney's name and tell me?
I never said I didn't induct him into some Hall of Fame. I didn't even know we were doing that. I'm just telling you. Actually, no. I get what you're saying. You're talking about my elite of elite category, yeah?
Yeah.
Aguero can be there, but there's an asterisk. There's an asterisk next to him for me.
No, there's not. What? Why?
I said for me. I said for me.
What is
Look,
that?
wait.
Wait, hold on about Liverpool fans. Hold on a minute, Dan.
There ain't no Premier League title for this, Dan. First of all, yeah.
Yeah, what did you just say, Dan?
There's no Premier League title for this, so just calm down. This is just my opinions, okay?
Yeah,
that's Harold's opinion, not mine as well.
Yeah, obviously, like I said, this is my opinion. I literally prefixed it saying that. So for me, there's an asterisk next to his name. There's those bits missing for me, and those are important. That's it. That's just me, innit? Like if you guys obviously feel free to disagree.
So your asterisk on Aguero is that I think. Do you know what I think? Let me ask you this: is it to do with the fact that because he had a lot of injuries, I think that kind of stopped him from scoring the goals that you want him to have, like
absolutely
twice in a row? So
at least
kind of say it again.
I said at least, yeah.
Yeah, so don't you kind of count that in? Can't you factor that in? It's not like he had bad seasons, but then he had kind of injuries that stopped him from getting. Maybe he was second top scorer, but it stopped him from getting the top scorer.
Bro, look, Dan, absolutely. That's very unfortunate for him. However, it still doesn't matter. It still doesn't defeat the fact that he wasn't there. Like,
but he wasn't.
No, but he was there.
But he was there though. He wasn't able to get the additional numbers you needed because he wasn't fit enough to play those games.
You guys, yeah, the best of the best players, they are normally the most robust players, yeah.
But then Harry Kane though, Harry Kane's missed like 3-4 months for the past for the past 3-4 seasons. And
at least between the years of 2015, 2016, 16 and 17, I saw Harry Kane consistently for 2 years top the charts without any injuries.
You saw Harry Kane top the charts even with injury though, in spite of injury. And I think
if anything, that backs up my point then.
But then that backs up our point as well because more often than not, Aguero is normally top 3 top scorers in the league.
I said top 1. I don't care about second place.
But also,
when have we ever cared about second place?
But also, Harold.
I need to bounce, guys. I'm cooking, but I'll be back.
Okay, cool.
But Harold, one of your arguments was that Aguero's at City, therefore there's more chances. But also, Aguero's at City, so they don't have to force him to play all those games. Whereas Kane,
that's true.
They have to force him to play because they don't really have other players. So this is why I feel like sometimes it's just we don't need Aguero to play. We can rest him. And I just feel like from what Aguero's done when he's been on the pitch, it's not like Aguero hasn't played. He's played. And when he's played, he's banged. And so for me, I think it's very, very harsh what you're saying about Aguero.
It is harsh. It is. No. It is harsh. Bro, but I'm not talking about...
Look what Rick Wanji's put in. 2015 to 2017, Aguero had 26 and 33, 24 and 30, 20 and 31, 21
okay, cool,
25.
Cool. All right, cool, awesome. And in between those same times, between 15 and 18, or show me 15, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18 for Harry Kane. How many more goals did Harry Kane get than Aguero in that exact same time? Tell me. You do the exact same. I've done this. I've done this argument already.
But Rick, can you provide us with the statistics and give us the 26 and whatever, give us the games and then goals as well. Listen, even the Kane, you can say Kane might be better than Aguero, but why are you dismissing him from the elite of the league? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
If there's one thing that I need to convince you to, you gotta put some respect on his name and put him in your elite.
I told you he's there with asterisks. We have to stay with asterisks.
Nah, you
Why?
take it.
For the reasons I've told you. For the reasons.
Shouldn't Kane's name have an asterisk?
Kane isn't in that list yet, unfortunately.
What, no Premier League title? That's an asterisk in my book.
I literally just said Kane isn't in that list.
Okay, cool. So I'll do Aguero's thing again. Is that 2015 to 2017, Rick?
Kane got 20. Kane got 29 and 30. Oh my day!
Yeah, that's disgusting.
That's my striker, man. That's my striker, fam.
That's insane.
I think Drogba got 29 and 32 too. So that
was okay, relax.
That's my
relax, man.
Okay, cool. So that's.
What about Thierry Henry, please? If I call
that Henry is unquestionable. Don't bother.
Thank you. I just had to put that out there.
Henry's got like 0 and 10 finals, I think. Is that the number you wanted?
What's that got to do with anything?
What the fuck?
Okay. I just thought that was the number you wanted. Sorry.
Did Drogba get 4 in one?
What are you on?
Sorry.
How many times did Drogba get under 10?
Okay, wait, Dan. Let me ask you this.
That was so nasty.
If you have a 4-3-3 in an all-time Premier League 11, who are your front three?
4-3-3 all-time Premier League 11. Probably Cristiano and Salah, wide players.
Jeez.
Cool.
And then striker Thierry.
Cool. Oh, damn it! No, you've annoyed me here. Okay, let's change it to a 4-4-2.
You can't.
Who are your two strikers? No. Okay.
Argument.
Give me your two strikers. Give me your two strikers.
4-4-2. Do a 4-4-2.
Yeah. 4-4-2. Give me your two strikers.
Do a 3-5-3.
No, I did. But give me your. The problem is, a lot of people don't even bother with the actual positions when they do a 4-4-3 or like all-time team, and they just slap anyone up front. But who
it didn't fit Harrison's agenda.
Yeah, it didn't fit my agenda. If you had to put a secondary striker, let's say, who's your first sub as a striker in that 4-3-3, Dan?
What in a 4-3-3? If you're asking, are you trying to ask me Harry Kane or Aguero? Because my answer is Aguero.
I just wanted to know who's your backup in that team, and I guess it would be Aguero.
I could do the 4-4-2. If I do the 4-4-2, it'll be Henry, Aguero, Cristiano Ronaldo, Salah, and then
why
midfielders Yaya.
Okay, for instance, why Aguero over Van Persie?
I don't even really rate Van Persie.
Really?
I don't even really rate Van Persie.
What?
Yeah, it's not. Obviously, I'm not saying he's shit. I just don't think he's that good. Like, he shouldn't be in this conversation.
Are you for real?
I agree with that, to be honest.
17. I've watched Van Persie since he was 17. I'm not saying he's got a sweet strike. He's not a Thierry Henry, a Suarez, a Aguero. None of these guys. He's not.
What does Aguero have? Movement and finishing. Yeah.
Yeah. So Aguero is like, obviously towards the end of his career, Van Persie became that guy where when he's on the pitch, like he can score. But Aguero was doing that since he was like 22, 23. Like Aguero's been a gunman from day. So sorry, don't mention Van Persie and Aguero's. And both of them have injuries. Yet Aguero, through his injuries from when he was young, has been popping. Van Persie only learned to do that towards the end. So,
well, I mean, that's because Arsenal have some stupid staff who are clearly rushing him back. The moment he leaves, I guess towards the end of the season, he was fine.
Aguero had injuries too. So, like, I feel like Aguero and Van Persie, for you to respect Van Persie and not to respect Aguero, bruv, I don't know.
Van Persie's massively judged off kind of 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Suarez.
And yet Drogba and Rooney, who had 2 seasons of great goal scoring as well, people want to do them down, but it's the same. But all 3 of those players have had 2 goal scoring seasons. None of them are in the same bracket as an Aguero, as a Suarez, as a Thierry, etc.
Why? Okay, let me give you another example. Why are you putting Aguero before Suarez in your team?
Aguero before Suarez. Both of these players, like, literally, they came through at the same time. I remember watching them at the Under-20 World Cup. So both of these players, I couldn't even separate when they was coming up, when it was 20. But it's difficult. It's difficult. I might even put Suarez over Aguero.
You are putting Suarez over Aguero.
I put Suarez over Aguero. Just because he's
more
robust.
What was Aguero's ceiling, though?
Then I'm calm.
I swear he was
to
be like a next big thing.
So Aguero right now is the 3rd best Premier League striker.
Yeah. I'd put Suarez.
By the end of his career, if Harry Kane has more goals than Aguero does in the Premier League, are you still putting Aguero there?
That's not how I factor it, But the way I factor it is like what you've done on the pitch, because otherwise longevity is just unfair. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like with Hazard and Salah.
Do you not think what Kane's done on the pitch as so far has matched what Aguero's done? Do you not think what Aguero's done on the pitch so far matched Aguero?
Kane's done good, but I just feel like I'll double check. But I just feel like Aguero over the season.
What's it in terms of though? Like goals,
the potency, when he's on the pitch, the potency. I think Aguero's been ridiculously potent. I think over the years been fucking potent, and I have to check it. Maybe I'm wrong, but when you're on the pitch, the amount of you can only do obviously he's had injuries, so I do factor in. Kane's got robustness over him, cool, but I just feel like for the injury prone career he had, Aguero is mad potent, man. He's probably the best, or one of the best anyway, in terms of names.
He's definitely clinical. I won't deny that.
Yeah, man, he's fucking gone, man. Aguero is ridiculous.
I don't know. There's something special about Harry Kane for me. Aguero, oh man, as great as he is, there's always been something that makes me not want to give him the full praise. Unfortunately, but
I don't know
that doesn't mean I don't rate him.
What if he played for Liverpool?
Bro, I don't care about that. Like, come on.
No, but
I was waxing lyrical about Harry Kane just now.
But you say this. I'm not. Look, if Harry Kane played for Liverpool, you'd love him even more. Do you know what I'm saying?
If Harry Kane played for Liverpool, and did absolutely nothing in the whole time in the Champions League, I will be absolutely livid.
But so I don't know about this thing. So where's Harry Kane done in Champions League when Spurs have got there?
I mean, come on.
I can't remember.
Please, bro.
I can't remember.
At least he's got to a final, for goodness sake.
But that's team. You can't go.
It is a team. Okay, look. So what are we gonna do? Goals then? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, if that's what you're saying.
All right, cool. Let me have a look.
I don't know. But it's just this is a team thing.
I have no idea how many goals. Okay, it's mostly because how many times has Spurs been in the Champions League? Is it twice or 3 times since Kane's been there?
Probably 2 or 3 times.
Let me see. Let me see his UCL record. I bet someone will get in the chat before I do. No, that's this season. I was hoping that wasn't right. All right, so Kun Aguero.
The fuck?
Well, they link Libertadores and the qualifying. Oh my days! And Europa League. When did he? Wow, he was in Europa League. Let's see. Mad thing. I don't even remember that. It isn't the goal record. Oh, what is it? It says it was 22 and 51. Danny,
I think Aguero's got 40 goals, I think.
In the Champions League?
Yeah.
No, he does not. Add that up again.
Yeah, it's 40.
He has a good record in the Champions League, especially the group stages. Especially the group stages. The group stages, especially.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's when it gets to knockout stages. That's when it gets a bit funny.
Are you guys talking about for City? You guys talking about for City or for Atletico as well? He doesn't have 40 goals for City.
No, because remember, Atletico, it was mainly Europa League. Remember?
No, it wasn't, bro. No, it wasn't. He played in Champions League twice, brother.
Yeah,
Aguero's got 40 and 72.
He's got 40 and 72.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Cool. And in those, and for those times in
Oh my God, Brighton are winning.
Yeah, Lallana scored.
Man, Adam. But yeah, 40 and 72.
You can't
It's
argue.
not even, bro. But look, it's not just the goals. Like, he will score 5 goals in one game, and it'll mean nothing in the group stages. Where are you when it matters in the knockout rounds? Nowhere to be found. That same indictment could be put on Kane. Absolutely, fair enough. But Kane is a better footballer than Aguero. So that also goes in his favour.
I don't know.
Do you not agree with that?
I don't know. I definitely think.
Jesus, look, Kane is 20 and 24.
In Champions League.
Apparently so. That's what George just said.
No, he's not. There's no way.
There's no way.
There's no way.
There's no way.
I might slap my head if I'll slap my head if he's got 20 and 24.
There's no way he has that many.
He does. Like, I don't know why you lot are surprised with Kane's goal numbers still.
That's
20
mad.
24 for the Champions League.
Yeah,
oh shit, he's got bare goals in the Premier. It's right.
Maybe, but Harold was right. Sometimes you got in the Champions League nowadays. You got to look at knockout stages because you're playing.
You're playing matter to me.
Bums in
I don't
the
care
group
about
stages.
Bro, in group stages, who did you man play in the group stages in the Champions League? Chelsea boys. Who?
Exactly.
Bro, like who the hell are they for United? Where did United go?
I think it was.
Krasnodar, like what on earth is that, bro?
We literally played our second string against them.
And say for United.
So what, Harold, your argument didn't land, so now you want to switch it again?
No. My point. Look, listen. I can get you on any angle I like. Yeah, I got Swiss Army knife. I got Swiss Army knife, my bro. Don't just think
Harold has pumped faked it like 3 times.
Yeah, bro. that's exactly what I'm doing, Baz. Thank you very much. But no, look, his record, bro. He's gonna score goals. He's a Aguero. He's a great scorer. When it matters, though, that's an indictment on him.
When it matters.
In the knockout rounds.
This is
what knockout rating would you say?
Sorry again.
To be fair, you know, what Champions League knockout rounds would you say where he let you down? If you get what I mean.
Every single one.
Well, name some, please.
Yeah, but you have to name them like the ties.
He was injured, though.
Harold is doing bad Googling right now. Harold is
Googling. Are you really gonna make me have to look? Let me go through and get the names of clubs that he's played against. In fact, you know what? Okay, first and foremost, Spurs. Where was he?
Oh wow, that Kane was mad.
I don't care. I don't care. Why didn't he get the goal? Why didn't he
Moscow? Apowell. No, it's not a bad. It's still not a bad return considering the teams. It's still good.
I'm
still
not
good.
Shit on people.
That's not even the point, though. The point is
I'm
about
not
the number
hitting
of
shit
goals.
on Kane. I'm just
the moments. I'm guessing you're saying.
I want to give Aguero his respect.
Oh my days! Stop saying I don't give Aguero respect, bro.
Oh yeah, the missed penalty against Tottenham.
Oh, okay, there we go then. Thank you.
You gave him.
You know, the worst thing about having these discussions is that the people in the chat come with the evidence, and you don't know. It's like
but the thing is, though, Dan, even if I don't remember something in a moment, please know it's not completely made up. I'm not just gonna lie.
No, of course, you've got honor. You definitely have honor.
Yeah, if I'm gonna give another player credit, bro, I've got no problem with that whatsoever. Mm-hmm. What does it cost me? Absolutely nothing. There is a reason why I'm saying these things in it. But fair enough. Look, there's been many a time where Aguero has just not showed up, and unfortunately, they've all come in Europe for Man City. So that has to be a blind record in some respects.
I think it was 21, 22, and he clapped 2 goals past Chelsea in the Champions League. I don't think that Aguero's got this big game thing. I think obviously you've seen him against the biggest clubs in the Premier League.
In
He
England,
scored the most goals. I think it's not an accurate thing to say that he's someone that doesn't turn up in the big games. The Champions League thing, I have to check. Latter stage, I have to check. But that can be a City thing too. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't think you can put that on Aguero.
It could be. It could be a City thing. But at the same time, City not winning the Premier League was a City thing. Aguero came and he was the reason why they won it. Mm-hmm. Well, we're not entirely the reason, but he was a really big part as to why they won it.
Yeah, David Silva.
Bro, it was literally his goal that made that enable. And I ain't saying that was his only contribution of the season, but that was an addition towards it. Like he was literally the reason why they won
it. What's your point, man? I don't get it.
I'm saying you're okay. Dan, relax. Started off by saying, "What's your point?" I don't get it. I don't care.
No. I said I don't. I said I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm just trying to understand.
Oh, okay. So you've just said that in the Champions League, it's a City thing. But I'm telling you, City not challenging for the Premier League was also a City thing. But then they somehow did that. So things can change, no?
Yeah, I just feel like you can't. I don't blame individual players for not winning a team thing. So
of course,
as much
come
as
on, bro. Of course.
As much as you give Aguero the credit for that
league win. Again, I wouldn't give him the credit for the league. Obviously, it's an important moment, cool, but I can't really go at Messi for not winning the World Cup for Argentina or Aguero for doing that. Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't do that. No,
especially
I don't do that.
Tournament football is difficult. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily the best teams that win. And I feel like Aguero's done enough in the league he's done enough in the league. He's banged goals in the Champions League too. I get he's got injuries. That might be, if you're saying that asterisk is injuries, cool. But I just feel like he's easily inducted into the elite of the league when it comes to the Premier League strikers. Easily.
How many players do you have in
that? For me personally,
strikers.
Yeah, for me personally, like I get the Shearer stuff, but I just feel like the quality in the league has drastically changed. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So I'm discounting all of those early guys. So I'm not even having Van Nistelrooy. I'm having Thierry Henry.
How about Andy Cole?
No, I'm not having him. And what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Don't get me mad if you're talking. If
Andy Cole's a good shout. Andy Cole's a good shout. Very good shout. No, that is a very. We need to consider that.
Wait. I just feel like Andy Cole obviously he bang goals, but if Andy Cole gets in and Aguero doesn't, or Andy Cole
no.
If Andy Cole gets
I'm just saying.
Andy Cole's a much better finisher than Aguero.
The same way you mentioned Alan Shearer, I'm also mentioning Andy Cole. And Andy Cole.
No.
Andy Cole's the elite finisher.
Wait. You listen Andy Cole. You're not listening to me.
Sorry? Yes, I was.
Wait. You're not listening to me. I mentioned Shearer to discount him. I said I'm discounting Shearer because most of his goals came when the league was poorer. So I'm discounting him. I'm keeping Thierry Henry. I'm not having Van Nistelrooy there because even though he's notched goals, I just never really rated him that high. I'm having Van Nistelrooy, Suarez, Aguero.
You mean Henry, Suarez? Yeah.
Sorry, Henry, Suarez, Aguero, and then Kane. I think centre forwards wise, those are my elite of the league.
No, but Dan, see if you're gonna put Suarez and Aguero in the conversation over Andy Cole definitely deserves to be there.
Why? Because I just said why that I'm discounting him. At that point, the league wasn't as good.
Yeah, the league wasn't good, but he was still slapping goals in Europe.
Yeah. Shearer was slapping goals that too. I just feel like at this point,
in Europe,
thing.
Not like that in Europe. Not like Andy Cole was. And Andy Cole was a good link player. He could finish. Like his finishing is ridiculous. Like his range of finishes as well.
Andy Cole as a talent doesn't excite me that much. Like,
that's crazy.
He scored goals. He scored goals. Don't get it twisted. He scored goals. Joachim Cole was great, etc., etc. I'm just thinking about now. We would be blessed if we get another player like Suarez coming back into the Premier League.
If we had a player right now with a range of finishes like Andy Cole, it would be ridiculous. No one has a range of his range of finishes was ridiculous.
Andy Cole was a good finisher. I just think that it's levels. So where did he?
He is levels. He is levels.
He started at Arsenal, right? He started at Arsenal, and then where did he go? Newcastle.
But you got to look at why he dropped that. Like, there's a lot of politics involved in why he.
No, I know there's politics. I'm not gonna blame that. I'm just talking about. I first started to see him at Newcastle. That's when I started to see Andy Cole. I just don't think for me when I'm seeing him, he was a good finisher, but there's difference between you're a good finisher and a special player. The players
his finishing was special.
I've seen a lot of them from young. I've seen a lot of them from young. When I saw Aguero from the beginning, I saw special. When I saw even Kane, a lot of people didn't see it, but I saw it. I think Aguero.
Okay. Go on. You're saying you saw Andy Cole at Newcastle and you didn't think that he was special. Because he could finish.
To the level. When I'm talking about worldwide talents, not to the level. The level.
But he could finish inside of his foot, outside of his foot.
To be fair,
he could do everything.
To be fair, with Andy Cole, I was mad young, and he was probably I didn't even know about football then. So maybe I'm doing a disservice.
He's I think not just you. I feel like in general football, I think people do a massive disservice to him because if we're talking about if we rate Ian Wright, Andy Cole had like a bigger range of
But
finishes.
I didn't rate
like...
Ian Wright. I didn't rate Ian Wright to the level of Aguero or like I'm talking about these guys special. Like when I'm seeing them come through, I'm saying this is a world talent, one of the people that are going to be the best in the world. I didn't see that in Andy Cole. That's all I'm saying. You could be good for England, but it's not best in the world. And I don't think if an Andy Cole talent's coming through today, you're going to be thinking this guy is going to be the best in the world. And I think
we would. I think if there was, because a lot of I think because Andy Cole was such a good finisher, people forget how good his all-round game was as well.
But like, I disagree. Andy Cole, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm not saying he's a bad player. I think York and Cole, we got to see Andy Cole at a big club, so we got to see him in a peak club. And I think when you're talking about a Rooney and an Andy Cole, Rooney's way more special than Andy Cole, way more. Like this, is what I'm talking. I'm talking about special players.
It's not that far off, man. Like, I would have said.
I think Andy Cole's a better fit. Like in terms of goal scorer, I think Andy Cole's definitely a better goal scorer than Wayne Rooney. I feel like he's not special compared to the players that I'm talking about. I just feel like, for me anyway, and I can only
his ability to find the pass though, like that was good as well. Like people feel like, that's what I'm saying. I feel like people, because Andy Cole's such a good finisher, people discount how good he was at everything else. Like, but he was like, for me, I would say like he was different. Like in the 90s, all the strikers finished, but he could do everything else. He was like the first. He was on the. Sorry,
Rick Wanji. I promise you. People call me crazy because I remember Kane went on loan to Leighton Orient or whatever, and Mia Wall at the time. So this is before even Spurs fans rated him. But I was saying this player is going to be one of the best. I said him and Sturridge, they'll be the best England strikers, and they literally became it. And it was just because of his strike. Like, you can't stop a strike. It's almost like with Greenwood at this point. And I'm not saying
that's something about Van Persie, bro.
What do you mean?
You're talking about a sweet strike. Greenwood looks like Van Persie the way he shoots the ball.
Yeah, I think the difference with Van Persie is because I remember Van Persie when he was coming through.
I think you're harsh on Van Persie, bro.
I'm not.
Van Persie was very, very limited. Van Persie was...
Yeah, he's limited.
He was limited to the strike. That's what he had, and he was very, very injury prone.
That's true, bro.
He wasn't a very good dribbler. He wasn't his hold up play wasn't good. Like at Arsenal, he had
very decent hold up play at Arsenal.
Actually. It wasn't that good. No, I'm talking about in the early days, like when he was coming through. Like it wasn't good.
We have to compare it over his whole time. Like, I'm not gonna say like he wasn't.
I'm not gonna lie. See the Van Persie thing. Yeah, it was literally those 2 seasons. Like he always scored goals. He always scored goals for Arsenal, but he was never. We couldn't do like prolific. We used to play Bentner over him because he wouldn't add anything other than goals.
Well, I mean, that's not the entirety of it. It's also the fact that he was coming back from injury every other game.
And because you couldn't trust him in big games. You couldn't trust him against stronger defenders. He was really lightweight.
I'm sorry, I have to disagree.
Van Persie, no, that's true.
But I agree with Moises. So I'm
talking about in the beginning though. I'm talking about in the beginning. Like
wait. I agree with Moises because I think at that time, obviously Van Persie was coming through, Rob Ben was coming through, and in terms of the Dutch thing, anyway, and those were seen as 2 of the biggest talents. Now, Van Persie always had that strike because he was taking free kicks. Pierre Van Hooijdonk was there with him at Feyenoord. I always thought this is a good player, but he didn't look like he had that special ability to win games by himself.
Exactly.
And even I feel like,
but he did do that. He literally did do that.
Later.
No, not at that point. Not at that point.
So yeah.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. So like, even with the Dutch national team, when you saw them 10 years later, and you saw Van Persie and Robben playing together. Robben was the Stardust. I feel like Robben is what I'm talking about in terms of that special talent. I don't think Van Persie is that. I think it's not saying Van Persie isn't good. He had an amazing strike with him. I think that's his best quality. And I think the fact that it took it towards the end of his career, he kind of found his purpose and in terms of being able to repeat it more regularly. That made him a top player.
By the time he got to Man United, he was a very, very good footballer. Like a really good footballer.
Yeah, but that was the end of his career.
I think there's more to his game than you're giving him credit for. If I'm completely honest, I think he's brilliant. He's obviously he's got a great strike. He's also very good in the air. People don't respect him air really.
No,
I didn't say elite. I said he's very good in the air.
How he's good in the air, but he like are you talking about I'm talking like his entire career. So I'm not gonna miss out.
Is Aguero good in the air?
Are you talking about no? But wait. Let me land.
We have to compare.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about. We're talking about. Are you talking about the 2 seasons? Whose mic is that?
Yeah, I don't know whose mic that is.
I think that's Peter. Yeah. Are we talking about the 2 seasons, or are we talking about?
We're talking about career? The entire career.
In the beginning, yeah, his leap. He's always been a tall guy, but his leap didn't count because he was so slight. He couldn't get anything off on a defender, so he was like non-existent in the air. Like everything other than his strike, that was all he had. So we
no,
can't,
it wasn't though. Like because it wasn't just his strike; it was also his range of finishes. Don't get me wrong, Aguero's got a range of finishes also. However, when Van Persie used to strike the ball, Van Persie used to hit a volley. He obviously was good in the air, like I just said. He could finish first time. He could slot it bottom corner. Bro,
yeah,
he had an array of finishes. Similar to what Aguero does, though. What I will give Aguero is that Aguero has a better weak foot. There's no doubt about that. In my opinion.
Arsenal had Aguero, don't forget both of these players are injury prone. If Arsenal had Aguero, it wouldn't be just like like Moises is saying where Bent was played over him sometimes, or who else did they have? All of these players.
If Arsenal had Aguero, would Arsenal have finished higher or lower or the same in the league?
Higher.
Probably won the league.
Higher.
Really?
Would have won the league. Yeah, because a lot of yes. Harold, here's why. Because there's a few years here when all we needed was an elite striker, and we would
tell me the year.
When Eduardo got injured, we would want.
By the way, Van Persie has to be also fit because for all you know, Aguero was also injured.
What are you talking about?
You need to obviously you can't compare a year where Van Persie's injured for the whole season.
No, but Aguero could be injured. Aguero could be injured and still come back and play 25 games.
Exactly.
Van Persie would play like 12 games, like 16 games max in a season. Like if he was injured, he would literally be gone like half the year. Like he wouldn't come back. That's how bad it was. That's why even when he burst through, for me, I was shocked because I never thought that Van Persie would last a season ever. Ever. It was never happened. Like I always knew he was gonna give us a good half a season, but he only played.
He left Arsenal and he was completely fine.
Yeah, but that's because as he got older, he started to understand what his body.
No, you can't just put it wholly down to. No. Look, for the same reason, I'm not going to blame Aguero for his injury woes. I'm not going to blame Van Persie either.
If we're going to go off 2 seasons, then okay. If we're going to go off 2 seasons, then we have to say Michael Owen. We have to put Michael Owen in the mix as well. Then.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you're comparing seasons where they played more or less the same amount of games, yeah, would if I put Aguero in Van Persie's place, are Arsenal finishing higher?
Yes.
Why? Why is that?
Because he's way more potent. I think he's way more potent. He's always been way more potent.
Van Persie got 2 golden boots. How potent do you want the guy to be?
Yeah, no, he only managed to do that towards the end of his career.
Exactly.
But those are the periods I'm talking about, bro.
Say it again.
If we're going to talk about elite, we have to talk about longevity as well, man.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about over
now, that's a different point. Because if you want to talk about longevity, then there's no point talking about Van Persie because he hasn't done it over that stretch of time.
Okay, but what I'm saying is towards the end of Drogba's time at Chelsea, that's when he started clapping goals. But I'm not gonna, use that to suggest that I'd rather have Drogba over Aguero. I just feel like Aguero, if Arsenal had him rather than Van Persie all that time, they would have finished higher automatically because
the whole time. Look, fair enough. The guy's injured. But look, let me ask you this: give me 3 years. I always like to take 3 years because 3 years I feel like is a fair comparison. There's enough time, even if you're new to the league. 3 years of Aguero's best seasons, in succession, and compare it to Van Persie's 3 years in succession, and tell me. Or just his best 3 years in the league. So for me, it would probably be the 2 years before he left Arsenal, and then the first year of United. So what was that? 10 to 12? Let me find it. I don't remember. Yeah, it was 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 13. If I'm not mistaken. I bet someone in the chat will probably say it.
Yeah, like I'm Aguero. Van Persie towards the end found the ability to net regularly, which is cool. But Aguero had that.
Which is cool.
Aguero found that at 22, 23. He found out at 22, 23.
Do you not think if Rooney hadn't gone off to the wing to try and accommodate for an emerging CR7, do you think that he would also be in that elite of elite in your top Premier League 11? Well, strikers.
The only reason why I don't have a Rooney there is because he didn't play, like, he wasn't a striker, he wasn't a goal getter.
Yeah,
like
exactly. But yeah, he was very much a team player. Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, Rooney's elite for me. Rooney's always been elite for me. And
he is,
what's funny
no
is,
doubt.
to kind of circle back, we like, me and my friends did that conversation about, like I said, Rooney, Van Persie, Robben, Cristiano, and and at that point, I would always put Van Persie last. Motherfucker was shit, man.
Wait. Say the list again.
It was all, to be fair, at that point, it was all the R's. So it was, we included Robinho too. So it was Rooney.
Wow, okay.
It was Rooney, because they're all around the same age. It was Rooney, Ronaldo, Robben, Robinho.
I wouldn't put Robinho above Van Persie.
No way. There's no chance. However, there was that season where him and Stephen Ireland looked like they were flipping Xavi and Iniesta type linking.
I put Robinho above Van Persie. I'll put him above him.
No way, man.
Nah,
come on.
Nah.
Dan. What did Van Persie do to you, Dan?
Hype.
Yeah, come on.
It's not a hype.
What did he do to you?
That's because you can't justify that. You actually can't justify that.
No, I can't. No.
All right, let's hear it.
Here's the thing. If you're asking me who's the better Premier League player, then Robin Van Persie definitely is. 100%. Yeah, 100%. And
was Robinho even good? Was he even that good at Real Madrid though?
He had a good season, and that's why Real Madrid didn't want to sell him. He had to kind of force his way out. But he had a good season.
Right.
He had a good season. He had a good season. I understand.
He was in a star-studded, like, he had it made for him, and I just remember him just being just always kind of under delivering.
Feel like Arsenal's. I think the majority of Van Persie's Arsenal career was so kind of stuttering anyway because of the injuries. Like, he barely had impact.
If I'm being honest with you, Dan, if we talk about the main point, if I'm being honest with you, Aguero is better than Van Persie. Like, that's okay. I don't mind that argument. He's portfolio of work, fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's that the top 3 Premier League strikers, he's not in it for me.
Who? Aguero.
So what you're saying Van Persie is?
No, I'm not saying Van Persie.
Who's your top 3?
Who did I start with? Henry, Suarez, and Harry Kane.
And then who's 4th?
Aguero. Aguero's 4th, no doubt.
Tomato. I don't mind.
However, now let me say this, because this is something I've been criticizing Aguero of. If Aguero plays a vital role in City at least reaching a final, this season, then he pips he pips, what's it called? Yeah, then he pips Harry Kane. And if he wins that final in the Champions League, then he goes above Suarez. I lied. That's a lie. That's not happening. Take that back. I think that back.
Yeah, I don't run on team accolades.
No, but bro, I'm not saying team accolades though, because I know what you mean. Of course, it is a team accolade, but I'm saying he has to have an actual input. In the same reason that I'm taking away from him for missing a penalty against Spurs, that I have to be consistent.
I'm saying I don't care. I'm saying for me, personally,
see, now that's you. I'm telling you my own criteria.
I hear you, and you told me yours. I'm telling you, I don't care. I don't get.
Fair enough.
For me personally,
okay, look, fair enough, Dan. Look, fair enough. Cool.
Yeah, because
we can move on.
Feel like, no. I'm just saying. I just feel like you can put the top player in a team, and that team can be unlucky, but you're not going to make him a top player because that team
was
gone
bad.
Through
Okay,
period.
That sounds like
No, but that's not what I said. So,
well, Dan, who would you say is the top 3?
Dan, that's not what I said. And you know that's not what I said. So don't do this.
No. That's not what you said. But that's what I think that your criteria lends to that type of thing happening.
Oh,
I didn't say that.
No, I'd go in a complete different direction with you, man. Top three, I'd say Cole, Henry, and probably
You're an Arsenal supporter.
No. Cole, Henry, and probably Owen.
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 That's an interesting one.
Who said Owen? Nah, Owen.
It's Peter.
Man. You can't.
Owen.
Wait, Pete. Why not Owen?
So he's more of like
Peter's a Liverpool fan as well.
He's more of like okay, he had amazing breakthrough season. He's more of amazing talent, but like these men have actually delivered like
not breakthrough, not just breakthrough. Like Owen was good for quite a few years. You know, I can't lie.
He wasn't.
Nah, he
like that's someone who he had the talent to be the best.
Yeah, and you know it's as well. Yeah, I saw I followed Owen at Real Madrid, yeah, and I don't think he was that bad there either. Like
he scored goals.
Yeah, he was actually good at Real Madrid.
He scored goals, but
and he came back to the Premier League, and then
and Newcastle
injuries, but
and then
nah, I'm not having.
Yeah, even
I can't believe Owen is in your top three.
They were still banging. So
Owen only went below 15 once. You know, like just put that in it. Like he only went below 15 Premier League.
But you're talking about a girl delivering with an injury.
And how many
Owen
seasons?
didn't deliver with an injury.
No, but wait. Owen broke through at 17, yeah, and got 18 goals his first season.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, he repeated it again. He repeated it again the following season. Yeah,
again, amazing.
Owen claps. Owen. So let's get this clear. Owen claps coming through, and I think when you're talking about 17 goals, that doesn't sound that much. But when you look at how many games he played, he probably played like 23 games, whatever. So that's
started
36.
No, but he started about 25. Like he didn't start that many games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's clapping. I'm not here to take that away from him. However, obviously the injuries count into it, and like very quickly, Owen became shit. Very quickly.
Yeah, but when he was clapping 1v1, he was an elite finisher 1v1. I think the speed. Getting a yard off his man, his movement. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was too short lived. It was way too short lived.
It was. Not only was it short lived. Well done on getting that many goals, saying that he didn't go below 15, bro. How many times did he get above 20?
Yeah, he didn't.
I don't think he did.
Yeah,
fair enough.
We're talking elite of elite, bro. Because if not, then I'm looking at a.
Alright, if I swap him out, I'll say thing. No, if I swap him out, I'll probably say alright, cool, probably Kane then.
But do you know what it is? Kane, Owen, just on the Owen thing, yeah, he didn't get above 20, and then that kind of seems like an indictment. But when you're a young player, you're not really going to start all of them games. So for that, I definitely, we're old, but definitely,
baby boy fan.
When he came through, he was doing bits, but it was just way too short lived, man.
Yeah, it was very short lived.
The Owen I saw was the Owen.
I hated how he left.
The Owen I saw was the Owen at Newcastle, bro. I never got to see Liverpool Owen. So when I see Owen,
you should go back and watch him.
Yeah, watch Liverpool Owen. If you're a Liverpool fan and you haven't seen Liverpool Owen,
go back and watch
Michael Owen. I've seen it, but like, it's different to seeing it week in, week out. You know what I'm saying? I didn't experience the greatness of him.
No, but even so, it will still be good. And not only Owen, but go and watch Robbie Fowler. Possibly the best finisher we've ever had in our club. Not possibly, I think he is actually.
He is.
Give him a watch if you haven't.
I have. I'm just saying though, it's different when you experience someone week in, week out. You know what I'm saying? Like you turn on TV, you watch them week in, week out. It's different.
And Owen was coming.
Also, this is that's actually a great. I'm happy you brought that up because right now we microanalyze everything, like to the point where now people don't even believe Rio Ferdinand ever had like a bad game, let alone a bad season.
Oh, that QPR,
when it's completely not true at all.
Exactly.
At all. Like, but we watch so much football now, and we're on Twitter. We've got podcasts. Like, we're doing so much about Discord, making YouTube videos, but we're doing it all the time, so we know every single. I literally just told you a game where Harry Kane scored 2 goals, and there was one of which is his left foot from about 30 yards. No one's doing that about all these times ago. Like, you're not remembering all the bad games they had.
We couldn't even watch all the games. There was no illegal streaming. Do you know what I'm saying?
Literally, like there was none of that. It was all soccer special, or it was or even before that you have to watch teletext to get some score updates. Like if you couldn't afford nothing.
Literally,
the only full game you can watch was whatever the TV broadcast. So like Saturday 3:00. Yeah, Saturday 3:00. You're not watching them games. Do you know what I'm saying? Unless you're going to the stadium.
So I think what we need to do is when people are talking about, I guess it's football Twitter for you, innit? Like some people are just very young and they just put avies of footballers and themselves. But when you're criticizing some of these players now, compare them to the greats that you're talking about. They weren't all that great, bro. They were great. Don't get me wrong. Sorry, I phrased that wrong. They were great, but they weren't great as often as which you think they should be.
Yeah.
Like they just weren't. Like let's keep it a buck, man. Like even someone who I respect fully, like the Man Vidic, bro. He has some torrid games, and not just Torres. Don't just let me think, oh, he had some terrible record against Torres. Forget that. He had normal games where he got twist up inside and out. Like it happens. But dare that happen to a Van Dijk or a Laporte or one of the players that we see as the greatest now? They're like, nope, like that's it. You're done for this and that. But I think people don't take that into account, that we like hyper analyze now everything, every single thing. Bro, the other day you man were laughing at Trent against Chelsea. Every opportunity that they got against him, we were all together laughing at him. That's the fact that he was getting beat by his man every time. Like you don't get that.
Yeah. That's why like the legends are always going to be better than the new people, because they're kind of their view of them is distorted, because people condense it into the highlights and then they compare what they're watching week in, week out to that just the best bits of all of these players.
Bro, and also same way it works opposite. So people think Roy Keane was just some hard man who had no footballing ability. Bro, you're completely mistaken. Roy Keane was a very good centre midfielder. Like, don't get twisted. The guy used to control games. Roy Keane is a good midfielder.
I never used to rate Roy Keane though, watching him.
The thing is, I used to think that he was, well, not based on watching him, but afterwards and seeing how everyone used to be like, oh, he's just this hard man who loves to go in hard for a tackle. I was like, maybe he's just some sort of like Lee Cattermole type of guy. Or who's that guy who always gets sent off? I can remember who it was. My day's gone. It's about to be 2-0. It's 2-0.
Roy Keane was like a child.
Brighton scored 2 goals, guys.
2-2.
It's offside.
Harold, Roy Keane was like a Lee Cattermole or Joey Barton or like
no, bro. You got
to remember those guys have a good range of passing as well. They like Roy Keane is in that mode. Like he had a.
I agree with Moises. I'm not saying that he was shit. I'm not saying that he couldn't pass at all. Yeah, I just don't think he was that good.
Exactly, and they also, those guys also have a good range.
I thought it was good.
Cattermole's a good can spray the ball. Like Joey Barton can spray a ball like 40 yards as well. Like
I have never rated Joey Barton, so I can't say that.
Charlie Adam can also spray a ball like
Charlie Adam. Fair enough, but Charlie Adam had about one season for Blackpool in the Premier League where he actually looked like he was good, and from there on in he looked like he was athletically challenged.
Do you know what we did for Chelsea? What we did was we watched back during lockdown or whatever. We watched the back league game.
Yeah, same.
I think it was Liverpool versus Chelsea actually, and at that point, this was last season. I can't remember. But it was Liverpool versus Chelsea, and at that point, a lot of the Chelsea fans, they hated Jorginho, they hated all of this.
Oh, the recent thing. Okay.
No. I'm just saying at this point last year when we did the podcast, they hated.
Oh,
Jorginho.
I see. Okay.
Right, but then we watched back, and I know a lot of people were saying, "Oh yeah, if only we had a Xabi Alonso." When we watched that game, Xabi Alonso was trash.
Bro,
completely trash.
Bro, Xabi Alonso. That's such a perfect one to use. Xabi Alonso, I promise you, one of the most overrated players in his time at Liverpool.
He was really inconsistent for us. Like, really
oh my word, this is driving me mad.
Super inconsistent.
He needs to go to Madrid and he's a different player.
Nah, super inconsistent for us. To be fair, the last season he had was really good, but then before that, he was really inconsistent.
Yeah, that was it. It was literally the last season.
Yeah, the last season.
Madrid, that was it.
But everyone puts his time at Madrid and Bayern into like mixes it with our one. Like, no, he wasn't the same player.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. You can't tell people that. Like when people will say, "Well, why can't Jorginho be like a Xabi Alonso?" And I'm like, "What's your image of Xabi Alonso?" Because I'm sure you're just gonna take the highlights and think he was this player, and that's why it's so difficult for players today because they're competing with fake people that never existed.
True.
No one is that good that often. That's why we're lauding the likes of a Messi and Ronaldo because they don't make sense. They're consistently the best I've ever seen. Like they're consistently world class. No one is that. No one is consistently world class. Like, we need to understand it's not normality.
Are you talking about now, back in the day?
No, we're just talking about comparison. Go on, Dan.
On Xabi Alonso, give me more because I need to take this back to the group.
Bro,
so what was your issue with Xabi Alonso?
Like Peter was saying, unbelievably inconsistent. He would go missing in games and completely hide from the ball. It was only until his last season where he had that fantastic link up with Javier Mascherano.
When Mascherano came, that's when you really saw the best of him.
When Mascherano came and did all of his dog work for him, we had to just spray passes. He was living.
Everyone remembers that halfway line goal and
against Newcastle.
That's nothing. That's what they remember.
Bro, so what did you think about him as a passer, like consistently? Because I think a lot of people think that all of his passes were perfect over the top, etc., etc.
No, they weren't. At Liverpool, they weren't.
They weren't.
Yeah.
What they were his first few years at Liverpool. What I think they were. That was, you know how some people test out their range, like in golfing, they just swing for their range just to see how far it can go and how accurate it was. First 2 or 3 years at Liverpool, that's what he was doing. That's what he was just finding his range. Later on in his year, he got way more refined in his game. And he became way more cultured. Exactly.
And to be honest, that's the perfect word. Even Rafa, even though this was the wrong decision, Rafa wasn't 100% completely sold on Xabi Alonso because he actually wanted to get Gareth Bale in. And if he was that, it would have been 100. Even though it wasn't the right decision, Rafa still wasn't 100% sold on him. You know what I'm saying? We still thought he could get an upgrade on Xabi Alonso.
Yeah, but when you talk to the general football fan, and obviously you guys are experts at Liverpool because you've been watching them your whole life, but you talk about the general football fan, their idea of Xabi Alonso at Liverpool probably one of the best in terms of consistently producing the league, always finding the men, etc., etc. It's so distorted.
Oh my days! He used to frustrate me.
I remember midfield changing quite a lot as well. Like you get like a Biscan that will come in, a Smeeter that will come in.
A Berger.
Yeah,
you had a Smeeter.
Like it would change quite a lot.
We had to keep bringing in these players. Flipping a deep man had to hold his hand for a few times.
Yeah, there was a lot. No, but don't get me wrong. He showed flashes of like obviously how talented he is and the passing range and all that stuff. But he just wasn't as consistent.
It's not consistent. But this is what I'm saying. And so you're saying off the ball, did he develop the defensive side, or was he always just luxury defensively?
Bro, I think he developed it.
Okay.
Towards the later on, because I think he got played a bit deeper in it when he went to Madrid and Bayern especially.
No, I'm talking about Liverpool, specifically at Liverpool.
Bro, I'm telling you, in his whole time here, he never really had to worry about that.
Yeah, I don't remember him being that
always had people around him to work. Even the likes of Jimmy Traore used to come in and do a job for him. Bro,
no, Sissoko, wasn't it? Sissoko.
I said Jimmy Traore. Sissoko used to come in and do the work. That was it. Momo Sissoko used to come in and do the work for him.
I swear Sissoko had a better season than him one season.
Bro, Sissoko was...
I swear Sissoko had a better season than one season.
I like Sissoko,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. Anyone that's tall and dark skin, they got my vote, bro.
Yeah,
Momo Sissoko was genuinely so good for us that year. It was only when Javier Mascherano came in, I promise you, Javier Mascherano came in, and I promise you, he was that partnership. It was honestly, it was so perfect.
Yeah,
like it was literally like a sweeper and a sprayer. Mascherano do all the walk, do all the work, slide tackles, normal, all of that.
I think Mascherano
get the ball, ping it to Gerrard to Torres, goal.
Mascherano. Yeah, Mascherano was criminally underrated. At West Ham, yeah, he didn't get into the side of Hayden Mullins. Like Pardew just didn't rate him. Like,
that's unbelievable.
That's and then like when I saw him play at Liverpool, I was like, this guy.
He's underrated, man.
I love Mascherano.
When he came, like Gerrard had his best season when Mascherano came. Xabi Alonso looked a lot better when he came. Like Mascherano was really, really, really good, man.
Honestly, that 08-09 season, yeah, Peter.
Yeah.
Oh my word, we were that was the year. I think how many points off were we of United? Was it 2 in the end?
I think so.
I think we're 2 points off in the end, bro. Like,
Harold, what other players do you feel like
for Liverpool?
Yeah, overrated.
We don't even have players who were rated.
We didn't have many good players at the time,
exactly.
at all.
You probably have a few for Chelsea.
Maybe like John Arisa, maybe. I don't know if he's rated.
John Arisa. Ooh, Risa was an interesting one. I think
because you like him because you just Dan will just see his goals every now and then.
No, because my family support Liverpool, so I watch. Oh, okay. I watch Liverpool quite often.
I think he divides teams a bit. Divides fans a bit though.
Yeah, I don't think
he does. He does. Like I don't think he was like amazing, but obviously having that shot was amazing. Plus he wasn't terrible. Like you know what I'm saying.
But he would get spin quite a lot, like a lot.
He used to always get spun, man.
Yeah, a lot.
Roberto Carlos gets spin, like loads of left backs get spin. You know
no, but he's a type where if you're coming up against a good winger, he's liable to get spun like that. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't fill you confidence that he's gonna kind of hold his own. Really,
I just don't think most people saw him as the best defensive left back in the league for him to be.
No, he wasn't.
I think people appreciated. I think people appreciated him for what he was. That's why I wouldn't say he was overrated.
A man shot the ball and broke a man's leg.
Yeah, he had a fucking cannon shot. But Chelsea, Chelsea, I didn't really rate Zola as much as people rated him. That's not to say that I can't see that his quality. He's definitely quality on the ball. But there was a lot of times where I wanted him to be dropped just because I thought that Hasselbaink and Johnson were a better strike partnership.
But by the way, excuse me. By the way, he's one of the few successful Italian exports. Italians don't play well in the Premier League. I couldn't tell you why, but he's one of the few in our history.
Vialli was great for us.
Vialli, yeah, Vialli as well. Sorry,
Vialli was great for us. There's probably a few more, but yeah, in terms of overrated Chelsea players, I think Zola was mad overrated. I even think Lampard was mad overrated. Even
there we go. Bab said it as well. He's gonna say Lampard.
I think Lampard is mad overrated.
Lampard's a strange one from you though, because I've always wanted to know why. Why Lampard?
Running man with a finish. That's Lampard. Running man with a finish. That's what it is.
I think. Literally. So here's the thing. The only reason why I'm not saying these players are bad. This is, I think, overrated. So Zola, I'm not saying he's bad, but people are putting him up there.
Fight back.
Yeah, people are putting up there with, oh my god, the greatest player to play in the Premier League. I'm like, calm down. Like, yeah, he's good on the ball. Like when you even watch Zola, you can see that
Zola.
Yeah, he's great on the ball, but week to week, was he winning us games? No, he didn't deserve all the accolades he was getting. I'm sorry. There was other players that I would feel more confident that can win us a game more regularly if they played more regularly. So yeah, that's why Zola I think was overrated. I think we've had quite a few people that I just feel like mad overrated.
Speak on the Lampard thing because
chat about Lampard.
Lampard. To be fair with Lampard, I do rate his progression as a Chelsea player because when he came in, his shooting would always just kind of like drift across the floor. And he came in at 22, 23. And obviously Lampard, we all know that he works hard and he's improved his game. Like he's talked about himself. But I just feel like he was a good passer. As he got on, I rated him more because he developed as a player. But for the majority of his career at Chelsea, I was just thinking, okay, cool. We can do with better. Do you know what I'm saying? I wanted Gerrard at Chelsea. Yeah. I just felt like...
So you think Gerrard's better?
Yeah, I do think Gerrard's better. But what I will say is that I didn't used to go to Chelsea games. And when I first went to a Chelsea game, it must have been 2009 or whatever. And I saw Lampard play. I thought he was amazing. And then that made me question my view of Lampard. And maybe I would have rated him if I started to go to games more. Because I would obviously watch every single Chelsea game.
Scholes is a good one.
I would obviously watch every single Chelsea game. But when I went to watch regularly, then I rated Lampard more. So maybe it's just that I didn't go to games regularly and you get a bit more appreciation, but I didn't rate him as much. I just thought that he shot a lot. I just thought that you're just shooting.
I really like Lampard, Dan. I can't lie to you.
I like Lampard.
Do you know who's underrated because everyone else around him is so overrated? Patrick Vieira.
You think he's overrated?
Yes, Patrick Vieira. Like if we can say Scholes, Lampard, and all them guys are like...
I don't agree at all. We should
be speaking about how good because Patrick Vieira technically was...
No, he's underrated, Harold.
He's underrated because they're so...
Yes. Okay, fine.
Because everyone around him was so overrated, he's underrated. Like,
do you know what I'd say? I say back then, don't forget, we're younger here. So I didn't rate him.
I just didn't rate Vieira at that point.
What didn't you rate about him though? Because he had a touch, he had a pass.
I hear you. No, but I rate
He wants
Vieira
goals
now.
though.
Sorry. He did have goals. He did have goals.
Yeah, I rate Vieira now in retrospect, but I just think that maybe at this point I like the glory people.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I think at that point I like the glory people.
There ain't no way I was expecting a Paul Scholes back then. I couldn't care less about that dumb bro. Man used to come on and control the game. I don't care. I want goals, blood.
I did. And Scholes used to score when he first came through, but I
thought bangers, bangers only.
I thought he was mad overrated, but then Thierry Henry started to say, "Oh, I really like Paul Scholes," and I was thinking, I gotta rate this.
Nah. You
That's
know what?
the
Look,
thing.
we've arrived at Scholes. Yeah. Look, let me ask you guys: if you're playing in your Premier League all-time midfield, is does Scholes come into any of your teams?
No.
No, it doesn't. He doesn't come into it. Like.
I feel like people started telling us to rate Scholes, and that's why we started rating.
If you're talking about all-time Premier League midfield, I'm taking Vieira, Yaya, Gerrard.
Yeah, that sounds like my type of midfield. My midfield as well.
PMP, yeah.
Set. PMP and Tech though. Don't get to stick and Tech.
I'd have maybe Modric in there too.
What? Really?
Yeah. I've had
Why? Who's taken out? Who's taken out though?
No, I'm so out of them. Maybe Vieira.
But isn't Modric's thing like too short? How good was he and how long was he in the Premier League for?
Okay, if you're talking about body of performances, he can't compare to people that have played here 10 or whatever years.
Oh, but that's just player preference.
The best midfielders that I've seen in the Premier League, I'd probably put Modric, Yaya as my top two.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Modric, like that, yeah.
Why Modric,
man? Huh?
Why Modric?
Yeah, what about him? Oh, Cesc is a shout, actually.
No, not Cesc. Yeah, Cesc is one of Cesc is one of my overrated dons. That's Dan.
No way.
I don't care. I don't give a shit.
I can't lie. You must be here. No way.
Wait, guys. Wait. Cesc,
I'm sorry, man.
Cesc was like Moses on the pitch, man. He could split a whole team with one pass. He could split a whole team with one pass. Like
I used to love
that. Ridiculous.
Are you finished?
A man came onto the pitch, won the game, and went off injured. Are you crazy?
Yeah, plenty of people do that.
Sorry.
Wait.
All I can say is this.
PR. Give me another example of a man who's came on as a sub, scored 2 goals, won the game, and then went off injured. Give me one example.
Plenty of people play through injury, though. I don't get that point.
Yeah.
Bro, I just said to you, Arsenal will lose against Villa at home. He comes on, scores 2 goals, wins the game, and goes off injured immediately after.
Look, Dan, you're probably gonna say all Cesc could do was pass, yeah. But when Cesc went into the 10 role,
tell me what I'm gonna say, bro.
Sorry, that's what everyone says. Oh, he was just a good passer.
I'm not everyone.
When Arsenal when Cesc went into the 10 role, he balled out.
He scored goals.
He balled and assists, like goals and he got like 15 and 15 and goals and assists.
Why don't you rate him?
I don't care. I'm not saying that Cesc wasn't a good player. I'm not saying that Cesc wasn't a good player, okay? Cesc, I even watched the tournament that Wenger signed him. I watched that tournament. I'm big into youth football. I just feel like with Cesc,
you watched that under-17 World Cup, and you didn't think Cesc was one of the best players there?
He was 15. I didn't say he wasn't. I'm saying I've seen his progression. He was 15 at that time. It was under-17 World Cup. He was 15.
Yeah, I watched that tournament as well. And if you're gonna say he wasn't one like top 3 or top 4,
you'd like to put words in my mouth. Like
no, because you said I watched him in that under 17 that tournament, and you didn't. What would you say? You didn't think?
No, you got to listen. You got to listen.
Well, let that land.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not taking that away from Cesc that he's a good player. I'm not taking that away from him, but I do question his quality in terms of we're talking about peak of the peak best. And the reason why I say that is, all I can say is when he went to Barcelona, I said he's not going to last there, and he's going to get sold. And the only reason why I say that is because, especially with Cesc is one of them guys. Like we're talking about today, like a Bruno Fernandes and a Ziyech and all that type of stuff. The guy became obsessed with the final ball. The same way I don't really rate Lampard, just becoming obsessed with the shooting. And I really liked Cesc maybe a bit more at the beginning when he was doing the whole passing thing. But I just feel like as a player, he pales in comparison to someone that was really intelligent and controlled the game like a Modric, whereas I feel like Cesc a lot of the time was just trying to find the final ball. And it became more of like a volume guy. And I'm not saying he's a bad player. He scored goals. He had assists. Even when he came to Chelsea, him and Costa linked up great. But Modric, a whole nother level. And it doesn't surprise me that Modric has won the whatever player of the year. And Cesc, I don't think he would ever come close to it because he's not the same level of player.
But my rebuttal to that is, don't you think circumstances can change, like can make that happen? Because in terms of, he was the only guy at Arsenal who could win a game. So it's like, okay, if I don't win a game, who's gonna win the game? So I need to find that final pass. I need to like carry this team on my back. He was captain, and he was how old was he? He was very young.
No, do you know what I think it is? I think
so. He was used to it because he was carrying Arsenal on his back.
I think it's this. I think he played with Thierry Henry. And Thierry Henry is someone that needed space to get in behind to do his bits, because obviously the quicker he gets the ball, the more damage he can do. And Thierry Henry demanded the ball up quick. And I think Cesc coming there young and impressionable, because I think Cesc, like in that under-17 World Cup we're talking about, he scored quite a lot of goals for a midfielder. Cesc has always been someone that like wants goals and assists. And I just feel like he's always been a numbers person rather than a controlling of the games type of person. And I appreciate those type of midfielders that are just quality. I can't necessarily explain it, but Modric to me, like from the beginning, I was like, okay, cool. This is what you're talking about in terms of elite, best of the best. With Cesc, I don't really see that. I appreciate his passes. You know what I'm saying? Good midfielder. I don't think he's like that level.
I find that so interesting, Dan. I can't lie to you, bro.
I think that quality to carry.
Wait, question, Dan. Actually, question.
It's crazy.
Before either of them moved to Spain, so Modric or Cesc, yeah. Who you rating more?
I've always been campaigning for Modric from the first day. From the first, like Arsenal. Moises might remember, but you played Dinamo Zagreb in the UEFA back then. That was when I first saw Modric, and Modric and Cesc was on a pitch. And I'm just like, this player is a different level. And I think Wenger said the same thing. It was like, yeah, the best young midfielder in the world right now is Modric. And that's when I started to watch Modric. I even started to watch him in fucking Croatia. I went into the come to Chelsea. Like, I feel like this guy.
That's like, a lot still.
It didn't surprise me that he won.
Where were you finding these streams back in
the Man, to be fair, no. To be fair,
honestly,
I've always heard Dan watching a lot of European football.
Years
ago. I've always heard of it.
I believe Dan because Dan's told me before. Like that was his thing.
Basically, before Twitter and stuff like that, there were football forums. And like you could like it was big soccer, it was soccer pulse, etc. So yeah, that's like where I could find the links, because there was like whole threads with links, etc.
Dan, was you ever on Kanye Twitter? Kanye West forum?
No, not Kanye West.
Kanye West forum used to have like loads of football streams as well, like just different random.
Yeah. Back then you would be on a forum and they'll put streams there. And obviously, I was just big into young players, and so at that point, I saw Modric, and then I followed him. That's what I used to do, just follow players. I saw him as well under 17s. He scored quite a lot of goals. He got assists. Obviously, he's a top talent. I'm not taking that away from him. I just feel like there's levels, and I think when you're talking about Yaya, you're talking about Modric, creme de la creme. I don't think Cesc is that level.
Oh, I think that's harsh. I think with Modric, what helps him out is he really. I think he got more. I won't say opportunity, but he got more opportunity to show what he can do on a bigger stage, and obviously in Real. Tottenham weren't that. I mean, they still aren't that big, and that's not a slight on them at all. It's just that in comparison to Madrid.
Before Modric left, a lot of people were saying that he's the best midfielder in the Premier League.
I don't remember this, but look, I'll take a word. Look, because I rate Modric, and even I've watched him more at Real. I have to be honest with you. I'm trying to remember his years in at Spurs, and they were a bit of a blur. But Real, fair enough.
At Spurs, because I had a vested interest, because obviously I went about Chelsea, then went to Spurs. At Spurs, it took people a while to rate Modric, but it's just because he weren't scoring goals or getting assists. So people were saying, what does he do? And a lot of people were saying, what's he do? Until Ferguson came along and said, I think he's the best midfielder in the Premier League. And then I think, because even Spurs fans were saying, what does he do? But then he started to get a lot more ratings, and then at that point, Chelsea wanted him, and everybody by that time thought he was the best in the league. And then Chelsea tried to get him, but he went to Chelsea and United tried to get him, but he went to Spain.
Yeah.
And obviously, his first season in Spain, he didn't do well because he got nominated as like the worst side.
I remember that. I remember that clearly.
Which could have backfired on me because I was saying, like, what?
But you doubled down, yeah?
Midfielder. Huh?
Yes, I said, but you doubled down, yeah?
No, but I was mad vocal saying that when Cesc goes to Barcelona, he's gonna flop. And I said when Modric goes to Real Madrid, he's gonna shine. But by that point, I think Cesc was shining and Modric was flopping. So I was getting bare heat. But he wasn't flopping, but like he was always coming off the bench and they was using him as false nine. And it was like he was always like the one that they would shift around. Do you know what I'm saying?
All right, okay, cool. I want to hear Moses' argument otherwise. Go on, Moses.
I hear what you're saying, yeah. But for me, it's kind of like this. I think that's because of Cesc' role changing from Arsenal to Barcelona. Because if you look at Arsenal, we played our best football when Cesc dictated the tempo, and then when he went to Barcelona, that onus wasn't on him. Like, it wasn't for him to dictate the tempo anymore. So that's when and towards the end of his career, he did start to suffer a few more injuries. And I think him coming back and us not having a marquee player or not being able to win games like we could before under Henry, he then took it upon himself to become that guy. So he sacrificed that part of his game, that side of his game where he was dictating the tempo in order to become like the match winner. Like, so that it wasn't that he was.
I disagree.
Because he can dictate the game. He can dictate tempo. And
I think he can.
When Cesc was dictating the tempo at Arsenal, we played better football than anything Spurs could produce.
I think.
And wait, Dan, I'm gonna say as well, yeah. I would say Arsenal, we probably played, if not better or just as good, we played football to the level of Barcelona, who were the best at the time, while Cesc was dictating our midfield as well. So that's it's questionable, but if you compare like games we played against them, like the games that we used to put on against them, yeah, when Cesc was in the middle, we kind of outplayed them in spells. And
I don't know how we do it. Let me quickly finish. I don't know how we do it, but I'm gonna research the technology. What will be good, especially in the off season, if we can kind of have watch parties where somehow we can all watch the same old game.
Yeah.
And I think it's
great shout. Great shout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
we should do that when the league finishes. Before the Euros or Euros aren't on, we should do that.
Yeah, I think it'll be good to see all these players that we kind of hype up in our heads. And it'll be good to see if I'm wrong, if you're wrong, we can watch the same matches and we can say, okay, cool.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that Cec's role changed so much that
I just think my opinion is this. Cesc, when we first saw him, because you watched it as well in the under-17s, even though he played midfielder, he was a goal getter because I think he scored like 5 goals and got like 5 assists there, like even from midfield. So this is not someone that.
That's when it was called Francesc Fabregas, isn't it?
Yeah,
Francesc.
Yeah.
You know, and then he done a rebuild and he changed it to Cesc.
A rebrand
when you come
thing,
to
yeah?
England,
Yeah.
when you come to England, people can't really pronounce your name, innit? So they just cut it down and they gave him Cesc. But
Francesc with the long hair and that.
Yeah, exactly, down the back. But then when he came to Arsenal, obviously he came in to kind of play because you played 4-4-2. So he came in to play with Vieira. And I think there he had to play a bit more kind of back, and it couldn't just be going forward. Because when you're a young player, you're not the star. You kind of have to respect that Vieira's there, that Henry's there, etc. But I think as Vieira left, etc., you saw the true Cesc who cared more about the final ball. You know what I'm saying? The goals, etc., etc. But when Henry was there, he couldn't hold onto the ball. He couldn't try to score. He just had to feed Henry. And I think that.
So you're saying he's not that different to Bruno? Is that what you're trying to say?
No way.
No, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
No, he's joking.
I think that's unfair, but I think that definitely, I think it becomes a thing. I think with Ozil too, because I think at that time Arsenal fans were just gassing up all of these assists. I think at that point Arsenal fans probably started the assist wave in terms of he's the best playmaker in Europe because he's got this many assists, and I think that kind of just I think that kind of fed into Cesc becoming this person that just cared about getting the final ball. But anyway, from the beginning, I thought this is a good player. This is not a player that personally I rate that highly. I think
when you got him at Chelsea, what was your feelings then?
Oh, sorry, I didn't want him at Chelsea because I've never been a fan. Coming to Chelsea, I appreciate his final ball, his ball over the top to Costa a lot. So again, I don't think he's a bad player. I didn't see like this world class talent. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't think he's world class.
I just want to say, Cesc didn't actually come into the Arsenal team to facilitate to play alongside Vieira. He came in to be a part of the youth team, but after one training session, he was so good that they put him straight into.
Yeah, it's true. I remember.
We got made that clear because he was.
He came in and he was 15 when he came, but then they had one training session and they said, okay, cool, let's put him in 15, 16, whatever. Let's put him in. And literally, Henry was saying you can trust him with the ball. I passed to him, and under pressure, I can trust him. And I'm not saying he's a bad player. He was raised in La Masia. It's just levels. I don't think I was never confused. Like with Modric, I was saying this person is a midfielder that can be the best in the world. With Cesc, I never saw that.
So why Modric over like someone like Gerrard then?
I didn't say Modric over Gerrard.
You said you're two, don't it?
He said no. He said, oh wait.
Yeah, you said you're two. Your best.
I said Modric
two is
and
Yaya and so I said why Modric over Gerrard and people like that.
Gerrard's probably one of my favorite midfielders. But Modric is better.
You think Modric's better than Gerrard? Okay, that's too much,
man.
bro.
No, it's not. And I proper love Gerrard, but I just feel like
Modric is better than Gerrard.
Yeah, I think he is. You know,
no, because he isn't. Because now I feel like Moises, bro. Can you calm down? He's not better than Gerrard. Let's be real now.
Okay, let's explain. So let's just say he's not better.
Before you get into that, though, I respect Gerrard a lot more than Cesc. If that's gonna make you happier.
I mean, of course you should, bro.
Okay, cool.
Oh my god.
You should though. No, wait.
Yeah, because he's better.
Moises, Moises is better. Fabregas or Gerrard?
All right, wait.
God,
Moises and Harold battle out, and whoever.
Oh no, wait. Moises.
I'm so
Moises.
I don't even want to do this, man. Because
Moises, who is better, Fabregas or Gerrard, bro?
I don't even want to do this, man. It's not
Gerrard,
fair.
man.
Can you answer the question?
Yeah, now you're overrated.
It's just not fair, man.
You're overrated Fabregas too much. Man.
I don't overrate Fabregas. I watched this guy, bro. Like, I watched him from the beginning.
So he's better than Gerrard.
Is he better than Gerrard? Yes or no?
Whoa. Moises, let me ask you this quickly, just to see. Who would you think is better, Modric or Gerrard?
Look. You know, I'm so disheartened, by the treatment of Fabregas. Like, I'm not even sure if I want to go on anymore.
Okay, but can you not?
He knows the answer is Gerrard. That's why he's dancing around it. He knows the answer is Gerrard.
I'd say Modric, and that's not slighting Gerrard. Because
Gerrard, why is he better? Why is he better?
It's like just the quality in midfield. I think just quality, what he brings to a midfield, I think is better. I think he's mad strong on the ball. In terms
what does he bring?
Like,
tell me. What does he bring?
Yeah, it's that deeper playmaking. With Gerrard, he's definitely more of an attacking midfielder. He's definitely more
agreed,
etc.
Yeah, agreed.
But I think what Modric does in midfield, especially, I think it just translates more. So like. With Gerrard, what you saw, like you was bringing in for Aguero, what he did for the other thing. When you saw Gerrard for England, did you really see it translate? And I think with Gerrard, because he loved Liverpool, like he would put Liverpool on his back because he cared. And I think that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think Modric as a footballer is wonderful. I think just the playmaking, just like the intelligence, even for a small guy, the strength that he showed in the ball. Like, yeah, I just feel like he's definitely.
I have so many more reasons why Gerrard is better than Modric. I can't lie to you. Gerrard has way more versatility than him. He can play a 6, he can play an 8, and he can play 10. He's shown that. And he can even play.
Modric played all of them.
And he can also play right midfield. He was even told to play left midfield.
Modric started as a left midfielder. Modric started as a left midfielder.
Okay, cool. But I still think Gerrard's more versatile than him. Wait, but
you're talking about versatility. You can't use versatility against
Gerrard as a winger.
Let me Let me get my point
Gerrard's
off.
wing was spam crosses and track back.
Hey, Moses. Hey, Moses.
No, let's stop.
No. Okay, wait. Moses. Please let me finish my point.
Yeah, go on.
Please let me finish my point. It's not that just the fact that he can play different positions. The fact that he can play different positions well. I didn't like him playing right mid or left mid. Don't get it twisted. I hated that, and I didn't like the way he played there. That's cool. That's not where I'm rating Gerrard. I'm rating Gerrard playing in an 8, or more particularly playing in a 10 in the time where Torres was there. Those were his best years for me. Later on, he petered out. Gerrard has this unerring ability to win games on his own. We've seen that multiple times. Modric does not have that. Although Modric does have great, he's more technically gifted. There's no doubt about that. Fair enough.
Yeah.
However, for a man who can also win you the game on his own, who I guess reading of the game is questionable, but he's better where it counts, and that is close to goal.
Do you know what I think? I think game to game, Modric is a better player than Gerrard. I like 100%. Gerrard's got over him that he can win the game when it counts.
I don't even agree with that.
What do you mean?
I don't agree because your stipulations. What? How much easier is it for the likes of let's try not to rely on the actual ability of a player, but in a position where Modric plays in comparison to where a Gerrard plays higher up the pitch.
Right, Harold. So when Modric first was playing, he played left wing. So Modric started left wing, and this is when I was saying that I was watching Dinamo Zagreb, because I know people don't see him as pacey, but he's just gifted. So he played left wing. I think when he came to Spurs, he started left wing too, and then obviously I think they've played him number 10. They've played him defensive midfield too because he's strong and he's disciplined. I just like the versatility thing Modric has down. Now where Gerrard definitely clears him is as a final third player. Gerrard is getting the goals and assists. Like Modric isn't doing that 100%.
He's also winning games on his own.
Yeah, he is. And
literally, there's a handful of games, not even a handful. Like I can give you at least 7, 8 examples of games that Gerrard has literally been like, you know what, I'll do the work. Like leave it to me. Literally, he makes you think that it's the game of 1 versus 11.
Okay, Harold, I'll bring you into my world. Cesc wins games on his own, right? He's done that. Cesc has won.
Not to the level of Gerrard, but okay, yeah.
I'm not comparing, but then when I'm talking about Cesc and Xavi, does that make Cesc better than Xavi? No, it doesn't.
No, but I mean, look, we're comparing a Cesc where that's a great ball. Go on, finish it, Nacho. 1-1. Also, we're comparing what's your point? You're talking about Xavi and Cesc. Look,
I'm just saying, just because a player wins a game on their own doesn't necessarily mean, do you know what I'm saying?
That they're a better player. Yeah, I think Xavi's an interesting one because I actually think Xavi's overrated if I'm completely honest with you. But he was brilliant, but I think he was overrated. But
he's better than
Cesc. He's better than Cesc.
I'll take
that. I don't think the comparison between Modric and Gerrard is the same as that. Like I'm talking about
what Dan's saying though. He's saying that controlling the game, like he values the aspects like
very highly. Fair enough.
So you can win games by controlling the game. You know what I'm saying?
No, you can't though. You can't win games by controlling the game.
You can.
You don't win a game by controlling it. You can control the game and still draw or lose. Arsenal showed you that many years. Arsenal used to control many games and they used to try and pass in the net and they used to lose games like that.
It depends. So like when you're talking about control, it's like control.
Man says Xavi's better than Gerrard. No, he ain't, bro. I'm sorry, Mars. He ain't.
But the thing is with Modric, like a lot of his control is almost like it was part of the unlocking of teams. So it's part of winning the games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So was Gerrard though, bro.
But I'm not here to belittle, besmirch Gerrard. I'm on the same team. I like Gerrard. I just feel like game to game, because there were a lot of times I would watch Gerrard, and like a lot of it was overhit passes, and it just wasn't those games that where it worked.
Yeah, but okay, fair enough.
But I think with Modric, what the quality I saw game to game, I just feel he's a better player than Gerrard, and that's not
okay. Cool. Now,
Can I just say?
Let me repeat that. Wait, one sec, Moses.
I just want to jump in there. How often did Fabregas? How often did Fabregas overhit a pass?
Allow it. We're not talking about Fabregas. No. Anyway, fair enough. I hear what you're saying, but let me give you this example. Yeah, when you're playing in the final third and you're the main reason for anything being creative, you're going to try things more and more. Like, let me relate it to basketball. In basketball, LeBron James has the most turnovers in the league. Why is that? Because he's always the one. He's the one with the best passing abilities. He's going to try the most extravagant passes. It's going to happen. You're going to overhit passes sometimes. It might not be completed. But you need to understand that the difficulty of pass in comparison to where Gerrard plays and where Modric plays differ. Also, Modric is more technically gifted than Gerrard, and I will give you that. I have no bias against that. That's completely fine. He was, but Modric was amazing. He was just that bit better. Like,
I'd even say this. I'd even say, in terms of passing, I prefer Gerrard's passing range. It's Modric's mind and Modric's kind of like application game to game. Like, he just for me, a consistent quality player. But I think with Gerrard,
I think it's easier to be more consistently sound in that part of the pitch when you are as techie as him. Do you get what I'm saying?
But I think that's what made him better. Do you know what I'm saying? For me personally,
that's interesting because I think the opposite.
Nah.
I think Gerrard's ability to win games, not just him, but also create and win games, outweighs a man's ability to control a game.
I get that, but now we're going in.
But you think otherwise, which is fine.
I don't necessarily think that, because there's going to be players that I might put ahead of Modric that play in attacking positions. Like, I feel like Gerrard,
like who?
Like a Ronaldinho. I rate Ronaldinho more.
Do you think Yaya Toure is better than Modric?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. If you're putting Yaya Toure better than Modric, actually no. To be fair, Yaya Toure is better than Gerrard. Like, I get that. That's
he
fine.
is. But even like Yaya Toure from Monaco days, I just knew this player was Superman. This guy was Superman. Like,
really?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
from
Monaco.
From Monaco.
Yeah. So like Monaco, he was almost like football isn't like now. You can't be a secret. But for some reason, by that point, like he was like Thierry Henry, Vieira, all in one. Like, he would take on teams all by himself, and I'm like, this is crazy. Yeah, like he'd literally run through the whole team. Like,
he was brazy still.
Yeah, and I'm like,
I need to check his Monaco days then.
I was like, this is insane. Then he went to Barcelona, and I was like, they killed him because they just told him to sit back and pass the ball. And that's why when like he was available because he wanted to leave because he fell out with Pep, like people weren't really checking him, and I'm like,
I actually think Yaya Toure is the best Premier League midfielder ever.
Yeah. Agreed.
He is. And for me, if it wasn't for Yaya, I'd put Gerrard there. But I know Dan would say Modric. I like the argument though, and do I like the argument, Dan? It's because it's a unique argument. It's not a Lampard Gerrard. It's a. I like it.
That's why I compare it. It makes sense.
It does make sense, but it also shows what we value the most.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It also shows
maybe
like Dan, for you, yeah, you're saying you would rather, let's say, 30 out of 38 Premier League games where a man has shown you consistently that he's technically sound and he can control a game, he dictates tempo, and he can also get into the nitty gritty when necessary and make a tackle. Yeah, but for me, I might say to you, for half of those games now. So let's go half of the Premier League games. Let's go 19 games rather than 30. I want to see that man be the reasons why we win. Like him, like of course Modric is the reasons why you might win a game and see our result, of course. But I want to see Gerrard being the reason why you win that Premier League game.
I think you're misunderstanding.
Okay, go on, explain.
I still feel like you're misunderstanding my choice because
go on, tell me.
I love that too. I feel like if you're winning games on your own, then that counts, and that's why Gerrard for me is definitely one of the best. Like, I'm not discounting it, but I think for me it's like I do question. Like, if Chelsea was to get Modric, I don't question how good he can be. But I feel like if Gerrard came to Chelsea, I do question like how good he can be, because I feel like he had a special relationship with Liverpool, and it's not discounting it because those performances still happened. But I do feel like when Liverpool needed him more, it was almost like, do you know, like when Superman gets close to the sun. That's like what it was with Gerrard. So like when Liverpool needed him more, he'll be the Superman. But then I just feel like a lot of the games, and we can do rewatches, they weren't always good. Do you know what I'm saying? There were a lot of games.
They weren't.
I feel like he was inconsistent. But I do feel like Modric was way more consistent. And I feel like you take Modric into any team and he performs. Whereas with Gerrard, I can't necessarily say that, because I felt like when Liverpool needed him, because of the kind of story he has with Liverpool, he pulled through. And I think that's great that's great. Obviously, like performances wise, that's good. But I'm talking about, he's like a better midfielder. I think Modric was better for me anyway. But that's not taken away from Gerrard. Gerrard was amazing.
I actually think Gerrard in his best position is not really a midfielder, if I'm completely honest with you.
Exactly, he's probably an attacker.
He's literally just off the striker.
Yeah.
In 08, 09, 07, 08, those are peak Gerrard years in my opinion. And then later on in his career, we see him go deeper and deeper into the role. Quite similar to Rooney actually, but just obviously Rooney started further up.
But Gerrard has always been special. Gerrard's always been fantastic.
But the thing is, Dan, I get your point. I actually get what you're saying. Look, you put a Modric in a QPR team, and you know he's balling out. It's the same way. The same way we thought Thiago would be for Liverpool. You'd be like, you know what, you're just a baller. So like wherever we put you, you're going to be amazing. Whereas Gerrard, you felt like he needs to build a bigger relationship with the strike force. Need to find the right position for him. Maybe he's more effective.
To be fair, in 05, 06, when he was playing 8, he was fantastic as well.
He was. No, you're right. He was.
Gerrard, I'm telling you, Gerrard, when he's come through, has been different quality.
05, no, you're right. I actually forgot about 05.
05 or 06, he was great. Amazing.
Gerrard
FA Cup year,
yeah. Gerrard's always looked like a top special talent. Like Gerrard's special. Do
you know what it is, Dan? Do you know what it is? It's that X factor. Yeah. Gerrard had that X factor, and of course Modric does, but it's not as obvious.
Yeah,
exactly, 100%. Because, like I said, when Modric went to Spurs, there was like a season or two where like people were just saying he was shit, and what does he actually bring? And I think that again, Spurs isn't on TV as much, etc., etc. But like when you get to watch him more and more, and you get to see the game, then you can see his impact. Whereas Gerrard, definitely, when you see the assists and the long range goals, you see it more clearly. I'm not even arguing. I feel like the fact that you picked Gerrard over Modric, I'm not really arguing over it, because I think Gerrard's the top midfielder.
So Dan, you think if Gerrard wasn't playing for Liverpool, like he wouldn't be as good because he has that relationship with Liverpool? Is that what you think?
No, I definitely think that if he played for Liverpool, then not necessarily that it won't be as good, but the moments that kind of defined Gerrard's career, I think part of it was the fact that he was playing for Liverpool. So like the fact that he kind of the West Ham FA Cup, etc., etc. If that was a Chelsea FA Cup final, would he be scoring that goal? I'm not sure, because I think part of it was his love for Liverpool.
He'd be playing a better team that would create like more situations for him to be in those situations, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but like
because he was really playing with duds.
Maybe it's because I'm looking at Gerrard for England, and I'm looking at I never thought I saw the Gerrard that for Liverpool that I saw for England at all, and I just feel like that disconnect was a bit there. Do you know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's kind of what made me question if he came to Chelsea, he'd probably do well. Like he's a quality player, but I don't know if I think he made the right decision staying at Liverpool, because I don't think that you get a better Gerrard away from Liverpool, personally.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I think I would have liked to see him play with like better players, 100% in that position. Because as soon as we did start to get better players, he grew as well. Because when we started to get Xabi Alonso's, your Mascherano's, your Torres's, he got much better.
Suarez.
You know what I'm saying? So Suarez. So I don't know.
Like I think Gerrard's a better passer than Modric. Like in terms of the passes that he can do, he's a better passer than Modric.
Range of pass.
It's range of passes. It's just more Modric's mental.
I actually think Gerrard's range of passing is a bit underrated. Like he used to have that. He used to have the outside of his right foot on lock. He used to have a volley pass on lock also, and he could just pick you out as really well in the same way.
But elsewhere, you know, do you know what I said? Because every good player that came to the club had relationship with Gerrard. Like Suarez had a relationship with Gerrard. Torres had a relationship with Gerrard.
Because he's a quality,
Owen had a relationship with Gerrard.
Player.
Yeah, so I think he'll do well. Like.
When KDB was leaving Chelsea, I'll find a tweet and I'll put it in here. I literally tweeted. I said, "Get this guy. He'll be your new Gerrard." Because both of them kind of remind me. Because both of them like the Hollywood ball, and both of them can score like long range, etc., etc. And I literally said, "This guy will be your new Gerrard." So Gerrard is a special player because KDB is a special player too. Like, don't get twisted. Yeah. I just even if you're asking me KDB or Gerrard, I don't know what you guys are thinking, but that's a tough one. They're both
right now
in general over their career.
KDB, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a tough
I need
one.
to see more from KDB. I have to be honest with you. The fact that City can win a league title without him is pretty damning. I can't lie to you.
Not damning, but it just makes it like.
No, it is damning because it goes to show the type of squad he's part of.
That's more due to their money and due to how much
absolutely. But then if you compare that to Liverpool side who won the Champions League, bro, it's like
it's not KDB's fault that Gerrard's playing with duds. Like
no, it's not. But it's not. Look, don't get me wrong. So look, by what I say it's an indictment on KDB. It's not his fault that he's obviously playing with such great players. However, it definitely helps him. And same way, it's not KDB's fault that Gerrard's playing with duds, but it definitely helps Gerrard to show that his effort was more important. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't be able to win a Premier League without your best player. Like, we lost Van Dijk and we fell down the hill. Like, bro,
you can do that. You can do that.
You can, but you shouldn't be able to win a Premier League without your best player. And I haven't seen it done before other than KDB. Please give me another example.
I would just say that Gerrard has more moments like where he's carried Liverpool to like better like won games for Liverpool and carried Liverpool to trophies. That's what I would say. I don't think that league thing is harsh, like because they just have unbelievable depth and quality.
They do, bro.
You know
that's just one reason though.
A team where if one player gets injured, they still win. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's the manager's job. Like that's on us.
But you don't count on your best player being injured for the whole season. You build a team not based on having to sub your best player. We don't have a backup for Mo Salah, do we? We don't. Like you're banking on him being your best player in the season. Like that's
what we don't have the money to though.
Bro, but
to have quality to come in to not be the same as Salah, but to be like still affect the team in such a positive way.
Yeah, of course. But we're comparing. It's the same way. Look, when we're talking about Aguero earlier, what Aguero had around him is very different to what. Even though we agree that Van Persie's not as good as Aguero, we used to still compare that. And Van Persie didn't have anywhere near as much talent as Aguero's had over his career. Mm. So it's like you have to, or even a Jamie Vardy. Like, why has Jamie Vardy got so many golden boots? Like, compare the type of people he's been around in comparison to an Aguero. So it's like that's what I mean. It's KDB's quality is I think it's you can't dispute it. Like in my own opinion, but the fact that you can win a league so like, I mean, obviously we were there and about, but the fact that we can win a league so comfortably without him. Whew, boy,
that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Messi can be injured for Barcelona and they can still win with Neymar, Suarez, and doesn't take away from Messi. For me,
yeah, that's what I agree. Damn.
Yeah, but Messi is not KDB.
And watched the whole TV show, and this debate is still going on.
Do you know what? Yeah, this is what happens when there is no football on. When there's football on, but it's crap games. I like it though. Okay, you know what?
Even good debate. I was gutted I had to leave earlier. Just my dinner.
Look, for me, I definitely do think it counts as something. I think it does count as something that your team are still just as good without you. Like, I'm like, damn. Like, KDB came back into the team. People are asking, "Oh, Man City not a better team." I mean,
more
they are
the manager doing a good job and how much sort of like got quality around the team. Like a manager should be able to build a team where it's a system, not the players. Obviously, you still have the best players and the players but it should be the system more than the players. So if one player gets injured, you're still 100. Calm, like, you know what I'm saying?
So like Gerrard can play for City now, just because City are winning without Gerrard doesn't mean anything against Gerrard. You can build a team that doesn't rely on the player. It's not an indictment on the player.
Yeah.
For me, anyway.
I disagree, and not your point, but just the overall argument. I don't think I'm not saying that you shouldn't be able to build a team like that. You can't win without your best player. You absolutely should. However, I'm talking about just a normal team. You don't do that because not how many clubs are funded by a country, bro.
Yeah, obviously not. Yeah,
it doesn't happen. But your examples, Dan, are City and Barcelona. City possibly have the greatest ever English side ever created because they're about to win their third league title in 4 years, and then you compare it to a Barcelona team who are undoubtedly the greatest Barcelona team ever in football in history. So it's like.
I'm still trying to
what we're saying, that's the ideal circumstances, though.
It is.
So the ideal circumstances is that you create a team that's a system.
It's not okay. You know what? Let me try and rephrase it. It's not an indictment of the fact that they can win it without him, but it questions how great he is to add to that team if they can still do exactly what they did without him with him.
Okay, all right. So it questions his impact. Then is what you're trying to say.
But
it's hard to say that. It's hard to say that because he does have great impact. Like, I can't say that.
Yeah, he has great impact because
he does have great impact.
Wherever he's played from, obviously he didn't play at Chelsea, but wherever he's played, he's shown his quality.
That's not my overarching argument on Gerrard over KDB though. It is similar to what I've actually no not yeah. I think it's a better comparison. In terms of technical ability, who am I having? Gerrard or passing? Oh shit!
I think Gerrard.
I'm taking Gerrard. Yeah, I think I'm taking Gerrard.
Yeah, I think Gerrard.
Taking Gerrard. Shooting, I'm taking Gerrard. I'm taking Gerrard. Also, I know it's a team game, but we do at the end of the day we have to win trophies, and their influence winning the trophies does count. Of course, KDB
might be a better creator. Might be.
No, he is. He is a better.
Yeah,
creator.
I think KDB is definitely better at the short, kind of through the lines passes. But I'd say Gerrard's probably got a higher range.
Yeah. I think he's an overall better player in the fact that he can win a game on his own. I know I'm saying the same thing, but that's a big deal. Also, I've seen a lot more recently that KDB sometimes he doesn't have a plan B. He just does the same thing over and over again and just hope it works. I don't get that from Gerrard. He's almost
I think that's a popular instruction, you know. To be honest, because I feel like in that first season where like they won the league, he wasn't just going into that right wing space and spamming it. Like he was doing a lot more than that.
I don't like that from him at all, bro. That's the same thing we were complaining about Trent earlier in the season.
No, but I think that's more of an instruction from. I think Pep likes him to do that, and
maybe, but you have to understand, like KDB. Obviously, KDB was one that was scouted for Chelsea at 15, 16.
Yeah.
And at the point when he came through, he was playing on the wing. And at that point, what he would do was get on the wing. Obviously, he didn't have pace. A lot of what his game was just getting on the wing and crossing it in. So I know a lot of people blame Pep, but a big part of his game from the beginning has been whipping it in from the wing.
Okay, I didn't know that, to be fair. I didn't know he used to do that. But I don't know. But I thought again. But my point was is that in that first season where they won the league, he wasn't just synonymous with just right wing crosses. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He used to do a lot more play making in and around the box as well. Different types of through balls. It's only like recently we've kind of seen that. So
also, I wouldn't trust a KDB in a more refined role either. I haven't seen KDB play in an 8 the same way I've seen Gerrard play in an 8.
He did though with Savitova that first season. They played 8, both of them.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I stand corrected. I am forgetting. I am forgetting. Do you know what? Last season feels like 2 seasons. Because
I think Silva's a bit underrated, you know.
No, I don't at all.
I think Silva's a really, really good player, man. He's a good facilitator.
I guess I don't rate him that much.
Neither do I. I can't lie to you. He's a very silky smooth player.
But he's that type of player when he goes missing, like when I feel like they felt
David Silva. No, you know what? David Silva was flipping inconsistent. That's what he was. But people, whenever he did anything good, people would go and gas it up and be like, "Oh, this guy, he's so silky smooth. Or he's always getting the goals when necessary." How about the last 2 games? Where the hell has he been?
David Silva, he has good games though. He has good games. Just
David Silva got to that place where like he was so underrated, he became overrated.
Yeah,
if you know what kind of players I mean.
But I feel like
quite a few players.
Start he was, and then people started chatting too much rubbish, man.
Yeah, it's when you start to like go, oh, he's so underrated, but then because he's that underrated, people then just kind of start going, he's.
I think he's perfectly rated, in my opinion, right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, in the sense of there's certain players that get underrated, maybe don't get the kind of hype that they deserve at the time, and then it kind of pushes them to be overrated.
That sounds like Scholes to me.
Yeah, Scholes definitely could feature in that.
Xavi.
Underrated to overrated.
No. Xavi was
Michael Carrick.
overrated.
Do you know why we can have that conversation about? Do you know what we can say about Scholes? Because there's no United fans in it. There was a United fan there.
Yeah. No. What do you mean? Zidane said he was the best player you ever played against. All right, man.
Fake quotes.
I hate
when I turned up to training, man. Paul Scholes hit a tree from 400 yards away.
Do you know what? I hate all those quotes, yeah. Some of the people making those quotes, yeah. You see them coach a team and they can't do niche. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. There are a few people that I rate when they speak about a player, though. Arsene Wenger is probably top of the list. Whenever Arsene Wenger normally speaks very well about players, and they turn out to be true.
Yeah, I think Arsene Wenger's got great taste as well.
Yeah, he does.
He's got kind of. It's weird. Kind of, he's got great taste, but definitely, like I said, at that point, he said Modric will be the best midfielder in the world. Even though
he said that.
Yeah, he said that after that game that they played.
See, look, I'm not even surprised.
Not from Matt Wenger, yeah. All the guys that are on top right now, he was the first person to say. He was the first person to say, "I want that guy," or he was the first person to live for that person.
I remember it came. Do you know like how now Dortmund are getting a player? Then everybody are saying, okay, cool, they must be good because they just know young players. At that point, any young player that Wenger said that was good, everybody was just after him because they saw him as the minus player.
Is that a pen?
But it was hit and miss sometimes. It was definitely hit and miss. I can't remember the misses, but definitely.
I think that's a pen.
He had Yaya early.
Yeah, I think so too.
He had Zlatan.
Hazard was a big one.
Mbappe.
We wanted Hazard when he was at Lens. I remember we almost signed him.
It's a pen. It's a pen.
He was never at Lens. It was at.
It was at Lille. Sorry, the other team was it? Lille. Yeah, I remember we wanted him then.
But that was yeah. So yeah, Wenger knew about it.
What the hell is Dunk doing? That's such a rubbish challenge.
Yeah, it's a pen, man.
Yeah.
It's a pen.
Wenger has his Wenger knew. He knew about Ronaldinho probably first. He knew about Cristiano Ronaldo first or second.
Don't kill me.
I think.
Why didn't you try to start a hashtag about Wenger?
What? Wait.
Yeah,
guys. That's not a pen.
What did you start about Wenger?
Wenger tries.
Why isn't that a pen?
What did that mean?
I think it's because he tries to go down before the contact properly. Look, them ones where you drag your leg.
I thought it was a pen. He didn't get the ball.
But that looks like a pen to me, yeah.
But yeah, Dan, what does that mean?
Just he's always coming out saying we tried to sign this player, but this happened.
Oh yeah.
I created that.
Everyone's been on trial there, isn't it? Everyone.
Rakitic's been on trial Arsenal as well, you know.
Everyone.
But
I proper rate Wenger's he's fought on the game.
And then man.
He's a proper student of the game after Wenger. I love listening to him. I love hearing him talk about football.
Yeah, I like Wenger so much more since he's left
that's
Arsenal.
2-1. Wow. And Marte.
Do you know what it is as well? Yeah? You see all these men just tasting players here, and it's wild.
Oh my god, Amarte's so shit.
Amarte's scoring, you know.
He didn't even jump.
It's Sanchez's fault. It's Sanchez. I don't know why this goalkeeper. These goalkeepers.
This is what I predicted yesterday, Harold. Exactly what I predicted. You remember?
Yeah.
I said 2-1 because Brighton, they're both bad in both boxes.
Brighton are so dumb.
Bad goalkeeper and bad strikers.
What does that mean? What does that mean for the table?
Same place, I think.
Leicester go second, no?
I thought you were talking about Brighton, sorry.
Don't lie. How can Leicester go second?
Oh, no, they'll be joint points with Man United.
What?
Yeah, 251.
No, they are second. No, they were 53 points, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was right, yeah.
Harold doesn't even know what's going on the top of the table, you know?
Bro, I can't lie to you. If you want to talk to me about 10th and 9th, I can tell you all about that.
What kind of goal is that?
Yeah,
so shit.
And crouched.
They ain't a good goalkeeper, man.
Oh, I hate goalies like that. What are you
Honestly,
doing?
Dan, your point earlier will be such a good one. I would love to just watch like a classic game. Well, maybe not even a classic, just a normal game. Just a normal like, top 6 game or top 4 back then, where we just look at players that we normally highly rate and then actually proper judge them. Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
I watched that Man United Arsenal game. I think it was the 2009 Champions League. You remember? I remember it was at Emirates, I think, and then like. Obviously, everyone remembers it for that counter-attacking goal, but like just to say that Rooney he looks like the best player on the pitch. Like Ronaldo's on the pitch.
Rooney is incredible, man. Rooney is so flipping good at football.
He looks even better than Ronaldo at times. Like
yeah, of course. Because at that point, I'd say I rated him higher than Cristiano as well. Not to say that. This is what I'm saying. So like, just because I rated him higher doesn't necessarily mean that I thought that he was always going to be better, because like I always factor in mentality, and Ronaldo obviously mentality is crazy, but like Rooney, for me anyway, Rooney was better than Ronaldo for a period.
Yeah, I agree. But you knew Ronaldo's ceiling, innit? You knew Ronaldo's ceiling was just crazy.
I'm not gonna say I knew. I didn't think he could become what he become. I didn't think he could become that.
No, I think that season he left Man United, I feel like.
Okay, yeah, by then. Yeah, cool. But I'm talking about the early days. Like, it was... I didn't know he was going to become that. For me, Messi, yes. Messi, I'm not saying I knew Messi was going to score 50 goals, but I knew he'd be the best player in the world. Ronaldo, I never knew that he'd be competing for the best player in the world. Never.
I'm not going to lie. I thought Ronaldo was shit. Like, in the beginning. just because of how bad his decision making was, like, and the way he's like just overdo everything. Like when I first saw him, I was like, I didn't really, because I've never been that hung up on skills. Like,
they say no flicks and tricks.
Like obviously you could do it, but if you're doing it, there's no end product. It's just it
get the ball in the box.
Legit, man. That's how, like even like maximum guys like that. Like I just hate that. Like it's pointless.
I thought that Cristiano would go far at that point, because me and my friends at that point, like we was arguing Charisma versus Christie. But the reason why I thought that he'd go far is just because heading, he seemed, obviously mentality seemed good. Plus he was quite tall. He was fast as well. Right foot, left foot. So he had all the attributes for me. So I was thinking this kid can go far. I just didn't think, you're talking about one of the greatest players of all time now. There's no way. I didn't think he'll be that good.
He filled out massively as well.
Yeah, I always thought that Robben was better than him initially.
See, the way you guys talk about Robben, yeah, like as a like a opposing fan, like I don't think we didn't rate him that as much. Like I remember him being like quite a good talent, but like you're talking.
No, I don't think Robben got his just due at Chelsea.
Yeah, because I feel like the way you're talking about him, like, I don't remember Robben like that in the Premier
League. Yeah, you wouldn't though, and I don't expect people to just because like Robben barely, like I think the first season he just came back from injury. Then he played like 14 games, and then he got injured again. And and then the second season he played, but then he got injured again. So like I think people only saw a glimpse of Robben at Chelsea.
Yeah,
he didn't play enough for him to get his kind of accolades. But at the same time, Robben, because at Chelsea he played left wing, he didn't switch to the right until after Chelsea. So Robben, that kind of cutting guy that always kind of cuts in the scores, that wasn't at Chelsea. He played left mostly, and he would switch with Duff, but mostly he'd play left.
Yeah, a lot of his goals were like one-on-one finishes rather than kind of what you suspect of Robben nowadays. Well, not nowadays, but like cutting in and shooting.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just was injured a lot. Because I remember I used to after every season, I used to get when you get the DVDs like of the season review.
Yeah.
And like Robben, I still got the DVDs and I watch them from time to time. And Robben was. Yeah, he was class, man. He was class.
While we're on the topic of Chelsea, yeah, what about Joe Cole, man? What happened, man?
England weren't ready, innit? England just weren't ready for that.
No, I think it's overrated too, you know.
You thought he's what? Overrated?
Oh,
nah. Watch it back, man.
No, if he came up nowadays, I think people like this isn't extra hype, but I think people might talk about him similarly as they talk about Foden.
No, I disagree. I think more.
Man, he was.
I'm not saying he's a bad player, but like, there's a lot of players that come through, and because they've got tricks and flicks, they're going to be rated highly. But it just needs more at the top level. And that's not to say that like Joe Cole was a good player, but to be a top player, you're talking about attacking output. If you're an attacker, you're talking about attacking output, or you're talking about controlling the game or being that playmaker, that decisive player. And Joe Cole just didn't have that. Like, he just didn't have that. It's like Zola. I really like Zola, but you've got to be as an attacker, you've got to be deciding games, game after game, to be a top player. Like, he didn't have it.
I definitely agree. I think Zola's a bit different because he didn't play in the best Chelsea team, so...
No, but like, don't forget, Zola did. Like,
he played in a good team.
At 30. Zola came to Chelsea at 30.
Zola played in a good Chelsea team, man.
Yeah, it was a good team, but it wasn't like
it wasn't the best, but it wasn't like for that time. The way the league is now, I'd say that.
Oh, wait, saying it was good before 2005.
I'm saying the Ranieri side, and the side that you had when Zola was there. Other than the big transfer fees, there wasn't that much similarity because you guys have signed like World Cup winners and stuff like that.
Yeah, but a lot of them are old.
They were a bit old though.
To be fair, when Ranieri was here, Chelsea wasn't that good because we lost at that point until before Roman came. We were broke, so we were signing guys like Kike De Lucas, Zenden. Yeah, exactly.
Zenden, yeah. I know Zenden.
Exactly. But
man like Mario Stanic, yeah.
Yeah, it was bargain based.
Mario Melchior was alright, to be fair.
I know, I think it was shit, but it was bargain based.
Dalabona coming through. Right.
Celestine Babiaro, mate.
No, I like Babiaro, man.
No, Babiaro was good.
Yeah, I need to check that team before Abramovich came, because that would be funny.
No, but we weren't that bad.
It's not as bad as you think. Like, Lampard's there.
I think we had Petit before Abramovich came. Maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I think he got in like 2003, maybe.
Yeah, because I remember
got checked before Ranieri came as well.
It was Lampard, Petit, Gronkier, Hasselbank.
What's this? 02, 03, yeah?
Yeah, we had a good team, man.
Yeah, 02, 03.
Don't forget back.
Like Carlton Cole coming through.
Robert Huth.
Oh, yeah, she is. There's still Babiaro, Desailly, Frank Lampard, Hasselbank, Zenden, Gallas, Malcott. It's not bad. Huth, Terry, Zola. Good Johnson, Petit, Jody Morris.
I know that.
Good Johnson, sick footballer, man. Sick footballer.
When Roman Abramovich came, but that's not true. I think
Carlton Cole.
I think Chelsea kicked off properly when Glenn Hoddle came in.
Yeah, Glenn Hoddle started kind of the resurgence of Chelsea.
Yeah, because Glenn Hoddle played abroad, so he had a good talent, like better talent ID than just the English Isles or whatever, the British Isles.
I think Glenn Hoddle's actually like quite a good like.
He does, yeah. When I hear him talk on BT Sport, he definitely knows.
Yeah, when he talks about football, like, I feel like he's actually got some
he knows ball.
Like...
He knows ball. He knows ball. Because you know how I know like he's good? Because I'll be watching the game and he'll say something and I don't see it. But when I'm rewatching the game, then I'm like, oh yeah. And I'm like, how did he get there so fast? But obviously his ball knowledge is much better.
Yeah, he knows.
Didn't Hoddle play under Arsene Wenger as well? That might be
he did that Monaco.
Yeah. That sounds
Glenn Hoddle was a baller. So ballers, no ballers.
Hey, guys, whenever you get a moment, click on the link I just shared in the chat. Please have a look. I'm an absolute bits.
He should have shot. He's an idiot.
You know how happy I would be if that was my player doing that to a man.
The Bundesliga, they just do some stupid stuff, bro.
Oh my gosh, why isn't he shooting?
But yeah, no, Cuddle's actually like one of the few. In terms of like commentators and stuff like that, who do people rate? When you listen to them, you think, all right, cool, these guys know ball.
I definitely think Hoddle's my number one. You know.
You think
Don't
so?
lie.
Yeah, like
no, he couldn't be lower. I'm so disappointed in you, Dan.
Nah, Hoddle knows ball.
Hoddle. Okay, you know what? Hoddle on Spurs games is not the same Hoddle that I think you guys are talking about. Because that guy he sees a different game to me when he's watching the Spurs game.
Maybe, but you can say that about most commentators. They always are biased.
When Hoddle's on Spurs games, he's that side. He's just biased. Like,
bro,
so
he's really biased. I can't stand it. Also,
games, he's good though.
Okay, fine. However, Carragher on Liverpool games, oh no, he drives me absolutely crazy.
He goes the other way though. He's
so extra. Like he's so harsh on everyone.
Yeah, he goes the other way. Because he knows that though.
No, but sometimes it's not even true. It's like calm down, man.
I don't rate Carragher. I don't.
I like I like his after game analysis.
Yeah, I like his post match analysis.
Yeah, that is always good because he actually can see patterns of play, and it actually makes me rate him more as a footballer. So he actually has some footballing IQ, especially on Monday Night Football with him and Gary Neville. That is great.
The only ones I actually learned stuff from though, like
Andy Gray.
No, Neville and Carragher.
I don't.
Monday Night Football.
I don't know. I think I like both of these guys because they clearly have the same passion for football I have. I think a lot of football players, they can't do that job because they just don't like watching football. I feel like Carragher and Neville, I appreciate them just because they have passionate opinions about football. I'd have them on Touchline Frank if they're interested. You know what I'm saying? But
okay,
cheeky plug.
I don't necessarily like when I watch Glenn Hoddle or when Glenn Hoddle's commentating at the time. Like the way he sees things quicker, I rate that. There's a speed to it that he's taking in things that I respect. With Gary Neville and Carragher, they just seem to kind of watch things and just retrospectively.
That's why I said their post match analysis.
But I don't
because
know.
During the games, I don't think they're good, but post match they're really good.
But I think after the result, it's easy to kind of assert conclusions onto what's happened, and that's what I don't rate about it.
But there's a lot of
man to go back. When someone loses, it's easy to go back and look for the bad things that people have done and say this is the reason. But that's not necessarily the reason. You've just gone to look for bad things because of this is what's happened. Like, of course, they're going to come up with some points that I agree with, but I just feel like the in-game analysis of Hoddle, and we can listen to these people like pay attention when this is happening because I don't really know any other ones that are good at it. But for me, Hoddle has impressed me a lot. And I don't even like Hoddle that much. It's not like I'm a fanboy of Hoddle, but I've just kind of noticed for me that commentating, he seems sick.
Yeah, there's not many good commentators. There's really not many good commentators at all.
Yeah, I mean like in-game analysis as well, rather than just commentating.
I think Rio Ferdinand's decent. I don't learn stuff from him, but he says some. I agree with most stuff he says.
I don't really agree with Rio Ferdinand.
I think Ferdinand's alright.
I think he just says cliches and he's a bit.
I think all the other ones are like that. I think he's the only one on BT Sport that actually will say something like that's a bit. I don't know.
Maybe I've always disliked Rio Ferdinand, so I don't know if that's me like disliking.
I might be the same as you, Dan.
He's alright.
He backs the black boys, isn't it? That's why I like him.
I don't know if he does.
Sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. If
I like his defensive reveal.
Yeah, I like that. But like Rio Ferdinand, I think, I think with Carragher and Neville, they've got less ego.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes with analysis you need less ego. But I think with Rio Ferdinand, there's a lot of ego there, and I can't explain exactly why, but I feel like it makes you worse at analysis.
And his Man United bias is crazy.
Yeah, it is.
But what do you mean by ego, though? Is he like that's weird? Like, what do you mean by ego?
Maybe it's just that he's not like a football fan like the way that I think Carragher and Neville are, and that they probably watch a lot of football way more than him. I think that Rio
I agree with Carragher. I'm not sure about Neville though. He's said before that I don't think he watches too much, and
maybe
I remember when he was talking about
they both do, man. They both.
No, but I remember when he was talking about kind of like Frank and Frank Lampard, Steven Gerrard. These people live and breathe football. Like Gary said, he said himself, he doesn't really do that.
But he meant that in terms of being a manager, though.
Yeah,
that's what he meant.
I think the thing I respect about Gary Neville is anything he's doing, he's going to do it to 100%.
Yeah.
So I think as an analyst, he's doing
I can agree with that.
Job to 100%. So yeah, I respect both of them. I just don't. I know a lot of people tune in for matches like Monday Night Football to hear their takes, and I think Gary Neville's a great speaker. And there's definitely things you can learn. It's just they're not great for me. Do you know?
They have a good relationship as well, which helps obviously with TV.
Do you know what I like foreign players a lot when they come on. I remember the Confederations Cup. Shit, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Ruud Gullit, and he came on. And I think everyone was saying that Brazil was going to win, or was one way or the other. And then Gullit kind of just broke down. He said, "No, I think it's going to go the other way. I think it's this, that." And then by half time, everything that Gullit said happened.
And I just feel like in England, there's so many cliches, and
there is.
But I feel like foreign perspective, usually that's what I'm more intrigued in, because they're not just saying the same.
I was gonna say there's certain people that like. I think Robert Green, he's really good at analyzing goalkeepers. He's proper good at it. And then like I think Michael Owen is not a good guy for analysis, but he's good at analyzing strikers. So like when someone's like missed a chance, he can tell you like why he missed a chance, what he should have hit with his instep or outside the foot. Like Owen's really good at analyzing strikers. Obviously, you can tell he used to be a top striker before. And Green is so
I hear that.
But yeah, no, a lot of them, you're right. A lot of them are just like cliches and just not very good at all.
Yeah.
Do you know what's weird? Because
yeah, go on.
I was just gonna say what I noticed as well, especially with this Mason Mount thing, because a lot of like rival fans say, "Why are Chelsea fans hating Mason Mount?" But I think what it is just like it's the same with Lampard. Like the way the media works with Lampard, trying to make out this great manager that shouldn't be replaced or etc. Like, why get Tuchel in? Just give Lampard time. It's like, of course, Tuchel's a much better manager. Like, I think with Mount, like Mount is good, and I think most Chelsea fans accept that he's good. But I feel like what happens is like they run with this agenda. So like I feel like the current agenda from the last match, just captain. Yeah, he has to be the captain. He has to be the captain. He has to be the captain. It's like, calm the fuck down. Let him.
I don't know why they keep saying that.
Let him earn the captaincy. Let him earn it, man. Fucking hell.
Everywhere I was going is Mount has to be captain. Mount needs to be captain. Mount's gonna be.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
I couldn't get away from that last week. That's what I kept seeing.
Yeah, because
just let him find his feet, man.
Yeah, they're putting pressure in it, and this is what I don't like. But the good thing about Mount is so grounded. Mount doesn't seem to. All of this people will say that Mount's a goal scorer, but whenever you hear Mount saying it's like, no, I need to increase my goals, and it's true, he does. But like Mount seems to cut through the bullshit. Like Mount himself, good kid, cut through the bullshit.
Someone put Chris Sutton ? He's trash. He's fucking trash.
Yeah, he's trash. He's trash. But what I just noticed is the media agenda in this country is so fucking strong, man.
Yeah,
it's so strong.
They were all saying the same thing as well. Like, it's weird.
And it works both ways.
At the same time, make Mount captain.
And do you know what? Yeah, like obviously because Chelsea had a good run, there's a lot of Chelsea people, and so like I'm feeling it now. But definitely, like Liverpool, like all the pundits before used to be Liverpool and Man United, and that's unhealthy. It's unhealthy. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I used to hate that so much, man. Every game it's just like 4 Liverpool pundits, 3 United pundits, and it's just like you didn't get any sense of kind of neutralness. I didn't think he was particularly special. I think he was just another one that just kind of said just stuff that they all said. I
think everyone just liked it because Henry and he used to have this French accent, but never.
Ironically, I thought Lampard was quite good, but then he became a manager, so now I don't believe anything he said.
Robbie Savage is trash.
Oh yeah, he's got that clip of Terry talking about Savage. That makes me laugh every time, man.
I think, but a lot of them are just
Savage
either they're just saying cliches or they're just trying to get like reactions. So I don't know. Like,
it's Savage true to an extent what Terry said. I think
trying to get reaction.
Yeah, definitely. He said obviously like if it's like people like Neville and that, I'll listen to them. But when it's people like Savage trying to dig me out, like, I'm not going to listen.
Yeah. No, he's got quite clearly trying to get reactions because they obviously need interactions and stuff like that.
Yeah, man. Have you not seen that clip of Terry?
Yeah, I've seen it. That's funny still.
That's jokes. Even if Terry's a bastard.
Isn't that Chelsea player Ray Hudson?
Nah, that's Ray Wilkins. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
Did Ray Hudson play for Chelsea? I don't know.
Who's Ray Hudson? Ray Hudson is pure entertainment when it comes to commentary. Genius.
I think he does like La Liga.
Genius is like very, very cliche. I don't know. Genius is alright. I don't learn.
Apparently, they're tapping Genius up to be the next Gary Lineker, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't learn anything from Genius though. He just says what anyone can see. Like
Genius is
shit.
I
think he's got better when he first came.
Genius is shit. He's just like he's proper passionate. He's just like all passion.
Yeah,
and he's proper like
forget
biased.
The Chelsea one when he first started.
Yeah, he's a biased Spurs fan as well.
But everyone's biased to their team. Though. I can't really hold that against them.
Alex Scott's very good.
Yeah, she's brilliant.
She's good.
She's brilliant. Alex Scott.
Oh yeah, Alex Scott's decent. That Kearney's not bad, you know. Even though she was getting slack, she's actually not that bad. The one that said the thing about was it Leeds or who did she say that thing about?
Yeah.
He's not bad.
I'm not even gonna lie. It's because women have better comprehension. Like that's what it's got to do with, bro. They just have
Kearney's not bad.
Like they're better.
I don't
better
understand
reading
people
situation. Like
Tim
better reading
Sherwood or
situations.
something like that are still about. I don't understand that. Tim Sherwood just says shit all the time.
Paul Merson's pretty good as well. I think he gets a thing.
He's like, I don't know.
Did you say Merson?
He can either be like really good or
Merson's
really bad.
just anti-Arsenal, man. Like,
yeah, that's good.
No. He just talks shit. He just talks shit.
He's a Chelsea fan, isn't he?
I don't even know what he's.
Yeah,
he just hates Wenger.
He drinks around my area. See him in the pub all the time.
Yeah, he used to play for Arsenal, but he's bare like on them. I don't get it.
Because he hates Wenger.
Why?
Because like Wenger wasn't really for like his whole like because he was part of the drinking culture, innit? And Wenger was like proper against that, and he changed everything the club, innit? So it's like a bit more personal.
I hear that. Yeah, no, there's not many I rate in this commentating thing, man. I'm trying to think who else. Ian Wright is alright. He's not bad. I like him. He's a funny guy, but he's
a passion merchant as well.
Yeah, his actual analysis isn't great, but I like him.
You know the thing is, I do think.
Sorry, now you close. I was going
to say, I do think your in-game commentary is a lot harder than like.
Yeah, it is.
Agreed.
You have to actually be on the point, like ahead of it.
Especially if you had Discord during a boring game. So imagine they're trying to commentate this.
I mean, that's what Dan was saying, that he rates Hoddle because you can actually see it at the time.
See the thing with Ian Wright is, he's got a bias towards the players, so he looks at it from a player's point of view where he don't want to get onto them too much, innit?
Because he knows them, he has relationships with them. That's the worst.
Yeah,
he has relationships with all of
them. That's why he's not super critical. He just wants to. All he wants to do is point out the positives, and that's what hinders his whole.
End of the day, a part of it is TV. So I think people like Ian Wright, they're very likable as well. So that's going to help.
You know what? I actually like Shearer. You know, I'll be honest. I like Shearer. I think he does go a bit too ham sometimes. Like, chill out. It's not the end of the world, but I do like Shearer.
Yeah, I mean, Gary Lineker's all right, but he's not really a pundit. He's more like a presenter, isn't he?
But I think Shearer sometimes, what he's saying is like true, but he just goes a bit too ham.
Yeah, and I think it ties in
as well.
I think it ties into what you're saying earlier about Shearer when he's talking about strikers. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about like Neville in games that he does too much, especially like he's commentating on someone like Pogba. He'll make out like, why is he not tracking back? Blah blah blah. Like, chill out. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, he proper goes in on players. Neville.
Yeah, you can tell he just really supports United.
Yeah, like he really goes in on players, but it's like too much. Like, chill out a bit. Or maybe it's his passion coming through. Like when someone has a bad game, Neville lets you know big time.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll say about Neville is I can imagine he was that kind of player as well. So
yeah, and he has these like favourites and stuff like that I hate as well. So if someone like David Luiz mistake, he'll be like, "Yeah, I told you two years ago you could never trust him." You know what I'm saying? He comes up with all these like stuff.
Coming like man in the Discord, yeah.
Like he has these players that he just doesn't like at all.
Yeah, I get that. And I think with Neville as well, the fact he went and was a manager and was a bit shit definitely made people look at it, like side-eye him a bit more and was like,
Yeah, there's not. No, the way commentators every game will say rare misplaced pass by Bruno. I'm dead. Yeah, no, someday they'll clock on that Bruno isn't actually a good passer.
I don't know why it takes them so long to clock when all of us can see it clear as day.
He scores goals and that's why. I miss the days when Champions League was on ITV, man. Those were the days.
Trust me.
Is it Clive Tilsley and I can't remember the other guy's name.
What was his name?
Des Lynam.
What's his
Andy
name?
Townsend. Wasn't it Andy Townsend?
Andy Gray or whatever. Was it him?
No, ITV.
No, Andy Gray was Sky Sports.
What era of ITV are you talking about
though? Champions League.
No, what era though? You talking about like early?
Like
talking about
05, 06, 07, or like those like 00. Naughties.
I said Des Lynam was on there. The old guy with the grey.
Is it?
Lynam. Was he on Champions League? Early days.
Might be, I'm not sure. But Andy Gray and that, they're fucked.
What I remember is Clive Tilsley and Andy Townsend.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
It wasn't that long ago. Even when Chelsea won the Champions League, it was ITV, I think.
That Andy Gray and thingy, what's his name?
Oh yeah, they're Dinlows, man.
Yeah, they're
Jeff
fucked.
Stelling, or was that the one who does Super Saturday?
No, that's he does Super Saturday.
Yeah, Super Saturday. That's the thing. Sky Sports News guy.
They're the ones that made that comment, innit? That feminist comment.
Yeah.
Very best not to speak about them still.
Oh yeah, we're on YouTube, aren't we? That was a mad comment still.
But like, now I see them on are they on B? They're on another broadcasting thing, and they still say
BN Sports.
Stuff. Yeah, they still say super stuff. So Richard Keys, that's it.
Richard Keys, yeah, man, he says nonsense all the time.
All the time, consistently bad shout.
They're just he's like the Piers Morgan of football, in it, man. He just says loads of dumb stuff to get a reaction.
You see football back in football. Actually, no, I'm never going to say that. It was like that back in the day, though. Like, do you remember soccer? Soccer AM?
Yeah, man. What did when the girls used to come out in bikinis?
Yeah.
They were 18 and shit, man.
Yeah. No, that was. Remember when they go, how old are you? And they'll be like, at 19, they'll be like, good age.
Stuff, man. I used to play football against all those Soccer AM lads. In my league, Tubes and that. Tubes is quite good at football, you know.
Though.
What league is that?
I was watching that back.
It was I can't remember what it was called, but it was Southwest London. But obviously, you know, Sky is in Isleworth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's around there.
No, soccer was funny, fam.
It's not like a good league. It's amateur.
To be fair, that's a big win for Leicester, though. That win is a big win for them.
Brighton are going to go down at this rate. They're just idiots. Just all the time.
Depends if Fulham can get out. I'm not sure if Fulham can. Fulham are 23 points, Brighton on 26, Newcastle 20. Actually, no, Newcastle are going down. Newcastle, no Wilson and no St. Maximum for 2 months, I think.
I think people might be sniffing around Potter soon, to be honest.
Yeah, he's literally just his strikers letting him down and his goalkeeper. Everyone else is playing good.
Who do you think next England manager will be? Sorry. Who do you think next England?
I don't know, man. To be honest, it's so hard to call. We just we'll probably employ Mark Hughes or something. Fuck it, though. Someone random.
Do you think that this is Southgate's last tournament or something?
I think they'll get a foreign one, you know.
Unless we win it.
I would love to see someone like Wenger in charge. I would love to see that.
Yeah, I'd love to see Jose in charge.
No, not Jose. Fuck that.
Actually, no. England will win the World Cup under Jose.
Yeah, I think we might.
Oh, he suits the pragmatic sort of...
Yeah, he suits the style,
of a tournament.
Just if it's outdated now, I'm not sure.
No, but England have that kind of squad, though.
Do they?
What you're going to see, Eric Dyer and Declan Rice holding?
Yeah, you have a lot of good footballers, though, so I don't know. I don't want him in Jose's hands.
I've never really rated England, man.
Yeah.
Just watching Chelsea week in, week out, and then going to internationals. It's just the drop in level. It's just astronomical, really.
I really don't trust Southgate with that team, you know. Really.
You know what makes me laugh? Yeah, England, the small games when they just struggling to break down these proper minuscule teams.
Yeah, man. We play San Marino about 5 times a year. I swear.
It takes me an hour to break the deadlock.
I don't understand how you're still playing that 3 at the back with so many good footballers you got. Fucking hell.
We have such good talent coming through, and we're just not going to use it correctly.
I thought that was something that would because he got to a tournament and he didn't know his best formation. He just played that, but now he's had time to sort of adjust the new formation. We're still playing 3 at the back. Yeah,
I completely understand being pragmatic against maybe the better nations, like when you come up against a France or Spain. I completely understand, but when you're playing against these dead teams that are nowhere near as good as you, just attack them.
But even still, he's had a chance. He still doesn't know his best team. You know that, going into this tournament, and he's had 2 years now. He still doesn't know his best team. We don't even know if Stones is gonna start. Don't even know if who's gonna start. It's just silly.
But you know, a lot
started for England.
But Stones hasn't been in the recent squad still.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He has to get in there, surely.
But he will get in. You know what I'm saying? But it's just silly because you don't even know like the best teams.
It'll be interesting to see Stones. It'll be very interesting to see Stones.
I was gonna say, yeah. The reason why the England thing, that the squad selection, because the FA have a hand in who gets picked as well.
Who has a hand?
The FA. Gareth Southgate doesn't have. England managers don't have final say on who gets into the squad.
What do you mean by that though? Wow.
Like he has to submit. I think the managers have always had to submit a squad to them, and they have to fine tooth comb it and go give it a once over, and they have their suggestions as well.
What are they changing? Why are they changing it?
I don't know, man. That's why you see a lot of guys that they get into the squad for being a good lad. Do you know what I mean? Rather than like how they play.
So? I don't. That sounds like a myth or something, like a rumor or something.
No. Like it's always been like that. That's why they talk about England DNA and stuff like that. That's what they mean. Like if obviously it's changed over the years now because like fans start complaining. So like that's why you see more like guys like Grealish and Barkley get into the squad. Yeah, but it's always been like there's always been like a little committee that goes that good. But
surely there's always been players like that.
Yeah. Like a lot of them never used to play. Like Hoddle hardly played. It's always been like that.
Gascoigne, though.
It's still gonna be someone that doesn't go. Like we're gonna be shocked. Like, I reckon someone like I don't know, maybe like a Madison won't go or something like that. We're just gonna be shocked.
Yeah, I wouldn't be that shocked if Madison didn't go.
Yeah, someone like that's gonna miss out big time. I reckon.
This injury could have fucked him.
Yeah, someone like that will miss out for sure.
Be very interesting because there's like certain positions where we've got a lot of players and there's other positions where we don't have many.
Because like you got to think his recent squads. People will say all these nice little squads, but you got to think who's been using. He's using people like Phillips and Calvin Phillips and Ward Prowse. They've been in his like the last 3 squads or like the last 4 squads. Like
yeah,
they're basically playing.
Yeah, it's the argument.
Take away spaces from other like the creative places.
It's just impossible to fit everyone in. So then there's the argument of do you take people who are specialists in certain departments or... Like with Maddison, Grealish, Foden, do you take all 3 of them?
Mad. This is a marathon. I don't know how long this is going for, but it's still recording. This is a marathon sprint.
No, we're just talking about the England team.
Mm-hmm. The problem with the England team for me is like you have all these, you have the Madisons, you have the Mounts, you have the Fodens, you have all of these players, but I just think when you look at the midfield, I just don't really see who's going to actually control the game and help unlock teams because like Moises was saying earlier, we don't really break down teams well.
It depends. It depends if the game plan is to control. You don't have to have a team controlling.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
But it's just that I'm
not looking forward to it, man. I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I don't trust Southgate.
I don't think it's just a Southgate thing. You know, like, I don't rate Southgate, but yeah.
Anik said Cody needs to be on the plane. You're actually mad.
Cody.
No, I'm just trying to. I'm taking over your shift, Peter. I'm just trying to keep it going from Coppin. That's all.
Yes, even Rashford. Rashford's gonna burn out by the Euros anyway, as long as that injury.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, I think he has like the 4th most minutes played in the.
Is he still kind of? He had a surgery last year to fix it.
What the shoulder injury? I think the injury before was even separate to the one that he has now.
Yeah, Ollie's a madman as well. He just plays him like he played him in that Europa League game when they were like 4-0 up.
He's burnt out, man. He's burnt out. Done. He's not making Euros, man.
I think he'll still start though. I reckon the front 3 will still be Sterling, Rashford, Kane, no matter what.
Yeah, I think that's probably our best front 3, maybe.
That would be the front 3.
That's it. He had a back injury last year. That I always just said, boy, it's going to be interesting.
You know what? Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if someone like Dele Alli goes, you know. I really wouldn't be surprised. If he has a good end to the season and Southgate just tries to sneak him on the plane.
Ruben Loftus-Cheek.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if someone like Ali goes at all.
Ali can't go, man. Surely not. But I know what you mean. Southgate could just pull out a random one.
Yeah, no, he's not even random because that's who was in his like. He went to the World Cup before, innit? Yeah.
So did Ruben, to be fair.
Yeah, so too.
I don't think Ruben will go there.
No, I don't think so either.
But there's an argument to be had that a player in the profile of Ruben is what England are missing, in my opinion.
No, in a profile, but Ruben Loftus is nowhere near that player.
No, yeah, that's what I know. Not him, but that kind of player who can pick up the ball in midfield and drive.
Bellingham.
Have you watched Bellingham to say that? So you're just saying Bellingham?
Didn't he come on today and they lost?
I promise you, they won't take Bellingham.
Yeah.
And even if they do, he won't play enough. He's better off going with the under-21s.
Yeah, facts, man. What is he, 17?
Yeah, 17. He's good. He's probably England's best box-to-box midfielder on ability, but yeah,
on ability,
I think there's a lot. I think you got to look at. I think I'm just talking about ability. Like, I just think ability-wise, I think he's the best like box-to-box midfielder. But in terms of experience, I feel like experience plays a big hand in like these kind of things like international tournaments. I don't know if he's gonna go. I don't know if he's going to go either.
You guys think Van Dijk will go? I'll be so annoyed if he goes. I reckon
Van Dijk.
Well, not with England.
I would be surprised.
I mean, Holland.
For Holland, I wouldn't be surprised.
I'll be so annoyed. Fuck you, no, he's risking his body. Proper.
He'll go though if he's got the chance. If he's fit.
Hey, you know what? You guys are gonna be in for a surprise when you see Van Dijk come back. By the way, man, you're gonna be in for a big surprise.
No, I don't. He's come back from bad injuries before.
Watch when they just win 10 games in a row when he comes back.
Yeah.
What injuries was it? What injuries were they?
You know what, Peter? Everyone's just worried, man. Everyone's worried. They've seen the videos of him training, man. They've seen the videos. Everyone's worried, man. He's gonna come back, and we're gonna be the same Liverpool again. I promise you.
I'm nearly back, guys. It's just.
But no.
I'd be worried. I'm just being genuinely honest.
But because Southampton, he had he was out for time. To be fair, it did take him like a month or so to get back, but he was fine. Like he just sometimes he's a great athlete.
He's older now though.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. So the injury, it was the main injury was the ankle injury. But the injury that's right now. No, it says ankle here. It's just ankle injury.
I don't think it was just an ankle. He was out for time.
Yes, it's ankle injury. He missed 136 days. That's what I've got here.
What's that like?
18 games.
Yeah.
The cruciate injury, it's a big one, man. Especially for a player of his size.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine, man. Athletically, I'm not worried about him. And even still, he's not a player who plays on the front foot. He jockeys a lot.
He's a lot more measured.
Yeah, he's very measured. So even if he lost like a yard of pace, like obviously, like it would affect him, but it won't affect him as much because he will just adjust his game.
Agreed. His timing of tackle is so good as well.
He plays on he's not a front foot defender, so I don't think it would affect him. Even if he plays at like 8%, he's still a very, very good defender. A very, very good defender.
Even if he has like lost a yard of pace, I don't see why Liverpool, like he's that good of a defender, you can't just tweak your system so you maybe drop off a yard.
Yeah.
I still think you guys are gonna be surprised, man.
I'm not saying
it's gonna be. No, I'm generally not. I'm generally not because I've seen what we've done to like Ruben, for instance, physically.
Trust me, Babs. That's just a finger in the air. Don't worry, man. Van Dijk's built differently. He's built differently. He'll come back and he'll be stronger.
I hope he does. I hope he does anyway.
I'm not worried.
I like it when it's competitive.
Don't worry, it'll be no competition next year because I'm telling you now, if he's back, as well as all the rest of our players, we'll be back. We'll be back. Trust me.
And who's the rest of the players that will be back?
Mane, Salah.
Where did Salah go? Where did Salah go?
What, in the summer?
Yeah, no. We said if Mane and Salah are back, where did they go?
No, obviously they're not firing on all cylinders. When they are,
Salah's doing.
But, can you really group Salah with Mane though? No.
He does that.
They're part of the attack.
I know, Peter. Don't worry, brother. I listen to you guys' podcast. I like to know what my ops are thinking.
Listen, they're all part of the attack. They're all part
Apparently,
of the attack.
you should blame Salah the same amount as Mane this season, according to Annie.
No, I never said that. I said if you're gonna have a conversation,
they're all culpable to blame. The front three, all of them together.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Just because Salah's got more goals doesn't mean he should get away with it. Like they should all be under the spotlight.
He's top goal scorer, bro.
Mane got locked up by Andres Christensen. That's shameful.
He's literally top goal scorer. I don't know what more you want from Salah. Like if Mane and Firmino contribute the same level to Firmino,
top goal scorer. He's creating chances for you guys.
He ain't he created one chance the last game. Are we forgetting? Are we forgetting? Hold on. You guys. You know, this is how I know you guys are just stat padding all the time. You look at Salah's stats and you're like, oh yeah, he's doing the job. You're forgetting
we're talking about the game we just watched.
Yeah, but you're forgetting the chances he's missed in big games.
And so have Mane and Firmino, but
I'm not saying. Did I say that? I never said that they haven't missed. Of course they've missed chances as well.
And they haven't scored.
No, but if Salah, hear me out. If Salah scored against Everton, it could have been different. If he scored against Brighton, it could have been different. Burnley,
these men are not doing anything. Mane and Firmino are literally just running around.
I fully
agree because he is actually moving. He's actually making runs. He's actually trying to be active. Mane's just running around. Literally just running around.
Salah's always missed chances, even when he was good.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
it wasn't a problem before. So why is it a problem now?
Because those chances are costly. When you have the only chance of the game and it falls to Salah's feet against Everton, you should at least score.
But you see, the thing is, when you start micro-analyzing chances, that tells me a lot more about your chance creation in a whole.
Exactly.
Well,
again.
Yeah. Yeah.
The problem is
when you was missing the chance before, you weren't really Exactly.
I'm not denying that. Of course, the problem is creating chances or build-up play or whatever. But when you actually have the chance and it falls at your feet, I'm saying this guy should do better in front of goal, as well as the other two. As well as the other two.
And a top manager will never come out or ever say oh, this person should have scored this chance or this person should have scored that chance. What they will say is that we should have created more chances so that eventually they will score. Like if the law of averages, you create a lot of chances, you'll score. Like it's never a thing where if this person scored this one chance in that one game, you would have won that one game. Like no, if you create a lot of chances, you will score.
Yeah, but Peter, I've given you 4 examples over the past 2 months where he's had big chances in games and he's not converted.
One chance in that one game.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Yeah, but if he convert, I'm not saying that. I've been very consistent with what I've said. I've said missing big chances are costing us games. Whether it's Salah, whether it's Mane, whether it's Firmino, they are all costing us the game. Just because Salah's scoring doesn't mean that he can get let off the hook. He had he had a chance in the first 2 minutes against Brighton. What does he do? He scuffs it. If he scores in the first 2 minutes, you know as well as anyone else that the game could be completely different.
Didn't get any other chances in that game. And Firmino was playing, Mane was getting playing.
So this is what I mean. We didn't get any other chances in the game.
No, but
the first
why
2 minutes.
Any other chances then?
I fully agree. I'm not saying that. Am I saying that? Of course, the problem is that we're not creating enough chances.
Everyone misses chances, fam. Like we said to you, Lewandowski's missed the most big chances in Bundesliga.
Yeah.
But I'm saying everyone misses chances.
Yeah, but look at what Bayern are doing. Like, if you can miss as many chances as you want, but if you're winning games, then it's fine. But if those missed chances lead to something and lead to a loss, then of course you're going to be.
But they're not going to lead to loss because he's supporting cast are helping him. So you have your Gnabry's, your Sané's, whatever, Muller's, they're all helping him.
Yeah, of course.
Salah's getting no help. Salah's literally getting no help. So every chance that Salah gets, you're analysing him.
First 2 minutes against Brighton, the ball falls at his feet. Okay. He's about 18 yards away from goal. Yeah, he can take a couple of chances, steady himself, and slot the ball away.
One chance to get against Brighton at home.
Yeah, exactly. Brighton at home. Yeah, Brighton at home. So he should at least do better instead of hoofing into the stands.
Against Brighton at home.
Of course, I'm fully expecting that we're going to create more chances at home, Peter. But we didn't. And in the first 2 minutes, if you score a goal, the game completely changes. The same way Mane had chances against Chelsea. If he had scored that, the game would have been completely different. I'm not saying that the other two are let off the hook. If you're going to have a conversation about one, include all 3, because they're not doing enough for me. All of them.
So Salah's not doing enough.
But he's not converting the chances in the games. I gave you 2 chances against Newcastle, the second best chance against Burnley, a chance against Brighton, chance against Everton.
But Alec, there's more to football than just these chances. There's why these chances are happening. Who they're falling to. It's not just you're looking at it as like, oh, I can see he gets this chance. Why didn't he score it? Well, there's more to football than that. Like, why did we get the chance? Who's moving? Who's like what I'm saying? Like, how do you create like Firmino and Mane are not even like. There's more to football than just that one chance, like a game.
Firmino and Mane are definitely under the spotlight, 100%. A conversation needs to be had of them. But if people are missing chances,
off form.
The game is played on moments. Yeah, moments change the game, and if in those big moments we can't convert, then of course we're gonna fucking end up losing. Against Everton, it was 1-0. The ball is 1-on-1. He's 1-on-1 with Pickford. If he scores that, it's 1-1. And we may not end up losing that game. If he scores, hear me out. If he scores against Newcastle, those 2 clear-cut opportunities he had, we may have never gone on this ridiculous run in January. It's all if buts and maybes. But hear me out. It's all if buts and maybes. But the game is played in moments as well. Now, if in those moments we take those chances, things could have been so much more different. But the same way could have.
You think Salah's missed the most chances out of all of them?
No, he's not missed the most chances. I think he's missed 9. I think Mane's missed 8.
Origi should have scored against Burnley. Mane should have scored against Chelsea. Mane should have scored against everyone's missed chances in this. But
Salah's
the only one that's scoring. So if you look at it from that angle, they've all missed chances, but Salah's the only one that's still continuing.
Of course, but still, but on the same aspect, he's still not converting the big chances. So all of the players need to be under the spotlight, especially Origi for that criminal miss against Burnley. All right,
but I don't know. I just feel like you look at football like what's in front of your eyes. Like, so if someone gets a chance, they should just got that chance and that's it.
Like, but that's the key moment. But Peter, that's the key moment. The game is played on.
But you have to understand, there's more to football than just that. Why? Like, it's like, why did they get that chance, and who's moving and who's not moving, and will they get are you gonna create another one? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not just about just that one chance in that game and boom. It's like we've always been a good team where we always create chances. So missing that one chance is not the problem.
Yeah. So
and that's because all the front three have all been chipping in.
Yeah. So which means even more so, when you do get the chance, you need to convert it, because we know ourselves we ain't creating an abundance of chances the way we do. So when the ball falls at your feet 1-on-1 in front of Pickford, you should try and take that chance instead of just kicking it at him. He could have put it through his legs, chipped it over him. He just done something in between and kicked it straight at Pickford.
I think
he could have kicked Pickford.
Because you obviously like Mane.
I hear what you're saying, Andy, but you know what would have been better than him simply taking the chance, creating more chances. That would have been even better.
Of course, but I've never said that. I've always said that we should be creating more chances. The consistent argument I've said is that we are not taking our chances.
Creating more chances than us. Leeds, Brighton, Leeds, Bamford misses bare chances, but he still scores goals.
Yeah, but they end up losing though as well.
Yeah, but I'm talking about attacking play. That's different. We're still losing. Are we not losing as well?
but Peter, the game could be different if we had taken our chances.
But football's not like that. No one's Ronaldo.
No, it is like that. No, it is like that. No, it is like that. It is like that.
Because you may score that goal, but the other team may go out and score as well.
Exactly.
It's not
football's just not like that. You have to create more.
No. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. The game is played on moments. If we had scored against Brighton, the game could have been different.
The moments, the game is played on how good you are.
The game changes. The game changes in moments.
It changes, but throughout the course of a game, if you're able to create more chances than your opponents, you will more than likely win most games. No.
So hear me out. Yeah. How did Everton score their second goal? They hit us on the break. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So if it was 1-1 at the time, do you reckon they're scoring that second goal?
But we didn't create any more good chances in that game. We only had 1-1. That was it.
So on those moments, the game changes. Like if we had taken those chances in that moment,
so it gives the onus to Fulham. I mean, to Everton. Sorry.
You know what? To the rest of the guys that are non-Liverpool fans, for some reason, Liverpool fans have this Salah protection. They love him.
Top goal scorer for fuck's sake.
Bruv, you know what? Half of them are penalties anyway. Yeah. And you know what?
Three of them are penalties, and 4 of them are penalties, and he won 2 of them. So,
but Mane won a couple of his penalties from him. And you know what? I don't even like the way he takes penalties. Have you seen the way he takes it?
Sorry, look at this. You're childish, for I don't like the way you takes
it. No, but have you seen the way? No, he doesn't film.
You don't like Salah. If you just say you don't like Salah, be done with it, man.
I don't mind him. I don't listen. He's a good player. I don't mind him, but
listen, you guys will only respect Salah when he's gone. That's what I say. You guys, in fact, I want Salah to go because that's the when you'll miss him.
For the right price, he can.
Look at you, bruv. You guys, they don't respect Salah. I hate it. They don't respect Salah.
Forget this, man. Salah. All right, man. Whatever happens, Peter, we got to win tomorrow.
Hey, don't talk about that game, man. Anyway.
But yeah, man. Did Brighton win? No, they lost. Shit. Oh man, top 4, we're fucked. Man, you know what? I was talking to one of our mates today, and we're like, if we don't make top 4, then we're absolutely fucked. Absolutely. Like, how are we going to even attract players in the summer? Are all the kit deals and etc. going to fall through? How are players going to even be able to stay? This is just crazy, man. Would you much rather we don't get... Sorry, what was that?
I said this is the kind of conversation I'm here for. Keep going.
Oh yeah, this is what you're here for. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, keep going, brother.
I don't know, Peter. What do you reckon? What would you think? Do you reckon finishing outside the Europa League place in complete restart is okay? Peter obviously didn't like that. Yeah, we were talking about Mbappe coming next year. I reckon if we make top 4, just about, then we'll have a chance. Apparently, they done some stats. So one of my mates told me they've done some stats, and based on figures or whatever, Liverpool going to end up in the top 4. But I don't get that. Like I literally cannot get my head around the fact that we haven't scored a goal at home. An open player got at home since January. Like, that is actually criminal. Like, we don't even deserve to be in the top 4 after that. It's like relegation form, man. But I was watching that game against Chelsea, yeah, and you expect to get out of your seat if about the whole 90 minutes, the ball goes near the goal or if a chance is created. I didn't even do that once. Not once. And it's been like that since the start of January. The team is just pissing me off. Peter, you there?
Yeah, but I'm about to go though.
Yeah. I was just waffling on anyway.
All right, cool. In a bit.
Take care, guys.